The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Dr. Kildare, Dr. Gillespie.
Well, Parker, what do you want?
Sally just called, Dr. Gillespie.
Remarkable.
You've got to get out of here and hide.
From Sally?
Well, Dr. Gillespie, what's been going on?
Well, she said a man came in the lobby and he has a machine gun and a violin case and a sack full of money and she couldn't stop it. Oh, it's too late. He's here.
Is nobody here?
In here. Hey, come on in.
Oh, I beg your pardon, please. I'm Enrico Marciano, and I look for Dottore Gillespie.
Well, you found him. Put your violin case over there. Have a seat.
Oh, tante grazie. I planned for a long time to come and see you, Doctor, but I need 8 months to work and to save so I can bring this to you.
What is it, Mr. Marciano?
It's denaro. Money. Penny, nickel, dime, everything.
Well, gestures of this kind are always appreciated. Well, what's it for?
It's for my wife, Carmen. She's very sick, and I un dolore. Each week, the pain gets worse. But all the time while I save the money, I think, when we go to the great doctor, he will fix. I hear the people talk about you, senor, and so we are here.
You are, at least. Where's your wife?
Oh, she's waiting downstairs in the big room where we come in. She's very sick, senor.
Oh, all right, Mr. Marziano. I'll examine her and see what we can do.
Oh, mille grazie, senor. Mille grazie.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Marciano, what's in the case over there?
Oh, that's my violin. I make a living by playing for the people in the streets.
A violin? Well, I didn't know. I mean, Sally said that, naturally, I thought I'd better go arrange a room for Mrs. Marciano.
Well, Dr. Gillespie, that's that. All this laboratory report does is confirm what we've thought for 4 days. It's a shame.
Why do people do it, Jimmy? With all the publicity cancer's had, why do they still put off going to the doctor until it's too late?
Well, in this case, Marciano apparently thought he had to save up the money first.
Money. If she'd been brought here 8 months ago, we might have had a chance. But now, money.
I know, but we can't tell Rico that.
No.
He's crazy about Carmen, and he thought he was doing the right thing. We can't tell him he should have brought her in 8 months ago.
Oh, of course not. No. But we do have to tell him that his wife's going to die.
Yes. Well, he'll be here any minute. How long do you think she has, Doctor?
Well, you saw those X-rays. I'd say a week, maybe 2 weeks.
That's about what I'd estimate.
Huh?
And we can't do a thing.
Dr. Gillespie, Mr. Marciano's here to see you.
All right, Parker. Send him in.
Well, now, Mr. Marciano.
Oh, grazie. Buongiorno, signore.
Morning, Rico.
Oh, it's a fine day outside, signore. The sun is shining, everything is bright, just like a spring. Well, maybe today you find what's the matter with my Carmen, no?
Rico, you'd better have a seat.
Something is wrong with Dr. Kildare? You tell me, no?
Rico, you've heard of cancer.
Well, see. Is that what's wrong with my Carmen?
Yeah.
But you will fix? You make everything okay for her, no?
Rico, we can't fix. There's nothing we can do.
Now, everybody say you take a Carmen to this Blair hospital and nothing to worry about. They fix everything fine.
Oh, I only wish we could, Rico. But this is one of the times we can't.
Signore, I walk in here happy just like the bird. It's a beautiful day, and I say, today my Carmen is maybe get well again. But now, the sun will shine, and I feel just like a dead man.
I know. We understand.
Would you like to go on up and see your wife now?
No. Grazie, no. Because she look at my face and see the heart inside of me is dead. And then she ask, Rico, why this look? No, signore. First, I go sit in the park. I come back a little while. Arrivederci.
Confounded tarnation.
Good morning, Mrs. Marciano.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, buongiorno.
How do you feel?
Oh, it's not too bad. This morning, I'm not thinking I'm a lie here in bed. For 1 hour, I'm a live in a place so far away.
Where is that?
It's in Italia, in Napoli. I must think it's a long time ago, when I'm a young girl again.
That wasn't so long ago.
You're make polite to say so, but I have a son who's go to college, Dr. Kildare.
Why, I didn't know you had a son. Rico didn't say anything about it.
Well, they're no get along so good. My Tony is a look just like Rico did when we were young together. So handsome.
Were you born in Naples?
Si, senor. In the little house by the bay. And in the night, when the moon is shining, Rico is come, and we walk on the road by the sea. And he's a play for me on the violin. It's so sweet. Always, he's so good to me. He's make a good life for us for many years. I'm not sorry for anything. Not even if I'm gonna die, Dr. Kildare, I'm not sorry.
Oh, now, what makes you think you're going to die?
You try to fool me. I think maybe Rico tell you to, huh? But I know. I'ma feel it inside. It's true, no?
Yes. Yes, it's true.
No feel bad, senor. I'm no afraid. It's only I feel so unhappy when I'm think of Rico all alone.
There'll still be Tony, your son. Maybe this will bring the two of them closer together.
I don't think so. Now, you see, Tony is a move away. You know, come home for 2 years. He's a think we are, how it is said, old-fashioned, old country. He's right, of course. But he should no be ashamed of his papa. Rico is a wonderful man. He's a great man.
You want to know something, Mrs. Marziano? I think you're both great people.
Jimmy, probably one of the hardest things a doctor has to learn is to keep his emotions separated from his profession.
I know. Most of the time, I think I have learned it. But something about this couple hits me. Hits hard.
Yeah, they're fine people, both of them, with a rare courage and a tenderness for each other, and faith in life. They're a remarkable pair.
And yet we can't save her life.
No, we can't.
Well, I've thought of a few things we might do, though. Small things, I guess, but better than just standing by, doing nothing.
Good.
For instance, I've had Carmen moved into the best room in the hospital, one of the Regent's suites. I billed the charges against the general fund.
Excellent idea, Jimmy. I wish I'd thought of it.
Well, there is one thing I was hoping you'd do.
Well, count me in.
Dr. Gillespie, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, what is it, Big Ears?
Well, Dr. Carew is here. He'd like to see Dr. Kildare.
Oh, well, send him in, Parker.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
It was.
Dr. Kildare, I have been informed that you made a very irregular charge to the general fund. Oh, most irregular indeed.
I suppose you mean Mrs. Marziano's room, Dr. Carew.
Quite so, and it simply can't be done, you know.
It's been done already. I think the fund can stand it this one time.
It's entirely out of the question. Oh, don't think I haven't my humanitarian side, too, but this hospital must be kept on a strict business-like basis, and I'm sure...
Carew! I am amazed that the name Marziano doesn't mean anything to a great lover of music like you.
Well, I suppose I do know a... Marziano?
Huh.
At the moment, it seems to... slip
You must remember the famous modern opera, La Burrasca? That won the grand prize at the Paris Festival in 1924, as I recall.
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I'd forgotten for the moment.
Yeah. Kildare and I were sure you'd want the wife of a famous composer like that to have the best, regardless of cost.
You're quite right, Dr. Gillespie. I didn't realize that this man was so fit, that this was the same Marziano, I mean.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I have a great many things to do.
La Burrasca. You know, it'd be remarkable if there really was an opera by that name. Well, Jimmy, let's go to work.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Parker speaking. Commissioner Averill? Oh, yes, Sally. Dr. Gillespie was calling him. Just a second. Commissioner's on the line now, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, good. Here, hand me that phone. Hello? Hello, Tom. Leonard Gillespie. Oh, fine, thanks. Feeling younger every day. How are those ulcers of yours? Glad to hear it. No, I'm not trying to drum up business, Tom. But I would like a small favor from you. I don't know whether you recall a violin player named Rico Marziano. Plays in the streets around town and down. All right, Tom. Thank you. Goodbye. There's another one, Parker. You can count him in, too.
Well, we've almost covered the list, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, 32 promises and a pretty fair list of names, too.
Yeah.
Well, I can't think of anybody I've missed. I hope Kildare's making out all right.
No, he should be over there by now. Wayman took him at least 20 minutes ago.
Parker, you idiot.
What?
You nearly let me forget the most important one of all.
I let you. Well, how should I know?
Shut up and don't start another argument. Just get on that phone and put a call through to the office of the mayor.
Just a second.
Yes?
Are you Tony Marziano?
Why, yes.
My name is Kildare. I'm a doctor on the staff at Blair General Hospital. You mind if I come in?
Well,
Thanks.
You don't have me mixed up with somebody else, do you?
No, I don't think so. You're a law student here, and you're Rico Marziano's son, aren't you?
Yes, but did my father send you here?
No. Neither of them knew I was coming. Tony, your mother's in the hospital, seriously ill.
Mama? What's wrong with her?
Cancer.
It was all my fault. I had no reason to leave them, but I was mixed up and I didn't...
I know. You grew up in this country and you wanted to look and act like everybody around you. They had their own ways, and maybe people even laughed at them sometimes.
That's it. Mostly it was Dad going around the streets with his violin, picking up coins.
Raising a son by doing it. Holding the love and admiration of a pretty, wonderful woman.
I know that. I knew it a week after I left, but I couldn't go back. Pride, I guess. Look, Doctor, about money for treatments. Now, I'm working part-time outside of class hours, so I can help...
No, it isn't money your mother needs. It's to see you and Rico friends again.
I don't know. Dad's got a lot of pride himself. He may not be willing to forget.
Like to bet?
I just hope he will, that's all.
Oh, there's one thing, Tony. I said your mother was seriously ill. She is. In fact, she has only a few days to live.
I'll get my coat, Dr. Kildare.
I tell you again, I can't understand.
Understand what, Rico?
Well, look at this room, all filled up with the flowers. Everybody's sending of flowers and a telegram. Look at this one. It says, my sincere wishes for a speedy recovery for your lovely wife, your friend, Commissioner Tomas Avaril. But this man I no see in my life.
But that doesn't make no difference. He see you. It's just like I tell him, Dr. Gillespie. My Rico is a great man, but he not think so.
Madre Dio. Still, I can understand.
Who is it?
Only one way to find out. Come in. Oh, Kildare.
Hello, everybody. Mind if I bring in a visitor?
Hello, Mama. Papa.
Tony. Oh, Antonio mío.
How are you, Mama?
Oh, Dios mío. Before I had the heart froze with ice, but now you are come. I must start talk like the river at Napoli in the springtime. Tony, you speak with your father. You be friends, huh?
Antonio. I can't find no words to say.
Papa, I'm sorry.
Sorry? But for what are you sorry?
I said things I didn't mean.
Oh, that's nothing. It's no matter now. What you say one time and make me shame that I'm a nobody. And I can't forgive you. But now it's different. Look, my boy, look, this is a telegram. It's from a big people who call me their friend. Look, come on, you read. Read with me. This one is from the commissioner.
Gillespie speaking. You don't say so, Carew. Well, maybe you don't have the right spelling of the name. All right. Meet me in my office in 3 minutes. I've got some telegrams I want to show you. Goodbye.
What's the matter? Has Carew finally caught on?
Pipsqueak. He's coming up for air for the 3rd time. You stay here, Jimmy, and I'll shove his head underwater again.
There is simply no use whatsoever in hunting through any more reference books, Dr. Gillespie. There is no Italian composer named Enrico Mazziano. You hoodwinked me.
Hoodwinked you?
This man is just a street violinist, a mendicant. And you've kept his wife in that room under false pretenses. You and Kildare, between you, have deliberately...
Carew! Shut up.
I beg your pardon.
Here. Take a look at these telegrams.
Well, I can hardly see what telegrams could have to do... why, this one is from the mayor.
Go on, read them, all of them.
Well, I had no idea this man had so many influential friends. I believe we can stretch a point and forget about...
Carew! You're a fool.
Dr. Gillespie.
Good night.
Is a fine thing you do for us, Dr. Kildare. You and Dr. Gillespie.
We didn't do anything.
Oh, this nice room, all these flowers, so lovely. And these telegrams, they'll make my Rico feel big and strong again. But it's best of all, you bring my Tony back for be friends with his papa.
It didn't take very much bringing. He was just mixed up. Too proud to admit it.
Still is good thing. Now Rico is... Listen. Is my Rico playing the violin?
Yes. I guess he must be down below there in the street. Would you like the window open?
No, I'm hear it fine. Everything's so strange. It's like a long time ago. He's played the same song in Napoli. I feel like a young girl. And it's a springtime by the sea. It's warm. And I'm a walk on the road with Rico. Happy like a bird. Dr. Kildare, you tell Rico I'm like the song very much.
Yes, I'll tell him.
So long a time. So good a life. Oh, Rico mio. Rico.
Come in, Dr. Gillespie.
Parker said the Mazzianos were leaving early, so I wanted to... Oh, when, Jimmy?
Just now.
Oh, that's too bad. That's Rico out there, huh?
Yes. But I don't think he's really out there at all. I think he's on a road near Naples in the moonlight, serenading a beautiful young girl a long time ago.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. once again the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
What a session that was.
What's the matter, Jimmy? Tough case this morning?
Yeah, obstetrical. Turned out okay. 7 pounds, 4 ounces. Mother and son getting along nicely. Why did we do it, Dr. Gillespie?
Why do we do what?
Become doctors.
Well?
Last night, Carmen Marciano died. This morning, I deliver a new baby. Score 1-1. So what's it all add up to?
Life?
And death.
Well, they're both counterparts of the same thing.
What is that same thing?
Well, now, the Society for Dealing with Profound Questions is now in session. Dr. Kildare has just asked what is the same thing. Dr. Kildare is a brilliant young physician and surgeon who was occasionally troubled by a hole in his head. And at such times, he thinks he doesn't want to be a doctor.
All right. The witness withdraws the question. Maybe I am tired. Last night hit me pretty hard, but when you come right down to it, I guess if I couldn't be a doctor, I wouldn't want to be anything else in this world.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Dr. Kildare is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Malaya, starring Spencer Tracy, James Stewart, Valentina Cortesa, Sidney Greenstreet, and John Hodiak. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Jay Novello, Ted Osborne, Peggy Weber, and Peter Leeds. Dick Joy speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
What are you looking at, Jimmy? You haven't moved from that window for 15 minutes.
Just looking at the people down there in the street. Wondering how many of them are alive because some doctor somewhere went through medical school and was there to help when they needed it. Wondering how many of them will have years added to their lives because of some doctor they haven't met yet. How many need a doctor at this moment and don't know it? Won't know it until it's too late. I wish it were possible to stand up here and establish some sort of contact with the man in the street.
Why don't you just go down and set up a stall on the corner and examine every man that goes by?
You're not in very good humor today, are you? What's the matter? Liver acting up again?
You mind your own liver.
Your color's bad.
My color's excellent. You're seeing spots in front of your eyes from staring out of that window.
If I could save one man's life out of each 1,000 that walks by down there, it'd be worth examining the 1,000.
Jimmy, if you don't have enough work to do around here, I can easily...
Well, there's plenty to do, and I'm leaving to do it right now. Goodbye, Dr. Gillespie. Nice to have seen you. See you around.
Ah.
Oh, and you better take something for that liver.
Get out of here! That boy's getting too smart for his britches. Get out of here and leave my liver alone.
Well, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize you wanted to be alone with your liver.
What did you barge in here for, Miss Nosy?
I am only in here because Dr. Carew phoned down and asked me to tell you that he was on his way down with Mr. Pendleton.
Pendleton? Vernon Pendleton?
That's what I said.
The Vernon Pendleton that's on the board of directors of this hospital?
Do you know of any other Mr. Vernon Pendleton that Dr. Carew would consider of sufficient importance to personally escort down to your office?
It isn't fair. It isn't fair that I should get Pendleton again this year. I got him last year.
Well, I'm sure Dr. Carew wants him to have the very best attention. After all, Mr. Pendleton donates a good deal of money to this hospital every year.
Spare me the gruesome details. Vernon Pendleton. The only thing wrong with that man is that he's in the last stages of being a hypochondriac. Come in!
Dr. Gillespie, here you are. You remember Mr. Pendleton, don't you?
Oh, yes, of course. How are you, Mr. Pendleton?
Poorly, Dr. Gillespie. Poorly.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Well, where do you feel poorly this time, Mr. Pendleton?
Well, I'll tell you, Dr. Gillespie.
If you two gentlemen will excuse me.
Dr. Carew, just a moment, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Mr. Pendleton, is it your stomach again?
It was my stomach, my back, my arms, my legs, my head, my...
Exactly. Just as I thought, Mr. Pendleton. Evidently, I wasn't able to help you too much last year.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Dr. Gillespie. For a time, I may have improved.
No. I wasn't able to help you, or you wouldn't be back among us so soon. Now, Dr. Carew will tell you we have a specialist on our staff much better equipped to handle your type of case.
Not better than you, Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie is just being modest.
Well, now, your type of illness takes a very modern approach.
Oh.
And I can't think of anyone better equipped to handle someone who was having trouble with his stomach, back, arms, legs, and head Dr. Kildare.
Kildare?
Now, I
His office is right down the hall. Dr. Carew will show you the way. I'm sure you'll find him more than satisfactory. Much as I regret losing you as a patient, I sincerely feel that Kildare is your man.
Well, let's talk to Kildare, Carew.
Very well, Mr. Pendleton. Of course, I don't know if he's in his office.
He is.
Oh.
Then let's see him. Nice to have seen you, Dr. Gillespie.
Glad to have seen you, Mr. Pendleton.
That was not very nice of you, Dr. Gillespie. After all, Dr. Kildare doesn't know about Mr. Pendleton.
I am a dirty dog. A dirty dog.
Mr. Pendleton, what seems to be the trouble?
I don't know. That's what I expect you to tell me, Dr. Kildare.
That's fair enough. And tell me how you've been feeling.
Well, I've been feeling just terribly, Dr. Kildare, simply terribly. My stomach hasn't been right. And I've had terrible headaches and trouble with my back, and I've had a shooting pain that comes and goes in my left elbow, and my eyes have been bothering me. And nothing I take for these things does a bit of good.
You've been taking things?
Oh, my stars, yes. I have a pill for my liver, a pill for my gallbladder, 2 pills for my headaches, 3 pills for my back, 1 pill for my eyes, 1 pill for the shooting pain in my elbow, a half a dozen pills to help my general overall condition. And then, of course, I take practically every kind of vitamin on the market.
I see. Very well, Mr. Pendleton. If you'll step into the next room and disrobe, I'd like to examine you.
Oh, whatever you say, Doctor.
Come in.
Oh, sorry.
Are you attempting to establish contact with the man in the street again?
I see you haven't done anything about that liver.
Leave my liver alone. A man's entitled to some privacy.
You're really in rare form today, Doctor.
Well, I trust you're the same. How are you coming on with Mr. Pendleton?
I thought you were supposed to take care of the board of directors.
Well, I thought it was only fair to give you a crack at some of them, too. One for all and all for one, you know.
I don't like the expression on your face.
I'll quit harping on my liver.
This is not your liver, it's your attitude. There's something that's not quite kosher about all this.
Dr. Kildare, you have an ugly, suspicious mind.
Yes? Well, I didn't have before I met you.
I'm ready, Doctor.
Your patient seems to be calling you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. My hearing is not impaired.
Yes.
Oh, and thank you for recommending the patient to me, Dr. Gillespie.
The pleasure was all mine, Dr. Kildare. The pleasure was all mine.
Good morning, Mr. Pendleton.
Oh.
Well, you're early for your appointment.
Well, Doctor, I don't mind telling you I had a frightful night last night. Just frightful.
Really? Why was that?
Well, I was so concerned about what news you'd have for me today. I want to tell you, when a man gets to be my age, things like this are very hard to face.
Well, Mr. Pendleton, I have very good news for you.
You have?
I certainly have. There's nothing wrong with you.
There's no... Would you mind repeating that, Dr. Kildare?
I said there's nothing wrong with you.
But that's not true. That's not true. My head, my stomach, my back, my legs, my elbow...
I've given you a complete and most thorough examination, and you're in fine physical shape, Mr. Pendleton.
I don't believe it. You're wrong. You've got to be wrong. I know how I feel. How could I feel like this if nothing was wrong with me? I want a more thorough examination.
Mr. Pendleton, sometimes people magnify and imagine things until they think they're sick, when there's really nothing of any serious nature wrong with them at all.
Oh, and they told me you were a good doctor. They said you were better than Gillespie. Why, you couldn't carry Gillespie's hypodermic needle.
That's quite true, Mr. Pendleton. Dr. Gillespie is one of the great men of medicine in this country. The rest of us, at best, in his presence, can merely be students.
Dr. Gillespie was always able to find something wrong with me.
Oh, then undoubtedly he also cured you of whatever was wrong with you. Now, you're in fine shape.
Oh.
Just forget about yourself. Take a few days' rest if you can, and you'll be feeling fit as a fiddle.
Well, I'm not going to take this lying down, you know. I'm going to Dr. Carew. We'll mighty soon see what he thinks about this report of yours. And you told me he was a good doctor.
Well, he is a good doctor.
Well, he told me there was nothing wrong with me. He stood right in front of me and looked into these eyes, these poor bloodshot eyes, these eyes that have suffered through endless nights. Just look at them.
My.
Well, what kind of doctors are you employing in this hospital?
Oh, the best. The very best.
Well, you may think they're the best, but I don't think much of them. If this is the kind of medical men my money is paying for, I'm going to take my support to some other hospital.
No, don't do that. Don't be hasty, Mr. Pendleton. There must be some mistake. Yes, some mistake. I'll get to the bottom of it. Have no fear about that. I'll get to the bottom of it.
Nothing wrong with me, indeed. I'm a sick man, mighty sick. Anyone can look at me and know that I'm a sick man. I can look at myself and know that I'm a sick man, and I'm not even a doctor.
Of course you're a sick man. Now, you go home and rest, Mr. Pendleton, and I'll look into this matter. I'll give it my personal attention, Mr. Pendleton. Kildare, I tell you, you've got to find something wrong with Vernon Pendleton.
But there isn't anything wrong with him, Dr. Carew. I've examined him from head right down to his little tootsies, and believe me, you'll go a long way before you find a healthier specimen.
Oh. Kildare, you've heard of school spirit, haven't you? They must have had it at your school.
School spirit? What's that got to do with Vernon Pendleton?
Sometimes things are done for the good of the team, for the good of the school. It's the old show must go on spirit, you know. You see what I'm driving at, don't you?
Not so far.
Oh. Sometimes we have to shut our eyes to certain things for the good of the hospital. Sometimes we have to tell people what they want to hear for the good of the hospital. And it isn't always wrong, Kildare. Sometimes the things that people want to hear turn out to be the things that do them the most good.
Well, I'm not going to tell a man he's sick when he isn't.
No, of course not. But Mr. Pendleton has a big body. There must be something wrong with it someplace. Dr. Kildare, as head of this hospital, I must point out to you that Mr. Pendleton is a large contributor.
Dr. Carew, look at all those people down in the street. There's a multitude there that needs attention, and you insist that a doctor waste time trying to find something wrong with Vernon Pendleton.
Well, at least pretend to. Tell him he made a mistake or something new.
Very well, Dr. Carew. If you want to make a sick man out of Mr. Pendleton, all right. I'll play ball with you. I'll show you the old team spirit.
That's the idea, Kildare. Now you're cooking on a Bunsen burner.
Hello, Sally. Kildare speaking. Send out an ambulance to pick up Mr. Vernon Pendleton. And when he arrives at the hospital, I want him put into one of the isolation rooms. Have the driver that brings him here wear a mask. And don't let anyone go in or out of his room without a mask. Got that? Thank you.
Well, now that sounded like action, Dr. Kildare.
Dr. Carew, I wasn't completely truthful when I said there was nothing wrong with Mr. Pendleton.
That's the kind of talk I like to hear.
There is something wrong, something terribly wrong. And I'm going to do my best to cure him of it.
Oh? What is it? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give Mr. Pendleton the special Kildare treatment for hypochondriacs.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Good morning, Mr. Pendleton. Did you have a good night's sleep?
No. Dr. Kildare, why am I shut up here like this? Why have you got a mask on? Why does everybody wear a mask when they come in here?
It's just a precautionary measure, Mr. Pendleton. May be quite unnecessary, but until we find out the nature of your illness, we can't be too careful. Now, let me have a look at this chart.
Well, what are you taking a precautionary measure against, Dr. Kildare? What do you think I might have?
In the case of a mysterious malady such as yours, we can't tell without extensive tests. We have to keep you in isolation until we are positive that you are in no way contagious.
Contagious? Oh, dear me.
Here's Nurse Parker with your breakfast.
Oh, breakfast.
Good morning, Mr. Pendleton. Now, let me crank up your bed.
Yes, you're having a lovely cup of weak tea without cream or sugar and a delicious piece of dry toast.
I don't like tea and dry toast.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Pendleton, but that's all you can have just now. It's part of our first test.
First test?
Yes. After a while, we're going to let you swallow a small, soft rubber tube.
I don't want to swallow a small, soft rubber tube.
Well, I know it isn't very pleasant, but it's part of the stomach test, Mr. Pendleton. You were complaining of pains in your stomach, you know.
Oh, well, I don't have them now.
Well, we want to find out why you've been having them.
Do I have to swallow a hose to have you find out?
Yes, I'm afraid you do. Because through that hose, we're going to remove part of your breakfast in an hour and test it.
My appetite's gone. I don't think I can eat a thing.
I'm afraid I have to insist, Mr. Pendleton. After all, you wanted a thorough examination, and I intend to be thorough.
Well, yes, I know. You can be thorough, and then you can be thorough. There's no use getting carried away with this thing, is there?
Nurse, after he finishes eating, I want some blood specimens.
Oh, yes, Dr. Kildare.
I'll be back a little later, Mr. Pendleton. Hope you enjoy your breakfast.
Oh, breakfast. Nurse, this is the isolation wing, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Pendleton.
Oh, dear. I don't suppose many people leave these rooms alive.
Oh, yes. Several people have.
Nurse, would you mind phoning my house for me?
Not at all, Mr. Pendleton.
And tell whoever answers to get hold of my attorney and have him come down here.
Oh, your attorney? You want him to talk to Dr. Kildare about springing you?
No. I want him to be sure my will is in order.
Oh, you're not going to die, Mr. Pendleton.
No one could swallow a rubber tube and live.
Now, it isn't that bad. No one's ever died from it yet. Of course, it isn't very comfortable. really isn't much fun being sick, is it, Mr. Pendleton?
Oh, don't ever give me another rubber tube to swallow. Oh.
Now, Mr. Pendleton, Dr. Kildare wants you to drink this.
What is it?
It's a lovely glass of buttermilk with barium in it.
Oh, horrible.
After you drink it, Dr. Kildare is going to look at you behind the fluoroscopic X-ray screen.
Well, do you see anything?
I see peristaltic waves.
You see what?
Peristaltic waves.
Oh, is that serious?
That's the contractions of the stomach.
Oh, I feel worse than I did before I got in here.
It always gets worse before it gets better. I'm going to make a new man out of you, Mr. Pendleton.
Oh, I hope I live that long.
How's your patient in isolation, Dr. Kildare? Have you found anything startling?
Not so far.
It's absolute nonsense putting a man through all those tests.
He wanted a thorough examination. He even went to Carew and demanded a thorough examination. Well, he's getting one.
You've been giving him the works, huh?
Blood test, ulcer test, gallbladder test.
I wish I could have been there to see some of them.
Well, if he was your patient, you could have been there. But you didn't want him as a patient, remember?
How's he taking it?
Like a man on the last lap of the last mile. He's had his attorneys down twice, making changes in his will.
Well, he's probably cutting the hospital out of it.
No, that's the funny part. He says this is the first efficient examination he's ever had. May not be enjoying it, but he feels it's efficient.
What's he getting next?
Well, now he's going to swallow the rubber tube with the metal perforated tip.
No! That is one of the most uncomfortable... Yeah, I wouldn't have the heart to do that to any man that didn't really need it.
Well, how do you know he doesn't need it? You pass the rubber tube through the stomach to the duodenum where it remains. The duodenal juices are collected and...
Well, kindly spare me the classroom lecture, Dr. Kildare. I don't need any refresher course.
Well, then you know that this test will enable me to study the secretion of the pancreas, which plays an important part in Mr. Pendleton's digestion. And it's his stomach that he keeps complaining about.
You're going to do all these things, waste all these examinations on a healthy man.
I don't think they're going to be wasted, Dr. Gillespie. I hope through these examinations to bring Mr. Pendleton back to health. Care to come along and have a look at the patient?
I certainly would. Go ahead.
Evening, Mr. Pendleton.
Oh, Dr. Kildare. Why, you're not wearing your mask. Dr. Gillespie.
Evening, Mr. Pendleton.
It isn't necessary to wear masks any longer.
Is it necessary?
That's right. There's no longer any need for it.
Oh, you mean you've given me up for lost?
No, and I have no intention of giving you up for lost.
That's right, Doctor. Keep fighting until the last.
He will.
Mr. Pendleton, do you know what it's like outside?
No.
Well, there's a snap in the air. And when you walk, you want to put your head back and take deep breaths. The air's like November wine.
I've always liked this time of year. I have a small farm in Connecticut. And during this season, I like to... I don't suppose I'll ever see it again.
You're going to see it before the week is over.
Alive or dead?
Very much alive. Mr. Pendleton, I've completed my examinations and tests. I know everything that a medical test can tell a doctor about a patient. I know what's wrong with you.
Is it curable?
It certainly is. Won't even be difficult to cure if you exert a little self-control.
Well, what is it? What is it, Dr. Kildare?
Mr. Pendleton, you are the victim of pills.
Of what?
Too many pills. The pills that you took for your elbow upset your stomach. The pills that you took for your stomach gave you those headaches. The pills that you took for your headaches upset your pancreas. In other words, you've been swallowing so much medicine that you've kept your whole system upset. Now, if you'll throw away the pills, you're going to be a new man. That's what I found out from all those tests.
No more pills.
No more pills.
Not even one pill?
No pills at all. Mr. Pendleton, I realize I'm depriving you of something.
Yes, you certainly are.
Ah, but he's giving you something in exchange, Mr. Pendleton. In exchange, he's giving you evenings to walk across that Connecticut countryside of yours. Days that you'll start out brisk and invigorated and eager to work. He's giving you nights when you'll sleep. He's giving you peace of mind, and in time, a whole brand new nervous system. Dr. Kildare's giving you back all the time you've been spending in worrying. To spend in enjoying life.
I know, Dr. Gillespie. Oh, Dr. Kildare, you've taken a great load off my heart. I thought these last few days, I thought I'd reached the end. Now, to know that I can leave here and go back to life. Dr. Kildare, you've given me a new lease on life.
I sincerely believe I have, Mr. Pendleton. I hope you'll obey my instructions.
Oh, you have my word, Dr. Kildare. I'll never take another pill unless you prescribe it.
Then, Mr. Pendleton, I pronounce you cured.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Pardon me. If you're back establishing contact with the man in the street again, I wouldn't dream of bothering you.
No, come and look. That's the world down there, our world. You and I and all the other men of medicine in the universe are all that stands between them and death. There's our world to protect, to heal, to care for.
You know, Jimmy, you were right about Mr. Pendleton. He was sick. But somehow that never occurred to me.
Say, your liver must really be acting up. I think I'll take you downstairs and examine it.
You keep away from me now. My liver's fine.
Couldn't be. This milk of human kindness comes from you only when your liver's getting very acute.
My liver's all right now. That's funny.
What's funny?
Well, I really did feel a little pain in that region just now, but... Confound it, you're going to end up making a hypochondriac out of me. Come in!
Well, gentlemen, it's been a good day for the hospital. Kildare, you did a fine job, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you, Dr. Grew.
In fact, you did such a good job that from now on, we're going to send all the hypochondriac cases to you.
Oh, no.
That's a fine idea, Dr. Carew. A splendid idea. Because I never saw a man handle a hypochondriac better than Dr. Kildare. And speaking of hypochondriacs, Jimmy, maybe you better have a look at that liver of mine.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Dr. Kildare is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Key to the City, starring Clark Gable, Loretta Young, Frank Morgan, and Marilyn Maxwell. This program was written by Gene Holloway and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ted Osborne, and Joseph Kearns. Dick Joy speaking.
listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Look to Lockheed for leadership. The men and women of Lockheed Aircraft present Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X, produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The Man Called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you and I cross town. He is the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for all of us. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X takes us to India, land of jeweled Maharajas and beautiful princesses. But as the story opens, Mr. X is not yet within earshot of softly tinkling temple bells. For the moment, he's traveling down New York's Great White Way. And the lady sharing the cab with him is not an Indian princess, but Miss Nancy Bessington, anxious to arrive on time for the opening of a new musical comedy.
Driver, I want you to drop us at the Gotham Towers, corner 45th Street.
Okay. But, Ken, that's miles away from the theater. What are you up to?
Donnie, I'm trying to kill two birds with one stone, to get rid of this Barney Oldfield and to deliver a letter.
Letter? Are you by any chance working for the post office department?
No, dear, but there's a department in Washington that'll be plenty interested in it.
Washington? And you whisper that in my ear 10 minutes before curtain time.
Oh, I was going to tell you. But when this fellow's driving, all I could think of was the police department.
24th floor. Penthouse elevator to your right, down the hall. Just push the button. It's automatic.
Come on, Nancy.
Okay.
Now, this whole affair won't take us 3 minutes, sweet. All I have to do is to deliver the letter to a certain Ama Pahalani.
Who?
Well, he's the representative of an East Indian Maharaja who's been here negotiating some deal or other.
Well, what's in the letter, Ken?
I think it's a contract.
Oh.
The boys didn't choose to tell me, and I didn't choose to ask because I didn't want to be dragged into the matter.
Here, let me push the button for the elevator. There.
You'd better push it again. It's not, Oh, here it comes. Oh. Stand aside, dear. The door's sliding open.
Oh, there's someone in here.
Someone was in there. This man's dead. Well, look at his turban, all covered with blood.
Oh, don't touch him.
Wait, his eyes are flickering open. He's trying to speak. Mr. Pahalani?
Pahalani?
Are you Ama Pahalani?
He's trying to... He nodded.
Yeah. Mr. Pahalani, I'm Kenneth Thurston. I'm Mr. X. I brought you a letter. A contract that must be delivered.
His lips are moving. He's trying to say something.
Yes, let me bend closer.
Sorry.
Can you whisper, Mr. Pahalani? Who is to get the letter? Yeah? Maharaja? Is that what you're saying? Maharaja?
Ken, the buzzer.
Yeah, someone's pushed the button upstairs. Let's get out of here, quick. And stand away from the door. It's closing. Now to get downstairs fast, and then I want a taxi that can fly.
Ken, how in the world can you think of going to the theater now?
Theater? Honey, I'm going to India.
Oh.
Thurston, about to land, sir.
Oh, wonderful city, isn't it, Stewart? Those golden roofs shining in the sun. All those graceful domes and spires. Gosh.
Look out the other window, sir. See? There's the Maharaja's palace.
Why, it's like a walled city in itself.
Yes, sir.
Look at that huge tower. Wonder what the palace looks like on the inside.
Inside? I've often wondered, too, sir.
Well, I'll tell you all about it on my way back.
You might find that rather difficult, sir. No foreigner has ever left that palace alive.
carry your bag, Sahib?
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Why, Agon Zolsmith, you chasing me again?
But I'm Zagan, Mr. X.
Oh, Agon, either one. It's like being chased by the devil.
Isn't it fantastic that we should meet here in India?
Not as fantastic as your costume. A man with your physique parading around in a loincloth.
But Mr. X, I'm a yogi.
Oh, a yogi is it?
A yogi of great powers. I know the language of animals. I can foretell the future. I can transport you magically to any distant spot.
Then you're just the man I want. Transport me to the Maharaja's palace.
Oh, well, Mr. X, there are limits even to my powers.
You think your powers would increase if I gave you 50 rupees?
Oh, yes. I already feel much stronger. For 100 rupees, I'll take you to the Maharaja's prime minister. He will be very happy to arrange an interview with the Maharaja.
How do you know he'll be happy to arrange it?
Didn't I see I can see the future?
And I can still see your past, so take your hand out of my pocket.
I'm sorry.
You're not going to steal that letter, Zagon.
I'm delighted to see you, Mr. Thurston. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Permit me to finish. I'm delighted to see you in my capacity as a private individual. But as the Maharaja's Prime Minister, I'm pained to inform you that you will not be granted permission to stay.
Suppose I tell you that I was sent by Amar Pahalani.
And may I inquire who Amar Pahalani is?
Was. He died in New York, murdered, while on a mission for the Maharaja, as you well know.
But I do not know. At no time did His Highness the Maharaja send any emissary to the United States.
Well, surely Washington wouldn't have received him as an accredited representative.
I am as mystified as you are, Mr. Thurston.
But look at this envelope. It contains certain papers which must be delivered to His Highness.
I know of no papers, Mr. Thurston. Is it possible that you are the victim of a practical joke?
Well, Amar Pahalani must have had quite a sense of humor to let himself be murdered for a laugh.
I agree with you. It's baffling. Write me the solution when you get home, because you are taking the evening plane back to America.
Mr. Prime Minister, I still request that you get me into the palace.
You are asking the impossible. I won't attempt miracles.
No, that would probably call for a yogi with magic powers.
Sahib. See great rope trick, Sahib. I will show you now, Chief. May you grow rich. No, Mr. X, don't trust him. He's a charlatan.
It's about time you showed up, Zagon.
I almost couldn't come, Mr. X. You see, this is my hour for lying on a board studded with nails.
I'm kind of on pins and needles myself. Now, did you arrange to get me into the palace?
Wait. Let us stop in front of the snake charmer.
Not too close to the snake, please.
Pretend to be watching him while I whisper to you. Now listen carefully, Mr. X. Tonight I will take you to the palace.
Zagon? How? When? I'm not even asking how much.
Price is small, only 1,000 rupees. Meet me at midnight by the Babbling Brook under the palace walls.
Midnight, Babbling Brook. You shall get your 1,000 rupees. Thanks, Zagon. And I don't need to add, may you grow rich. Do those temple bells always go off at midnight?
Yes, they ring for the souls of those who entered this palace grounds and were never seen again.
Charming custom. Well, lead the way.
Here, Mr. X. Up the steps. There are guards about and a few tigers on the loose.
Fine thing. These stairs seem endless.
Yes, we are going up into the tower. Here is the balcony from which they throw down the bodies.
The bodies of unexpected visitors, I suppose.
Now climb through after me. This is the window of the 1,000 jewels.
Zagon, is it cricket to sneak into the Maharaja's room like this?
Are you in? Jump down. This is not the Maharaja's room, Mr. X.
Then where am I, Zagon? Look, I insist on seeing the Maharaja.
Won't I do?
Huh?
Instead?
Who are you? So fragile in your shimmering veils.
I am the Princess Radhanika, the Maharaja's niece. And you are a guest in my chamber.
It's an exquisite chamber. Too bad that I can't stay and admire the sights.
Mr. X, maybe I did wrong to bring you into the Zenana, the women's quarter.
Man to man, Zagon. I don't object at all.
Thank you.
The princess will undoubtedly lead me to the Maharaja.
No, you must not see him. That is why I sent for you. My uncle is a cruel, evil man. He'll believe us. Sit outside on my doorstep.
I obey, O princess. Goodbye, Mr. X. And may you grow happy and wise.
Sit by me, Mr. X. On these cushions.
Silken cushions. Fragrant with jasmine. Huh?
I'm signaling my musicians. They will play so that our conversation may not be overheard. You will find betel nuts and sweetmeats on that golden tray. Reach for the wine.
A jug of wine and thou. No, I better keep my head clear for the interview with the Maharaja.
Why do you keep insisting on that? Must I warn you again and again of the danger?
I love you for that, but why are you so concerned about a stranger like me?
Because you are not a stranger.
Press my hand like that again, and I'll begin to agree with you.
You're not a stranger. Because we knew someone in common. Amar Pahalani.
Well, I'm glad to hear someone claim Pahalani for a friend. The Prime Minister denied that the man ever existed.
The Prime Minister was not aware that Amar went to the United States.
Apparently, the Prime Minister doesn't keep up with things. Very sloppy of him not to keep track of the Maharaja's emissaries.
But he was not the Maharaja's emissary. I sent him to your country, Mr. X.
You?
To raise money. Much money.
Oh, don't tell me you're broke, Princess. My, your lovely arms, I mean, they glisten with emeralds and rubies.
It takes limitless money to overthrow the Maharaja.
Am I to understand that you and the late Mr. Pahalani had serious thoughts of deposing the Maharaja?
Yes. And to kill him. Just as he killed my father. With his own hands to gain the throne.
Oh, and those stories about the Maharaja's cruelty aren't just publicity.
Someday the truth will be told that my father didn't die of malaria.
Malaria is quite a nuisance around here, isn't it? Wonder if I'm allergic.
I would 1,000 times rather have you die of malaria than be strangled by the Maharaja.
You are concerned, Princess. And you obviously don't want me to deliver the letter to His Highness, in spite of Pahalani's dying request.
Perhaps you misunderstood him. Perhaps he said Radhanika, not Maharaja.
Perhaps. His English was far from perfect. Whereas your lips speak a universal language.
So give me the letter. You will not find me ungrateful.
Ah, paradise now.
Oh. No, don't kiss me again. First, the letter.
Radhanika, why change the subject?
Because I must get that letter before the Maharaja arrives.
Let him arrive. I welcome his arrival. Your kisses have made me as bold as a lion.
Keep your voice down. Are you deliberately trying to get him to come in here?
Yes, deliberately and cold-bloodedly.
Please?
Do you think I'll just hand you that letter and leave like a cad, letting you face danger alone?
Sounds so wild.
Yes, I'm in a fever of indignation. Fever. Oh, Radhanika, feel my head. Am I kicking up a temperature?
Give me the letter.
I'm ill.
Give me the letter and go.
Go. In my condition, my knees are giving way. Let me just lie here on the couch.
No, you mustn't lie down. Mr. X, sit up.
Malaria. Can it be malaria?
No.
Why, my teeth are chattering.
Please,
I've got the
please,
shakes.
go.
Oh.
Yogi, come in here.
Yogi is at your disposal, Princess.
Mr. X is either play acting or he is ill with malaria.
I can cure sickness of the soul, but for the body, I would need quinine.
Mustn't mention quinine. Only the court physician has that, and he would betray us.
I'm chilled. Cover me.
Yes, cover him.
Well, here, Mr. X, I'm putting rocks on you.
All right. No. Yogi, we've got to get him out of here. But first you must help me search him for that letter.
Dagon, is that you?
Yes?
Put blankets on me.
Why?
More. Cover me with your jacket.
But, Mr. X, if I give you my jacket, then I will freeze in this loincloth.
Put your jacket on him, Yogi. Anything to keep him quiet while we search him.
Well, here is my coat, Mr. Feel warm enough?
Put on the light, Yogi. No one must know that I'm still awake.
But, Princess, I always find it difficult to pick pockets in the dark.
The gong.
Oh.
Yogi, that's a signal. The Maharaja has left his chambers. Heaven help us if he enters this tower.
I'll blow out the light in a minute if I can ever catch my breath.
Now we must wait here in the dark, Yogi. The gong will sound nearer and nearer.
Oh, I can foretell the future, and it's not very promising.
I'm sorry he ever came here. I'm afraid.
Ah, my beloved. Fill the cup that clears today of past regrets and future fears.
Poetry is delirious.
Search him. This can mean death.
Dust unto dust, and under dust lie. Sans wine, sans song, sans singer, and sans end. Just a moment, we will continue with the second act of tonight's exploit of the man called X, starring Mr. Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest-flying land transport in use today. Certainly, this is an interesting statement. Yet again tonight, we of Lockheed wish to point out what these points of superiority, largest, fastest, highest flying, mean to you, the airline passenger. Now, the ability to carry heavy loads for great distances at high speed is a direct result of power and design. And these factors, power and design, built into the Lockheed Constellation, provide such things as safety and comfort and economy. The Constellation can fly high over the highest mountain ranges and high above storms and disturbing air currents. It can land and take off from any standard airport. And, this is important, it can maintain altitude and even climb on any two of its four powerful engines. Furthermore, on flights of as short as 100 miles, the Lockheed Constellation has been found to operate more efficiently and more economically than the ordinary two-engine transport you fly in today. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, safety-wise and comfort-wise and economy-wise, the Lockheed Constellation is setting brand new standards in air transportation. Today, it serves the Army Air Forces. Tomorrow, it will serve you, bringing the airport in your town closer and ever closer to other cities and towns in America and to lands beyond the horizon. So again, we say, remember the name, the Lockheed Constellation. Another example of Lockheed leadership. We return to tonight's exploit to the man called X, starring Herbert Marshall, to find him in the scented boudoir of an Indian princess. He had come to this mysterious principality of India to deliver a letter to the ruling Maharaja. But now Mr. X is suffering from an attack of malaria, and the princess is trying to steal the letter from his pocket, while gongs announce the approach of the Maharaja.
Yogi, the gong sound in the tower now. The Maharaja is coming up the stairs.
Princess, I've looked through all the pockets of Mr. X. I can't find the letter.
Wait, I will draw aside the curtains. Let the moon shine in.
Yon rising moon looks for us again. How oft hereafter will she wax and wane?
No letter. I am ready to give up and magically transport myself a safe distance from here.
Wait, Yogi, before you leave. I must give you a note to take to the Prime Minister. I will write it here in the moonlight. Wait.
While Mr. X's pockets are so convenient, I might as well collect my small fee of 1,000 rupees.
Take the cash and let the credit go. Nor heed the rumble of the distant drum.
Here is the note. The Prime Minister will know what to do when he gets it.
Before I go, I must get back the jacket that I put on Mr. X. This loincloth looks too informal. Here. Now.
Have you got your jacket on?
Yes.
Then go. Behind that tapestry, you will find a secret door.
What? A dark passage. What is the strange smell? It's suffocating.
You will get used to the smell. Goodbye, Yogi, goodbye. Now I'm alone with this babbling idiot. What am I to do with him?
Make the most of time we may yet spend before we too into the dust descend.
Rodonico, open the door. Rodonico!
Yes, Your Highness. I'm opening it.
I heard voices in here. Chamberlain, bring your light.
Here is the lamp, Your Highness.
Hold it higher. A man.
An intruder, Uncle. I struggled. I fought him.
Yes, fought him with sweetmeats and betel nuts.
Fought me with soft blandishments.
You're over?
To keep me from disturbing Your Highness's slumber.
Nonsense. She knows very well that I have insomnia. Rise, sir. Who are you?
I'm the man called X, an amateur letter carrier.
I beg your...
Don't listen to him. He has no letter.
Of course he hasn't, Rodanika. I was not born yesterday.
Highness, does the name Amar Pahalani mean anything to you?
Huh? Yes. Yes, it means 1,000,000 rupees. It means a missing contract for the sale of 10,000 pounds of Chincona bark.
Then the deal involves Chincona bark. Precious Chincona, from which quinine is made.
Yes. Tell me, have you really got Amar's letter?
He hasn't. Have him shot.
In good time, Radanika. Mr. X, do not try my patience.
I'm forced to, Your Highness. The letter, owing to interference with the mail, is not on me.
What? Lost?
Not if we hurry.
Where to?
To the always hospitable home of His Excellency the Prime Minister. That's where the letter is.
It's a lie. Don't go with him. Don't.
I seldom lie, Princess. Though occasionally I exaggerate things like malaria symptoms. Why don't you, slip something over your shimmering veils and come along with us?
Do so, Radanika. Then, if the fellow is a liar, Uncle will let you shoot him with Uncle's own gun.
No, I can't. I won't go.
He's trying to escape through the window.
Window of 1,000 jewels. I've caught her.
Put me down. Let me go.
No, Princess. No. I'm carrying you to yon jasmine-scented cushion.
Hurry, Mr. X. The Prime Minister retires early.
I hope you'll retire permanently. Coming, Your Highness. Just let me cover Radanika with a rug. When I tore a chunk out of her shimmering veil. There.
Your Highness. Servant, where is your worthy master, that scoundrel?
Why, His Excellency, he's out.
Out? Now what excuse will you find, Mr. X?
The letter is coming by carrier pigeon, and that means you, Zagon, get out from under that table.
Mr. X, this is my hour for making myself invisible.
Stand up like a man and pick your pocket.
My own pocket is highly unprofessional.
Then I'll have to do it for you, Zagon.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, stop squirming, no.
Well,
have to look in your other pocket. Don't act so kittenish.
I'm ticklish.
Here it is. Your Highness, I have the honor of handing you the letter.
Amar Pahalani's letter, sealed with his own ring. Now let me open it.
I had a fortune in my pocket and I didn't know it. What kind of a yogi am I?
As one miracle man to another, Zagon, I switched the letter from my pocket to yours when you covered me with your jacket.
Yes, the contract is in order. Look, sealed, signed.
And delivered, finally. And so will the Chincona bark be delivered to my country. With most quinine in the hands of the Japs, this will be vital to our men in the Pacific.
What? Mr. X, an explosion.
Yes, look out the window. Flames.
The Chincona warehouses. Burning. Blown up.
Let's hurry there.
Oh, dear.
Let's go run into that visiting fireman, the Prime Minister. Everything is getting clearer and clearer.
Clearer with those clouds of smoke.
Dragon, where there's smoke, there's fire. Make way for the Maharaja.
Highness, the calamity. The warehouse is in ashes.
The Prime Minister is directing the rescue, Your Highness. Versatile fella. Burns the candle at both ends.
You man, send the Prime Minister here.
He's already coming. A diplomat on a fire helmet.
Highness, Mr. X, my friends, you must dry your tears. This tragedy was written in the Book of Fate.
Are you sure it wasn't written in the note which the princess sent you?
It was, Mr. X. I peeked at the note a little.
Maharaja Saab, do not listen to the yogi. He's probably in a trance. What mortal man can tell why and how Chincona bark burns?
My nose can tell. And it's not Chincona that's burning. This smoke doesn't smell of quinine.
Your Highness, you trust the nose of this foreigner against the
No,
word?
Mr. Prime Minister. These warehouses were empty, systematically looted by you and the princess. And the bark stored elsewhere for eventual sale to Japan.
Your Highness, I can explain.
Explain the murder of Amma Pahalani by your spies.
Explain in your next existence. I shoot you like a dog. May you grow dead. Maybe I killed him too impulsively. Now I shall never discover where the Chincona is stored.
Visit the lovely Radanika. Ask her to draw aside a priceless tapestry. Open a hidden door to a secret passage.
But don't suffocate, Your Highness. I nearly choked to death. Yogi breath control notwithstanding.
Yes, the Chincona bark smelled to high heavens, Dagon. But not worse than Radanika's silken cushions. Confidentially, I hate the smell of jasmine.
The cushions will be buried in the same grave with Radanika.
Poor Radanika. I hope Your Highness will give her a state burial. It's most unlikely that I shall meet her in another existence. Yon rising moon that looks for us again. How oft hereafter will she wax and wane? How oft hereafter, rising look for us through that same garden, and for one in vain. Before our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X, here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, Sunday, October 1st, marks another important milestone in the history of air transportation. Tomorrow, a Lockheed Lodestar, flying the colors of National Airlines, takes off from the Jacksonville, Florida airport and flies the first National Airlines schedule to New York City. Other Lockheed Lodestars will follow on regular schedules to establish the fastest airline service up and down the Atlantic seaboard. Lockheed congratulates National Airlines on the inauguration of this new service, a progressive step that is typical of many other United States airlines. Most of them started small, and with the support of air-minded Americans, extended and expanded until today our nation is a vast network of integrated air systems. Yes, the nation's airlines have established a progress record unmatched by any other American industry. And this is only the beginning. Tomorrow, after victory, new planes and new routes will make the entire world part of the airline network, a system that you and every American can enjoy. And now a word from our star, Herbert Marshall. Next week you'll find me high among the peaks of the eternal Alps in Switzerland, where a simple toy music box leads to adventure, romance, and even danger. For there's a beautiful blonde involved who also proves to be a beautiful shot with a high-powered rifle. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Is presented by the men and women of Lockheed Aircraft. Tonight's exploit was written by Francis Farago. Original music was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Mr. Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. The men and women of Lockheed invite you to join Mr. X again next Saturday. Same time, same station. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed presents Mr. Herbert Marshall as the man called X.
Look to Lockheed for leadership. The men and women of Lockheed Aircraft present Herbert Marshall in The Man Called X, produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The Man Called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you or I cross town. He's the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion, so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for all of us. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X spins the globe and puts his finger on the Balkans, where he searches for an unknown but notorious international criminal. But right now, his mind is far from the troubled world, as he and his fiancée, Nancy Bessington, listen to Valse Bluette in the Gamut Music Shop on East 44th Street in New York City.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ken.
Then we'll take it, my dear.
Do you think they could play that for our wedding march, darling?
Well, it might be rather tough to waltz down the aisle to, and Mendelssohn and Wagner will probably turn over in their graves, but if you insist...
Have you decided to take it, sir?
Yes, will you wrap it, please?
Certainly, it'll just take a moment.
Ah, darling, do you realize how many things we have in common? Good music, good books, good... Ken, are you listening?
Petko.
What did you say, Ken?
Petko Todorovich.
Pet who? Ken, where are you going?
Nancy, that man just leaving the shop.
Darn it. Now, which way did he go?
Ken, what under the sun are you...
Petko. I lost him in the crowd.
And just who is Petko, if you don't mind?
I haven't seen him since we were at school together in Switzerland.
School? Oh, an old friend.
A very close friend, Nancy.
Well, thank goodness. For a minute, I thought you were getting mixed up in one of those things again. But, Ken, you still haven't told me how you got Petko's address.
From Jimmy Hale on the Globe. Come on, Petko, open up. I'd heard he was coming over here as representative of Tito's government.
Oh. Well, then this isn't just a social call after all.
Funny. Why, it's open. Petko, are you home or...
Ken in that chair.
Petko.
Look at him.
Yes, Nancy. Shot through the heart.
But, Ken, why?
I don't know. But he was here on important business for his government.
And he must have been working when it happened. See, here's his typewriter. And, he was just writing a letter. It's to somebody named Anna. But it may give us some idea.
Anna?
But you know her, Ken?
His wife, Nancy. Anna was in Switzerland the year I met Petko. She was very lovely.
Oh?
I was in love with her, too.
Oh.
But I left after that summer, and they were married a couple of years later. Oh, it'll be a terrible shock to her. They were devoted.
Well, what does the letter say, Ken?
Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you. And you will never know how I feel having to leave you again. But, my darling, Day and night I dream of the time when we may be together once more. So bless you. And 1,000,000 kisses from your loving Petco.
Well, I didn't know either of them, but it makes me feel terrible.
Nancy, you had the right hunch when I saw Petco leave the music shop. This is one of those things.
Mrs. Anna Todorovich, 1719 Tsar, Osfotoditl Street, Sofia, Bulgaria.
Yes, Chief. That envelope, already addressed, lay beside the typewriter. They must have moved from Belgrade when Yugoslavia was overrun by the Nazis.
Find anything else, Ken?
The violin, Ken.
Yes, a violin. I didn't know he played. But here's the important thing, Chief. In the medicine cabinet, wrapped inside an ordinary gauze bandage roll, I found this. Here.
Microfilm. Let's see. Look at it through this glass, Ken.
I know. 3 million marks. Borrowed by the Reichsbank from the Belgrade State Bank. Anton Gubek, director.
Anton Gubek. Just a minute. Miller, Dufrovsky, Racek, Gubek. Well, I thought I saw that name on the list. Anton Gubek left New York on a plane this morning for Sofia, Bulgaria.
Oh? But why Sofia?
There's a branch of the Belgrade Bank there.
So that's why Petco was here. He must have had evidence that one of his fellow Yugoslavs was in secret collaboration with the Nazis. He traced him to New York and was about to expose him.
But Gubek got to him first.
Could be. Chief, do me a favor.
Well?
Keep this quiet until I have a chance to see Anna Todorovich and tell her about Petco.
Oh, but Ken, Anna is in Bulgaria.
Yes, my darling, Bulgaria.
Oh.
Landing at Sofia in 5 minutes. Sofia, sir. The plane continues on to Istanbul, Cairo, Ceylon, and Sydney, Australia. You may change for planes for Bucharest, Moscow, Aden. That's it. Back
I'm sorry, Anna. You and Petco must have been so happy together.
Oh, it's too happy. Oh, Ken, why? Why, Petco?
Later, Anna. We'll talk about that later.
But I must know. What did he say to you when you saw him?
Unfortunately, the only time I saw him was just a glimpse as he was leaving a music shop.
Oh.
By the way, I never knew Petco was a violinist.
Oh, he just played for his own amusement. He loved music. He loved everything beautiful. Oh.
No, Anna, dear, don't.
Oh, I'm all right now, Ken.
Anna, do you know a man named Anton Gubek?
Anton Gubek? No, Ken. Should I?
Not particularly. I have an idea he's not a very nice man.
But who is he, Ken?
The director of the Belgrade Bank. He has offices here in Sofia.
But, Ken, what has this to do with Petco?
That's exactly what I want to find out. From Mr. Gubek. Mr. Gubek?
Yes?
My name's Thurston.
Well, what can I do for you?
Mr. Gubek, do you know a man named Petco Todorovich?
Todorovich? No, I'm afraid I don't.
Todorovich was found dead a few days ago in New York City.
So? What has that to do with me?
He was in possession of a photostatic record of dealings between this bank and the Reichsbank.
My dear man, what bank has not had dealings at one time or another with banks of other countries? After all, finance is international. I'm afraid I fail to understand the purpose of your visit.
Oh, I think you do understand. And is there any reason why you shouldn't tell me what you know?
I haven't said I know anything.
Well, in case you change your mind, you can reach me at the Grand Palace Hotel.
Why should I change my mind?
Because the police might be interested in knowing that you left New York on the day Todorovich was murdered. More coffee, Anna?
No, thank you, Ken.
Feel better now?
Much. thanks to your dear self. Petko always said the best cure for grief was music, food, and laughter. You have given me all three tonight.
Anna, think a minute. Are you sure Petko never mentioned Anton Gubek?
I have been thinking ever since you spoke of him, but you see, I knew very little about Petko's business affairs. And since we came to Sofia, practically nothing at all.
What will you do now, Anna?
Go back to Belgrade? Or perhaps even to your America?
Gypsy music is the same all over the world, but this is one of the best groups I've heard in a long time.
Gancho's gypsy violins are very popular. Do you see how some of the players wander around among the tables?
I certainly do. You believe me, Anna, no gypsy wrote that song. And that arrangement.
So you do not care for my improvisations. Well, what else can one play in a cheese box like that?
Zay Gonzalesmith.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought you'd never get here to Sofia, but it was worth waiting for. Will you introduce me?
Oh, yes, Madame Todorovich. Mr. Zelsmith.
Hello.
Poet, scientist, musician, and admirer of beautiful women. I kiss your hand, madame.
Well.
You might as well sit down, Zagan. I suppose it's pointless for me to ask you how you happen to be in Sofia. Or is it just an unhappy coincidence?
Surely, Mr. Thurston, you didn't expect me to abandon you in such a crisis.
Well, why not? You've done it before.
Yes, but only for money. And in case of extreme necessity. And speaking of necessity, Mr. Thurston, there is a little item.
What already?
Well, in addition to the normal traveling expenses, it was expensive to find out your destination. Taxi drivers, baggage masters.
Not a penny, Zagan. Our relationship at the present is purely social.
No, well, in that case, I guess I'd better get back to my wretched job.
Now, just a minute. What does Anton Gubek mean to you?
Oh, you are a very fine psychologist, Mr. Thurston. When you say Gubek, I think of money.
Go on, what else?
What else is there to think of, Mr. Thurston?
All right. What do you know about Gubek?
Well, I know he returned to Sofia on this afternoon's plane.
This afternoon?
Yes, I understand that Mr. Gubek was delayed in Cairo. As a matter of fact, on my way down to my miserable work this evening, I saw him enter his own house with his luggage.
Oh?
Oh, a perfect abomination of Rococo. It's over there in 47 Koshkovo Boulevard.
47 Koshkovo Boulevard.
Yes, and now, excuse me, Mr. X, and the beautiful madame. I must return. It is my turn to play a solo. Au revoir, madame. And if you should need further assistance, Mr. X, I have very flexible business hours.
Your friend Zegon is a comedian, Ken.
Oh, he's amusing enough, but he's got a price list for every laugh. Anna, I hate to bring such a charming evening to a close so quickly, but I want to talk to Gubek tonight. So if you don't mind, I'll see you home first.
Oh, don't bother, Ken. Just put me in a cab. After all, my house is a long way from Koshkovo Boulevard.
Yes? What do you want? Oh, officer. I came here to see Mr. Gubek.
There's Mr. Gubek in there, on the floor. Dead.
Wait a minute. This isn't Gubek?
No? Well, who do you think it is?
This isn't the man I talked to at Gubek's office yesterday afternoon.
I don't know anything about that. But this man is Anton Gubek.
Then who was the man I talked to?
Just a moment. We will continue with Act Two of tonight's exploit of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest-flying land transport in use today. It is capable of carrying 64 passengers, crew, and cargo across the nation in 7 hours. Its 4 engines provide a cruising speed of better than 300 miles an hour and a flight ceiling of well over 20,000 feet. Now, all these facts might indicate to you that while the Constellation is a fine airplane, its use will be confined to long flights between super airports. This isn't true, of course. For all its size and speed and power, the Constellation easily takes off and lands in any standard airport. Furthermore, even on short flights of 100 and 200 miles, it has been found to operate more efficiently and more economically than the ordinary two-engine transport you fly in today. Thus, while the Constellation is serving the Air Forces now, tomorrow it may serve the airport in your town. As an airline local or as a transcontinental express, it will offer you swift, comfortable, safe transportation to neighboring cities or to lands beyond the horizon. Again, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name, the Lockheed Constellation, another example of Lockheed leadership. Now to return to tonight's exploit of Mr. X, whose search for the murderer of his friend Petko Todorovich has led him to Sofia, Bulgaria, only to discover that his only suspect, Anton Gubek, dubious Yugoslav banker, also has been murdered. As we join him, he is in his hotel room with the ubiquitous Zagon Zelsmith.
Mr. X, I am humiliated at having to bring up such a personal subject, but...
You don't look very humiliated to me, Zagon.
Oh, well, I was so excited with my first solo appearance as a violinist that I neglected to conclude my negotiations with you at the cafe.
I don't recall any negotiations.
But, Mr. X, remember, I divulged invaluable information about the unfortunate Mr. Gubek.
Oh, in that case, you owe me money. Your invaluable information ran me right up a blind alley.
Well, then, perhaps you'll be even more interested in Mr. Macek, president of the Macedonian National Bank. Such an interesting story and not too expensive. Or perhaps Mr. Dobrovici, chairman of the board of directors of the Sofia Exchange.
Now, wait a minute. What kind of double talk is this, Zagon?
No, not talk. Names and figures. All here. See? On this.
Microfilm. Zagon, where did you get this?
Oh, do not misunderstand me, Mr. X. I'm a man of scruples, but she was so beautiful, and I was only looking for her address.
Well, whose address? Looking where?
Why, your beautiful friend, of course, when her handbag lay on the table in the cafe.
Zagon, it's hard to believe there could be worse scoundrels than you, but there are, and not half so amusing.
Again, I am humiliated having to bring up a personal subject.
Well, perhaps these American dollars will save you from further embarrassment.
Oh, they do. I now recovered my dignity, and now as an honorable man, I must return this property to the beautiful lady.
That, Zagon, is a pleasure I shall reserve for myself. Good evening, Anna.
I wondered what happened to you. You didn't call. You didn't...
Oh, just a comedy of errors and mistaken identity, that's all.
What?
Now, you see, Gubek isn't Gubek at all. Or wasn't, I should say.
What do you mean?
Oh, I could put it this way. Gubek is dead. Long live Gubek.
Gubek is dead?
Yes, but the man I thought was Gubek is still alive. And most important of all, whoever he is, he's the murderer of Petko. And he's here in Sofia.
Oh, how could he be? Petko was murdered in New York. And... Oh, but Ken, dear, let us not talk about this tonight.
All right. Shall we talk about a summer in Switzerland long ago?
Oh, yes.
About our scrambling for hours to get to the top of some place, only to ski down in a few seconds, laughing at time and space.
Ken, you remember, too. We were above the world. Out of the world. Out...
Did this violin belong to Petko?
Yes, Ken. I told you he loved to play. Just for himself.
Well, then he must have picked up the one he had in New York at the music shop where I saw him.
I wondered why he did not take this one with him, but he left so suddenly. Oh, but Ken, let us turn back the clock again. And remember, you returned to America without my ever telling you.
Telling me what, Anna?
And it was you, Ken. You, darling. Kiss me. Like you once did when...
Anna, something I must tell you about.
Yes, my...
A letter for you from Petco. He wrote it just before he died.
Oh. You read it to me, Ken.
Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you.
Oh.
And you will never know how I feel having to leave you again. But my darling, day and night I dream of the time when we may be together once more. So, bless you, and a million kisses from your loving Petco.
Oh, poor Petco.
Now let me read it again. Dearest Anna, you will never know the agonies I've suffered being away from you, and you will never know how I feel.
Ken, why don't you go on?
Anna, the person who began this letter didn't finish it. Yes, Petco started typing, but see, beginning here, the touch is different, a much lighter touch. Somebody else finished the letter.
But who?
Somebody who didn't want to be exposed as an accomplice in an international blackmail racket. Someone connected with a music shop in New York City. Sounds incredible, doesn't it? But you did use the music shop, didn't you, Anna?
Is this some kind of fairy tale, Ken?
Petco got suspicious. He had evidence in microfilm. And when he traced you to that music shop in New York, he had a hard decision to make.
Go on, Ken.
And so, when he went back to the hotel, he sat down to write you a letter. What he intended to write was, "You'll never know how I feel, having discovered what you really are." So, Anna, you had to shoot him, complete the letter as your alibi, and get back here.
And by what magic do you know all this?
No magic at all. I believed this letter, until you yourself showed me how wrong I was.
I showed you?
You were the only one who knew I came here to see Gubeck, and you made sure I wouldn't see him. Who was the man I talked to at Gubeck's office, Anna?
Oh, you must be joking.
Unfortunately, this microfilm here is not very funny. Whoever this man is, he's dreamed up an insidious blackmail racket, using photostatic records of secret negotiations between the Nazis and bankers in some of the occupied countries. And he's making them pay off to save their necks from their own people as their countries are liberated.
You were speaking about me, Mr. X.
Oh, there you are. Whoever you are.
But not Gubeck, eh? Schmutzige Schweinigel.
So, the trademark of a Nazi. And the portrait is complete, even to the gun in your hand.
This isn't a picture, Mr. X. It works.
I don't doubt it. I've seen enough evidence that it does. Your gun worked too, didn't it, Anna? No wonder Petco didn't look me up when he came to New York. He was ashamed to let me know that his devoted Anna had turned traitor. Not only to his great love for her, but to her people, to her country.
Stop it.
Why did you do it, Anna? Was it money? Was it because Petco lost everything he had when the Nazis moved in?
Stop!
I can imagine what Petco went through when he found you in New York. When he discovered what you were doing. What you've become. He tried to tell you in a letter, but you never let him finish it.
Kill him, Willie. Don't let him talk anymore.
Yeah, now, stand aside, Anna. The lights. Who turned them off?
Willie!
I swear by the father of my father, I am innocent. I didn't do it.
Zagon, you.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Thurston? What big hands you have.
Can you find the light switch, Zagon?
Naturally, I just turned it off.
All right.
There.
And they've got away.
You mean the beautiful lady and my friend Gancho?
Gancho. So that's who he is.
No, he's a lot of people. But mostly he was Willy Heinecke, a very high man once, a useful aide to von Papen himself.
An unpleasant character. Well, Zagon, you saved my life by turning off that light.
Yes, and for no compensation either. But, alas, now I am in a pickle. Gancho and his gypsies gone, my violin gone. And without a violin, Zagon is without a tongue.
That'll be a new experience. But if it's a violin you want, there's one.
Oh, that's a treasure. When I played with the Amsterdam Symphony, I had a Guarnerius. On my last concert tour in Budapest, it was an Amati. And now... Oh, pfui, another one of Gancho's cheese boxes.
Wait, give me that fiddle. Why didn't I think of this before? That flat tone.
Oh, it may not be a Stradivarius, Mr. X, but that is vandalism.
Look, Zagon, the sound post.
It should be cheese.
Instead of a solid piece of hardwood, it's a hollow tube. In it, a roll of microfilm. So this is how your friend Gancho concealed his blackmailing evidence and shipped it abroad.
No wonder I could never play the Paganini cadenza from Mendelssohn concerto on a Gancho violin.
Zagon, you wanted the job. You have one.
I'm open to suggestion for a slight consideration, of course.
You know where Gancho has gone?
Not yet, Mr. X, but Zagon is not only a virtuoso, he's also a bloodhound. I risked my very life crossing the border to find you here in Yugoslavia.
And how did you know where we'd be, Zagon?
Do you not remember? You said the man who makes all your violins was here in this village.
You are a friend of Thurston's. Why did you follow us?
Oh, my dear lady, is that not obvious? You and Gancho are now in a flourishing condition, so to speak, and you will be interested in the information about Mr. Thurston at a reasonable price, of course.
So, it would be much cheaper to liquidate you than to bargain with you.
Oh, but the information...
I'll give it to you for nothing.
Ken.
Oh, Mr. X, don't surprise me like that, and please, Mr. Thurston, just put down that gun. Surely you don't think that
Zagon, I know you too well. You always try to double your profit. So I followed you.
And now I suppose you will kill us.
I'm neither judge nor executioner, my dear. I'll leave that to the proper authorities. In this case, who will be more proper to judge you than your own people of Yugoslavia, whom you've betrayed?
What are they doing, Mr. X? I can't bear to look.
I don't wonder. You're lucky you're not against that wall yourself.
Please don't say things like that.
How different from a pleasant summer in Switzerland a long time ago. A fine friend and a beautiful girl. Seems like two different worlds, Zagon. One of those worlds has ended. A world of treachery and terror.
Before our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X, here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, when the war is over and final count is taken on those American industries contributing most to victory, the nation's airlines will stand near the top of the list. Here at home, the airlines have worked tirelessly, night and day, to speed essential passengers and cargo. Overseas, the nation's airline crews operating for the Air Transport Command have flown to almost every point on the globe. Many notables have been piloted by airline men on over-ocean trips. President Roosevelt, Generalissimo and Madame Chiang Kai-shek, Generals Marshall, Eisenhower, and Arnold, Admirals King and Leahy, Queen Wilhelmina, Secretary of War Stimson, and many others. Taken together, airline crews have crossed the oceans thousands of times and have flown many millions of miles to foreign shores. Yes, the airlines of America are doing a vital job in the war effort, a job that foretells a great age of flight that you and every American will enjoy in peacetime days to come. Now, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, I look forward to flying to the colorful West Indies, where a strange death occurs within the walls of an ancient church, where the only clue is a message that says nothing but okay. All leading to a climax involving a ton of high explosives. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X.
The Man Called X is presented by the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. Tonight's exploit was written by Milton Merlin. Original music was composed and conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Mr. Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture Kismet. The men and women of Lockheed invite you to join Mr. X again next week. Same time, same station. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
Calling Nick Carter. Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure is
The Echo of Death, or Nick Carter and the Phantom Clue.
No, please, don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Hold him still. They're just like that. This has got to look right.
No, I'll do anything you say. I'll forget everything I know. Only don't...
All right, he's dead. Now come on.
Hello? Yes, this is Nick Carter speaking. A case? What kind of case? A disappearance. Well, that's hardly in my line. Oh, I see. Yes. Yes, I understand. All right, expect us late this afternoon. Did you get that on the extension, Patsy?
I should say so. Echo Valley Lodge, private amphibian plane waiting for you at the airport. Come at once, never mind the fee. Who is this Howard Manstead who tosses money around like confetti?
A well-known millionaire sportsman, Patsy. But wouldn't it be more to the point to ask about the man who's disappeared?
Oh, you mean James Thurlow, the columnist. Why, he's... Say, who is he, anyway?
That's what you get for not reading the financial pages of the paper, Patsy. Well, come along. We've got to find a taxi and get to the airport.
Well, aren't we going to take anything with us?
Oh, yes, of course. I was forgetting.
I thought you were. I'll need my new dress.
We'll want Scubby. Call him and tell him to meet us at the airport. He knows Thurlow. They write for the same paper.
But why aren't we going to...
Oh, and one other thing, Patsy. Bring along Volume 3 of the Encyclopedia, E to H.
Scubby Wilson and Volume 3 of an encyclopedia. That's just what a girl needs for a visit to a millionaire's hunting lodge. Though seldom visited because of its somewhat inaccessible location, Echo Valley is a natural freak of singular interest.
I have friends you could say the same thing about, but the encyclopedia doesn't mention them.
Quiet, Scubby. Let Patsy finish reading.
Echo Valley is of great interest to scientists. Sounds occurring in certain areas of Echo Valley may be repeated as many as 13 times, echoing from cliff to cliff in gradually diminishing volume.
Why do encyclopedias always use so many words to say so little?
That's what I wonder about newspaper reporters sometimes, too.
So we'll change the subject? What else does it say?
That's all.
Well, that's no help. Thurlow certainly wasn't carried off by an echo.
Oh, he's probably just lost in the woods.
In any case, I don't see why Manstead insisted on you coming out to look for him, Nick. You're no Indian guide.
Patsy, if Thurlow isn't found alive, it may cost the public millions.
Millions? Well, he's just a columnist, isn't he?
Just a columnist? He's the smartest financial reporter in New York.
Thurlow's more than just a reporter, Patsy. In the financial column he writes, he sometimes tips the authorities off to big stock swindles and other kinds of financial skullduggery.
Right. It was Thurlow who broke open the Nemo Bank scandal 3 years ago and sent the whole board of directors to prison.
And for some time, Patsy, Thurlow has been hinting in his column that he was on the verge of revealing some kind of tie-up between certain politicians and one or two big operators that would rob the public of millions.
Oh, then if anything happened to him now, before he's had a chance to tell anybody what he knew, the scheme would go through as scheduled.
Right. That's why he went to Echo Valley Lodge. Manstead, an old friend of his, invited him out so he could work in peace for a few weeks.
Scubby.
Huh?
Is it true that Thurlow was on the verge of a nervous breakdown when he left?
Oh, he was walking around in circles talking to himself, Nick. He had almost all the dope he wanted, but he still hadn't got the name of the guy behind the whole scheme. He took along a whole bunch of records of stock transactions. He said they might give him the clue he needed. And, hey, look, ahead of us.
Echo Valley. It is, isn't it, Nick?
No doubt of it, Patsy.
But look, that isn't any Echo flying toward us.
A plane. Nick, it's a plane flying up out of Echo Valley.
Yes. Yes, it's a private amphibian.
I thought this plane of Manstead's was the only one in these parts.
Now, the pilot's seen us. Huh. He's turning out of our line of flight.
You suppose he wants to avoid us?
I'll bet he doesn't want us to see his markings.
He is trying to avoid us.
Oh, pilot, swing over so we can get a look at that plane down there.
Right, Mr. Carter.
He knows we're trying to get closer to him.
Look at him bank to avoid us.
He's turned back. He's heading away from us now.
Oh, pilot, overtake that plane if you can.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Say, isn't that the Manstead hunting lodge down there, right on the edge of the lake?
Yes, Cubby, it is. But we're not going to land until we get some idea what that plane's up to.
Look, he's diving straight down now.
He's going to try to get away underneath us.
Oh, he'll never make it. Those private planes aren't built.
His wing, it's breaking off.
Couldn't take the strain.
He's heading straight for the ground if he hasn't got a parachute.
Oh, but he has. Look, he's jumping. There, the chute's opening.
And there goes his plane into the trees. Well, that was a narrow escape. He didn't have more than 500 feet of altitude.
Oh, he's come down on the top of that tall pine. He's caught there. See, his parachute won't come loose.
Yes. Well, we'll have to land and rescue him. Besides, I want to know why he was so anxious to avoid having his plane identified. Oh, pilot.
Yes, Mr. Carter?
Land in the lake and taxi up as close as possible to the place that fellow came down.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Patsy. I'll lift this one up for you. There you
Watch
are.
out
Okay.
that branch doesn't
Thanks.
snap back in your face, Patsy.
Well, aren't we almost there?
Yes, there's the clearing. Just ahead. Only a few more steps.
Oh, and they say exercise is good for you.
Oh, there. There's his parachute. I think I can see him hanging among the branches.
He's hurt or he'd call to us. Come on.
His shroud lines are caught among the branches. I can see that much.
Well, he's just dangling there.
Yeah.
Hey, you up there. Can you hear us? You all right?
He doesn't answer. Look, I'll climb up and see if I can...
No. Wait.
What is it, Nick?
Look at those shroud lines.
They're wrapped around his neck.
Yeah. Look at the way his head is twisted to one side.
Yes. His neck's broken. He's dead.
What?
Oh. When he landed in the tree, he got tangled in the lines and...
I wonder.
Nick, what do you mean?
Look down at your feet, Scubby.
Huh? Cigarette butt.
Why, somebody must have been here before us.
Maybe. But its position makes me think the cigarette was smoked by him up there.
Oh, but that's impossible, Nick.
It's been just about an hour, Scubby, since he crashed. He knew we'd come after him. So if he was hurt and couldn't get out of his chute harness, what would be more natural than for him to smoke a cigarette and wait to be rescued?
But he's dead.
Because somebody reached him before we did and murdered him.
And so that's the story, Mr. Carter. As much as we know, anyway. Thurlow just wandered away yesterday morning and never returned.
I see, Mr. Manson. And you don't think this mysterious airplane we met just before we reached here has any connection with Thurlow's vanishing?
Well, I don't see how it could. But then, as I said, I haven't the slightest idea where the plane could have come from or who was flying it.
Yeah. Now, let's go over the facts again, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not.
Thurlow arrived here a week ago?
Yes, with his wife. I had them flown in my plane. They had the lodge to themselves with my permanent housekeeper to look after them.
And you arrived yesterday?
In the middle of the afternoon.
But Thurlow wasn't here when you arrived?
No, he'd already gone out. He told his wife he was taking his revolver along and would take pot shots at the trees and rocks.
So you never actually saw him?
That's right.
The woodsman I employ to look after the property asked me to come and examine some trees he wanted to cut down. About sundown, I got back to the lodge, and Thurlow still hadn't returned. Mrs. Thurlow was becoming worried. I ordered the floodlights we use for landing the plane at night, but he didn't show up.
And then in the morning, you called me.
Well, first I phoned the nearest forest ranger station. And after that, Mrs. Thurlow was so agitated, I had promised I'd send for you.
Where is Mrs. Thurlow? I'd like to ask her a few questions.
Well, she's sleeping now. She was up all night, and this morning the housekeeper gave her a sleeping tablet. Shall we wake her?
No, not just now. There's still an hour of daylight left. I'd like to take a look around outside. Perhaps
I'll open it.
Mr. Manstead.
Johnny, what is it?
His hat. We found it.
Thurlow's hat? Where?
Near the waterfall.
Why, that's not far. It's only a mile from here. It's still light. Do you want to come with us and look for him, Mr. Carter?
Yes, I think I do.
Oh, gosh, my ankle. Oh, boy.
There's the hat, Mr. Manstead. In that bush.
But what in the world could Thurlow have been doing in here? This isn't the trail to the waterfall.
It isn't a trail at all as far as I'm concerned. It's a jungle.
It used to be a trail to an old one-room cabin, but there's no reason Thurlow would go there.
Well, maybe if we yell, he'll hear us. He might be in there with a busted ankle or something.
Go ahead and try, Scubby.
Thurlow! Thurlow! Good gosh, will you listen to that?
Well, that's one reason this is called Echo Valley. The cliffs around the waterfall down the trail make a perfect sounding board.
Well, if he didn't hear that, he must be dead.
If there's a cabin in there, we better take a look at it.
Right. I don't see what in the world Thurlow could have come this way for, but maybe he did. Let's find out. There it is.
Where, Manstead?
Oh, there, between those two trees. See it?
Oh, yes.
It's only another 40 yards.
Well, come on, then.
Oh, Scubby, wait.
Well, sure, Nick. What is it?
That bare patch of ground there. Those footprints.
Thurlow's footprints.
You sure, Scubby?
Sure. I've seen those pointed shoes of his too often not to recognize the footprints anyplace. Come on, Nick.
Yes. I'm coming. Thurlow's a tall man, isn't he, Scubby?
He's a tall man like I'm Henry Ford. He's about 5'5". Why?
I thought that... Well, never mind. There's the cabin.
Gosh, it doesn't look as if it had been opened in years.
Well, it hasn't that I know of.
But there are Thurlow's footprints going right up to the door.
And somebody's opened the door recently. Look at these broken spider webs around the door jamb. But it won't open now.
Oh, here, let me try. It ought to open without any trouble.
Yeah, but it doesn't budge.
That's strange. Let's take a look through the window.
The window's boarded over. The boards haven't been touched.
I nailed the window up myself 3 years ago. Nobody came here since.
And someone has come here. Thurlow. And he must be inside now.
But the window hasn't been touched, and the door is barred on the inside.
Looks bad. We'd better break the door down.
Suppose we have old Johnny use his axe on it. That'll be quicker.
Of course. Johnny, smash the door open for us.
Stand back, please.
That door was locked to stay locked.
Starting to go.
Yeah. That does it. It's open.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go in first.
Of course. It's dark inside. Here, take my flashlight.
Thanks.
There he is. Thurlow.
He's dead. He came here, bolted himself in, and shot himself with his own revolver.
Yes, he's dead, all right. And it does look like suicide, doesn't it?
Now, Mrs. Thurlow.
Jim couldn't have killed himself, Mr. Carter. He couldn't have.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Thurlow. I wouldn't intrude on your grief if it wasn't necessary. Now, first of all, what kind of mood was your husband in yesterday morning just before he disappeared?
He was very agitated.
Agitated? Well, do you know any reason why he should have been?
I think he just found a clue to the identity of the man he was seeking.
The one behind this plot to upset the stock market.
Did he say who it was?
No, he just said he'd stumbled on a clue. And he'd be so shocked he could hardly believe the evidence. That was why he went out into the woods. He wanted to be alone to think the matter through.
Perhaps his notes will tell us what he found.
Yeah, I thought of that, Nick. After Mrs. Thurlow woke up and I talked to her while you and Scubby were out with Mr. Manstead, we tried to read his notes. But they're in some kind of a shorthand that nobody can read but himself.
I can make out a few words here and there, but not enough to help.
Well, we'll have another try at it later. Please go on, Mrs. Thurlow.
Well, that's almost all, Mr. Carter. Jim went out about 10 in the morning. I stayed here in my room reading. About half an hour later, I thought I heard a shot. All of a sudden, I was terribly frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
I don't know. It was just a feeling. Then I heard the far-off echo of somebody hammering. It was... Oh, it sounded like somebody hammering down the lid of a coffin. And I'm positive it meant that Jim was dead.
It's probably someone chopping down a tree, she heard, Nick. Anyway, she went back to her reading and forgot about it. And around 1, Manstead phoned from the village. That's a little town about 10 miles from the hills, for Johnny to come for him in the station wagon.
Manstead phoned? Well, didn't he fly in by plane yesterday?
Seems not. The plane was in New York getting a new propeller, so he took the night train.
Is that so?
Anyway, Johnny went to meet him. He got here about 2:30. The rest of the story is just the way he told it to us. Nick Thurlow must have killed himself. There just isn't any other answer.
I wonder, Patsy. I wonder. Hello? Yes, speaking. Did you get the dope I wanted? He was? And the plane? Then check every airfield within 50 miles of the city. Yes, I know it's a big order, but somebody's playing this game for big stakes. No, that's all. Call me back when you've learned something.
Hello, Carter. I didn't know anybody was here in the library.
I took the liberty of phoning New York. I was trying to check on that mysterious plane that we saw crash yesterday afternoon.
I see. Did you learn anything?
Nothing yet.
You know, I have a theory about that plane, Carter.
I'd be interested to hear it, Mr. Manstead.
Well, we're only 100 miles from the border, and in the past, planes engaged in smuggling aliens into this country have landed in this region. Now, I'm willing to wager this chap, who was so anxious to avoid being seen, was engaged in doing something like that.
Certainly sounds plausible.
Nick! Oh, Nick!
Oh, yes, Scubby.
Oh, there you are. Oh, top of the morning to you, Mr. Manstead.
Good morning.
Say, I was looking for the two of you. Forest Ranger Thompson and 2 of his men are down at the landing waiting in your launch, Mr. Manstead. They want to get started down the lake to bring in the body of that flyer who was so unlucky when he bailed out of his plane yesterday.
Of course. You're coming with us, aren't you, Carter?
Yes, indeed. I'm just as interested as you are to see if your theory turns out to be right.
Oh, what about Patsy? Shall I go find her?
Oh, no, Scubby. She's staying here in the lodge with Mrs. Thurlow. They're going to spend the morning going over Thurlow's notes, trying to decipher them.
Well, let's get going. I want to get back in time to phone a story to my paper.
I'm afraid it's no use, Miss.
Please, just call me Patsy.
It's just impossible to read these notes of Jim's, Patsy. They're not only in his own shorthand, but most of them are in code, too.
Here's something that seems as if it might mean something. See, it says, I can HB it.
HB. Hardly believe. I can hardly believe it.
Yeah.
Of course, that's what it means.
And here's some more. It's clearer. Shall I tell Manstead what I know?
The next line. Better not.
Instead, must get back to New York. Well, that's clear enough.
But the next line. My life, M.B. in.D. That doesn't mean anything to me.
My life, M.B. in.D. My life may be in danger.
Oh.
And then there's just one last sentence that he never finished. To think that the one man in the world And that's all there is.
Oh, if it only finished.
To think that the one man in the world... Who do you suppose he could have meant?
I can't even make a guess.
The one man. Mrs. Thurlow.
What, Patsy?
Mrs. Thurlow, we're going to go and take a look at that cabin now while all the others are away. I have a theory, and we're going to find some evidence to prove it. It has to be there. It just has to be.
Hello, Nick, my friend. Hey, what's troubling you? You've been sitting out here on this rock for an hour ever since we got back, looking mean enough to bite your grandmother.
Scubby, that poor devil of an aviator whose body we brought in was murdered. And Thurlow was murdered. And I can't prove it.
But, Nick, couldn't you be wrong? The aviator certainly looked like a natural accident. And Thurlow, if I ever saw a case that looked more like suicide, well, I don't know where it was.
Well, that's just it. The aviator I can explain. Someone slipped through the woods, reached him before we did, climbed the tree he was caught in, and strangled him with the shroud lines in his parachute while pretending to help free him.
But Thurlow, his own footprints leading into the cabin. The window boarded over and the door bolted on the inside. If somebody killed him, well, how did they get out?
I don't know, Scubby. It isn't possible. Yet it was done. I'm going to break the... Hey, Scubby, what's that in your hand?
Oh, just a shiny new nail I picked up somewhere. Somebody must have been fixing something.
A nail. And Mrs. Thurlow said she heard the echo of hammer blows the morning her husband died.
Yeah, said they sounded like somebody hammering down the lid of a coffin. Dames sure have imaginations.
But that's just what she did hear.
Huh?
She heard the echoes of somebody nailing down the lid of a coffin.
But there must be a clue. There must be.
But we've been all over the cabin inside and out a dozen times now, Patsy. If there was anything here, we'd have found it.
Mrs. Thurlow, somehow your husband was murdered here, and his body left inside this cabin so it would look like suicide. And I'm going to find out how the murderer got out, leaving the door and window bolted, or die.
I'm afraid you're much more likely to die, Patsy.
Oh, Mr. Manstead.
Yes, Mr. Manstead. After we returned to the lodge and I learned the two of you had disappeared in this direction, I thought I'd better find out what you were up to.
You killed my husband.
Of course he did. Who else could your husband have meant by the one man in the world he'd never have believed guilty?
But he was Jim's friend.
That's what he wanted you to think. He pretended to be a friend so he could always keep checking what your husband learned. And he invited you both here so he could commit murder if he decided it was necessary.
A very interesting theory. But I'm afraid I can't give you a chance to tell it to anyone else. Johnny.
Right here, Mr. Manstead.
Come inside and close the door.
What are you going to do to us?
He thinks he's going to kill us. He hasn't got that gun in his hand for fun.
Johnny, the old mine shaft is close by. Now, if these two ladies out walking had the misfortune to stumble into it, it would be very tragic, wouldn't it?
Lots of people fall down old mine shafts.
So they do. And I'm afraid another such accident is about to happen.
You can't get away with it, Mr. Manstead. Nick Carter won't let you.
Oh, well, perhaps even clever Mr. Carter may have to have an accident. Help me silence him, Johnny. Quickly.
No, Nick!
Quiet!
No!
Quiet, I say! All right, now, Johnny, knock them both on the head and keep them quiet.
All right, Manstead. Let go of her.
You, Carter.
Nick, look out, his gun.
Drop it, Manstead.
Johnny, kill him! Kill him!
Johnny, put down that axe or I'll shoot.
Yes, sir.
He's dead.
I'm afraid so. Patsy, either of you hurt?
No, Nick, you came just in time. But how?
How did I know Manstead was a murderer? I knew that from the time we found this cabin. But it took an echo to prove it. The echo, Mrs. Thurlow, that you said sounded like someone hammering.
But I don't understand.
Scubby's bringing Ranger Thompson. Soon as they get here, I think I'll be able to clear up a lot of mysteries. So Manstead was behind the plot that Thurlow uncovered. He invited Thurlow here in order to find out what he knew. Discovered Thurlow had evidence which would tell him the truth. and therefore decided to eliminate Thurlow.
But, Mr. Carter, Manstead didn't get here until after Thurlow was dead. He came by train. And...
Oh, Ranger Thompson's right, Nick.
He appeared to come by train. Actually, he flew in the night before in a plane whose pilot was used to taking big fees for keeping his mouth shut. That was the plane that we saw crash. Something delayed it from leaving in time to avoid us, and in the pilot's effort to keep away from us, well, we all know what happened.
But, Nick, why was the pilot murdered?
That was Johnny's work. As soon as Thurlow saw the crash, he sent Johnny by a secret trail through the woods to make sure the pilot didn't live to talk. Otherwise, his murder scheme would have collapsed. Isn't that right, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
So Manstead flew here the night before he murdered Thurlow. In the morning, when Thurlow left the house, he and Johnny waylaid him. Is that it, Nick?
That's it, Patsy. They brought him to the cabin here. Manstead put on his victim's shoes and made a trail of footprints.
I see.
Then they killed Thurlow, put his shoes back on him, and left him in the locked cabin. A clear case of suicide. But Manstead made a mistake there. His footprints were too far apart. They were the steps of a tall man. When Scubby said Thurlow was a short man, I began to suspect.
Well, it certainly does sound plausible, Mr. Carter. But you still got to convince me Manstead could get out of that cabin and leave the door barred from the inside.
Make it good, Nick.
Johnny knows the answer. You all remember that Mrs. Thurlow said she heard the echo of hammer blows.
You mean she really did hear someone hammering?
Exactly. This is a small cabin with a roof lightly nailed in place. Now look up there. What's that flashing in the sun?
Looks like nail heads.
Somebody's hammered new nails into that roof all along this side.
Nick, is that the clue I was looking for?
That's the clue you were looking for. Scubby and I saw it yesterday, but we weren't smart enough to know what it meant. Here, I'll take Johnny's axe and push the blade in under the eaves and pry upward like that.
What the whole roof's lifting up.
Well, blow me down.
Manstead and Johnny pried up the flimsy roof before they killed Thurlow. Then, leaving the door barred, they climbed out. And Johnny nailed the roof back into place.
Right. So they were hammering the lid on the coffin, so to speak. Thurlow's coffin. And due to the curious echoing qualities of the rocks, the sound carried to the lodge, and Mrs. Thurlow heard it. I didn't think it meant anything until I noticed the nail Scubby picked up someplace. The nail Johnny must have dropped. And then I remembered the hammering sound Mr. Thurlow spoke of. And suddenly the whole thing was clear.
Well, it sure wouldn't have been clear to me if you hadn't explained it, Mr. Carter. I certainly wouldn't ever have worked it out with just an echo for a clue.
Oh, but that was an unusual echo. Remember how cleverly it answered?
And when it comes to answers, Scubby, Nick Carter is the man who gets them.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter called The Echo of Death, or Nick Carter and the Phantom Clue. The curious adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, are brought to you every Monday night at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. We'll let Nick himself tell you about next week's story. What'll it be about, Nick?
I call it Death Across the Tracks. It began with the murder of a detective.
A railroad detective who lived in the station alongside the tracks. He was working on a case, but he had it only partly solved when he was murdered.
And I picked it up from there.
I'll say you did, Nick. You almost picked up a few bullets into the bargain the way the victim did. When you called it Death Across the Tracks, you were right in more ways than one.
This sounds more and more intriguing. And how did it wind up, Nick?
Well, we'll tell you that next week. But I can say this much. I had a stroke of luck.
Nick always calls it luck when he uses foresight. Good night, folks.
Yes, good night, folks.
And good night, Patsy and Nick. In tonight's strange adventure, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark. Patsy was impersonated by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at 9:30 Eastern Wartime, listen to another curious adventure of Nick Carter entitled
Death Across the Tracks, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Midnight Train.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. And here's a special note. Beginning next week, Nick Carter will be heard over most of these same stations on Mondays at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime.
The Cisco Kid will be presented on Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
Calling Nick Carter. Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. This week's curious adventure is
Murder in the Crypt. For Nick Carter and the Jackal God.
There. You'll never know that I came here this time any more than you did the other times I was here. Those footsteps. Coming this way. It's Anubis. Anubis. Oh, it can't be.
I am Anubis, guardian of the dead.
No. I must be dreaming.
I am Anubis, the Jackal God.
But you're not. No. Look.
Three scarabs from Abydos. Condition good. Come in.
Are you Dr. Waldemar?
I am.
I'm Lieutenant Riley from headquarters. You called me about a museum guard who disappeared?
Of course. It's about Shelby, the chief attendant here at the Egyptian Museum.
Where and when did this Shelby disappear, Doctor?
He failed to report to me as usual before leaving last night. The guards on the door say he did not leave the building. We've hunted everywhere for him, but we haven't found him.
Oh, you've hunted everywhere, have you?
Yes, Lieutenant. Everywhere except in the crypt of Snefru.
The what of who?
The crypt of Snefru, an Egyptian king of the 4th dynasty.
And where is this crypt? In the basement?
No, it's on the 2nd floor, directly above this office. It was installed especially for Professor Glidden, the archaeologist. He alone has access to the crypt. It has a special lock on the door.
Oh, you mean he has the only key, huh?
Precisely. I called Professor Glidden's apartment a while ago, but he did not answer. I presume he is on his way down here now. I hope he can shed some light on this mystery.
Nick, isn't this the Egyptian Museum across the road?
Yes, Patsy, it is. Never been in it?
Looks too much like a mausoleum for me. Are we going in to look at the mummies?
That, Patsy, depends entirely upon Professor Glidden.
Who's he?
That bearded man who is beckoning to us from the doorway of the museum.
Oh, I see him. Is he a client of yours?
Yes. He phoned just before you arrived at the office this morning.
What does he want?
That I don't know, Patsy. Suppose we join him and find out. And you say, Professor, that the Archaeological Society gave Dr. Waldemar the money to complete the museum.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Provided that he would install a special crypt where I could place the relics from the tomb of King Snefru for examination and classification.
So the crypt is officially your property.
For the present, yes. When my work is finished, it will be open to the public.
I see. And just where do I come in?
I want you, Mr. Carter, to be present when we search the crypt, so there will be no question that Shelby is not there.
This is Dr. Waldemar's office?
It is.
Oh, good morning, Glidden. This is Lieutenant Riley from headquarters. Hello there, Lieutenant Riley.
Nicholas Carter and Patsy, too.
We haven't seen each other for a long while.
Now, don't tell me that you're looking for this man Shelby, too, Nick.
I am, Riley. At the request of Professor Glidden. Oh. So since Dr. Waldemar has asked you to perform the same service, Riley, why don't we work together?
Glad to, Nick.
Fine. So you wouldn't object if Lieutenant Riley helped search the crypt, would you, Professor?
Not at all.
Well, Riley, shall we adjourn to the crypt?
Right, Nick. The crypt is on the second floor, right over this office.
Come, Glidden, unlock the door.
This is an intricate lock, Waldemar. It takes careful handling of the key.
There. Where's the light switch, Professor Glidden?
Just inside the door to the right.
Very well, I'll... There.
Well, would you look at that now? I never saw a statue to resemble that beast. The body of a man and the head of a dog it has.
I'd call it the head of a jackal, Riley. Huh? Am I right, Professor Glidden?
You are, Mr. Carter. That bronze statue is a life-size figure of Anubis, the jackal god. Anubis was the guardian of the dead, and his statue was set at the entrance of ancient tombs to keep out thieves.
A jackal face is enough to scare anyone away.
Come along, Riley. Let's look around inside the crypt.
Okay.
Well, here's a mummy case, which I suppose contains old King Snefru in person.
Quite right, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, now here's the old boy's throne. It looks like the original Morris chair. Let's see.
There's nobody hiding under it, Riley.
Okay, Nick. See, now look over there. In the alcove over behind the statue. Now, what is it? An ancient Egyptian bathtub?
That, Riley, is a sarcophagus. A stone coffin. The one that once contained the mummy case we just saw.
Gosh, now, it's a big thing now, ain't it? What's all this crazy writing on the front of it?
Those are hieroglyphics, Riley. Inscriptions about old King Snefru.
Oh. What's inside this thing, Nick?
Oh, probably nothing now, Riley. Just the big open.
What is it, Nick?
This sarcophagus is not empty, Riley.
Huh?
Shelby's in it.
Oh.
And he's dead.
Once again, Lieutenant Riley, I must reply that I know nothing of this matter. As I've told you, I scarcely knew Shelby.
Now, look here, Riley. Your evidence against my client is purely circumstantial.
Nick, it's a disgrace to the memory of old Sim Carter, the way his one and only son tries to misinterpret the bald facts.
The bald facts in this case is this, Riley. You have no proof that Professor Glidden even came to this museum last night.
Look, all I want is one more bit of circumstance, Nick. Dr. Waldemar, can you think of anything else that might be, well, interesting in this case?
Now, let me see.
Look, Nick. A strange woman coming down the corridor toward us.
Oh, she looks like something revived from ancient Egypt.
She walks like a cat. You can't hear the slightest footstep.
Quiet, Patsy. She's stopping close enough to overhear us.
Lieutenant Riley, I have it. Ask the professor just how he knew that Shelby was missing when he telephoned Carter this morning.
I shall answer that question, Dr. Waldemar.
Say, where did you come from? Who is this lady, Dr. Waldemar?
Allow me to introduce Madame Dackler, our librarian.
Oh, you have a library in this museum?
Oh, yes. The library is in the other wing near the elevator.
I was the person who informed Professor Glidden that Shelby was missing. I telephoned him this morning, after the search began.
And Professor Glidden telephoned me, Riley, asking me to come here to protect his interests, which I have so far tried to do.
Madame Dackler comes from Cairo. She's an Egyptian, well-versed in ancient lore and legend.
Madame Dackler, do you really believe those old Egyptian legends?
I must believe them. With my own eyes, I have seen the living Anubis walk through the corridors of this museum.
But that statue couldn't possibly get out of a locked crypt.
To Anubis, anything is possible. It is his duty to guard the treasure in the crypt.
What treasure, Madame Dackler?
The treasure that is found in the tomb of every Egyptian king. Anubis, the avenging jackal god, knew that the museum god Shelby sought the treasure. So Anubis sought Shelby and killed him and put his body in the crypt as a warning. Anubis is all-powerful.
You mean you've actually seen this jackal god walking around this museum recently?
Anubis, the guardian of the dead, leaves the crypt of King Snefru and prowls these corridors every night. I have seen him do it. Gosh.
That will be all, Madam Dackler. Thank you very much for coming.
Nick, suppose we go through that crypt again and see what we can learn.
An excellent suggestion, Riley. Patsy, suppose you go around and wait in the library with Madame Dackler. We'll join you there later.
Nick, this crypt is as solid as a rock. We've tested every inch of floor and walls and ceiling here.
Yes, Riley, every spot we've tapped seems to be solid stone or concrete.
Nick, suppose we check those measurements again, eh?
Oh, no use in that, Riley. The room's 30 by 30, with 4 feet out for the door on one side and 8 feet out for the alcove on the other.
How big did you say that sarcophagus was, Nick?
It's 8 feet long and 6 feet wide. Practically the same size as the alcove it's standing in. And it's 4 feet 6 inches high. Why?
And I was just thinking, Nick, that's an awful big chunk of rock there.
Well, Professor Glidden says this one weighs over 1,100 pounds.
It's over half a ton. This goes to show that the floor in this crypt must be solid to support such a weight day in and day out.
There's an answer to this case somewhere, Riley. Even if I don't know yet where it is. Come on. Let's get back to the office.
If I'd followed my better judgment, I'd have locked Professor Glidden in a jail cell first.
It wouldn't be wise just yet, Riley.
You're wrong there, Nick. And I'll tell you why. This door here is the only way in and out of that crypt. And this key, the only key there is now, belonged to Professor Glidden.
Riley, I want to learn the motive behind Shelby's murder. There were some strange things going on around this museum.
Three ancient anklets, one jar of perfume. Come in. Oh, it's you, Mr. Carter. Miss Bowen. Yes. Well, are you convinced that only Glidden could have entered that crypt upstairs?
I never like to accept the obvious, Dr. Waldemar.
Oh, there goes the closing bell. I must put these Egyptian relics back in the vault.
Oh, go right ahead.
A large vault, that is, Dr. Waldemar.
Yes. The museum requires a large vault. I had this one built here in the wall especially.
Was it included in the original plans for the museum?
Well, no, not exactly. This wing of the building was still unfinished when the architect died. In completing it, we made some minor changes.
I see. Doctor, do you think Madame Dackler...
You must excuse me for a few minutes, Carter. I must speak to the attendants before they leave. It was one of poor Shelby's duties. It will only take a few minutes.
By the way, Patsy, there's something on Waldemar's desk that should interest you.
You mean that odd-looking jar?
Mm-hmm. It contains some ancient Egyptian perfume, he said.
Smells like roses. Very strong.
You better put it in the vault, Patsy. Waldemar must have overlooked it.
Can you smell it, Nick? Powerful stuff.
Yes, I can smell it all right. Put it in one of the shelves in the vault.
Oh.
What's the matter, Patsy?
I just tripped on a small step at the front of the vault.
You didn't spill any of that priceless perfume, did you?
Oh, I'm afraid... Yes, I did spill a few drops of it, Nick.
Well, don't tell Waldemar. Oh, I hear him coming. Come out of the vault and look innocent.
Okay.
Well, Carter, another day is done. Oh, if you'll please stand away from the vault, Miss Bowen. I should like to close the door. Thank you.
By the way, Doctor, was there any treasure buried with King Snefru?
Probably. It was the custom. But it is also probable that such treasure was stolen centuries ago.
Well, isn't Glidden interested in the matter of treasure?
Possibly. But he's more interested in translating the hieroglyphics on the sarcophagus.
Well, Patsy, I must be going.
You must be going. You mean you're going to leave me here in the museum?
Only for a little while. I want you to go back to the library and have a talk with Madame Dackler, Patsy.
Talk about what?
I'll tell you that while we're walking to the other wing. Good night, Dr. Waldemar.
Good night, Mr. Carter.
Carter isn't interested in ancient manuscripts, Madame Dackler. He wants to see the architect's plans for this museum.
Oh, but he should ask Dr. Waldemar for those.
I don't think Dr. Waldemar has them. Mr. Carter wants the original plans.
I shall be glad to see if I can find them for you. I shall try the file cabinet by the door.
Well, they're not under A for architect.
And they are not under B for building plans either. I shall try under M. Museum plans.
What's that clumping sound out in the corridor?
Yes, here they are. In this folder. Plans for Egyptian Museum to be erected
Look! Coming through the door.
Anubis. Welcome, Anubis.
Anubis gives no greeting to those who defy him.
I have never defied you, Anubis.
You have sought the treasure that I guard.
Never. I have always...
Let go of her, whoever you are. Let go.
Away, you
Hey, now, what new mischief is going on here, Nick?
O'Reilly, you're just in time.
Huh?
Patsy was just going to tell me. Who was it took Madame Dackler away, Patsy?
It was somebody who looked like Anubis, the jackal god.
What?
Really, Nick. Madame Dackler had the plans of the museum in her hand. And they're gone, too.
Nick, this time we're going to look in that crypt upstairs first. Come on. All right, find that light switch now, Nick.
Right, Riley.
Yeah, there she is, laying right at the feet of that creature Anubis there.
You mean the statue of Anubis, Riley?
It may be a statue now, Nick, but I am near to believing that the thing comes alive when it chooses.
Madame Dackler alive?
She's still breathing, Patsy. What do you make of it, Nick?
She's been drugged, Riley. Quick, get her over to the door where the air's pressure.
Yeah.
That's right. She's coming around now.
Where am I?
You're all right, Madame Dackler.
Oh, but I am in the crypt now. And the last I knew, I was in the library. I knew it. I knew steel doors are no barrier to Anubis.
Help her outside, Patsy, so I can lock the door here.
You lean on me, Madame Dackler.
But I tell you, it is useless to lock that door. Anubis can pass through all barriers.
Maybe so, but Professor Glidden can't. Come on, Madame Dackler, I'll take you back to the library. Then I'm going to put the professor in jail where I can keep my eye on him. From now on, there'll be no fooling on this.
Patsy. When Riley opened the crypt just now and found Madame Dackler, did you notice the peculiar fragrance in the place?
I must have been too excited to notice it, Nick. What was it like?
It was the perfume of roses, Patsy. Musty, ancient roses. You should have recognized it.
You mean it was like the perfume from the bottle I stole in Waldemar's office?
Yes, Patsy. It smelled exactly the same.
I admit nothing, Lieutenant Riley. I can't tell you how either Shelby or Madame Dackler got into the crypt.
It's like I've been trying to tell you, Glidden. It's very simple. You had 2 keys, but you only gave me 1.
And as I've been telling you, Lieutenant Riley, there was no duplicate key.
Stay out. I'm busy here. I said stay...
Hello, Riley.
Hello, Glidden.
So it's you again, Mr. Nicholas Carter. Well, I don't care whether Professor Glidden is your client or not. We're not releasing him.
I don't want him released, Riley. I just want to ask him a few questions. Tell me, Professor Glidden, when you sent those relics of King Snefru to the Egyptian Museum, did Dr. Waldemar have any chance to examine them?
Why, no. They were all heavily boxed and crated. That is, everything except the sarcophagus. That was handled separately. Waldemar installed the sarcophagus in the crypt before I arrived.
I see.
I seem to recall that Shelby helped him set it up. The boxes and crates were all upstairs when I got back. But I opened them alone and set up everything myself, including the statue.
That's all I wanted to know. I'm sorry, Professor, that you'll have to spend the night here. But I hope to arrange your release by morning.
All right, Sergeant. Take the professor to his cell.
Yes, sir. Come along, Professor.
Say, Riley. Will you do something for me?
Why should I?
Why shouldn't you? You'll learn something yourself, and that's always a help in a murder case.
All right, Nick. When can I lose?
Fine. Pick up Patsy. She has all my notes, and you may need them. And both of you go to the crypt.
Where'll you be, Nick?
I have to attend to another matter first. Now listen carefully, Riley. Here's what I want you to do. When you get to the...
How long have we been in this crypt, Lieutenant Riley?
Oh, it's about 15 minutes, Patsy.
If you didn't have a luminous dial on your watch, I'd say it was hours. Why did Nick say that we should stay here in the dark?
You'll have to ask Nick that when he gets here, Patsy.
Where did Nick say he was going?
Well, no, it might be that he's calling on Madame Dackler.
What?
Oh, it's just a questioner, you understand.
Oh, Riley, of all the ridiculous notions.
Well, Dackler's boyfriend Anubis is right here beside us, Patsy. Do you see it? Yeah, the statue of Anubis must be solid bronze, Patsy.
If nothing happens here, something will happen when I find Mr. Nick Carter.
Only 10 minutes more, Patsy.
I'm getting so used to this darkness, I can see the sarcophagus plainly. Looks so big.
Yeah, it is big. It's almost...
What's that?
I don't know.
Sounds as if something was happening at last. Riley!
Hey, what is it, Patsy? Now, you're not getting hysterical now, are you?
Riley, I smell something. The perfume of roses. And it's getting stronger.
Now, what has the perfume of roses to do with all this here?
Riley, look. Look at that sarcophagus.
Patsy, what we're looking at can't be happening here.
Oh, but it is. That sarcophagus is rising straight up in the air.
I've always said that seeing was believing.
Look. I see what's doing it, Riley.
You can't tell me that anything that will make a stone coffin weighing half a ton go floating up in the air 5 feet on the floor, Patsy.
It's on top of an elevator, Riley.
An elevator?
Sure, that's what's lifting it.
Well, glory be. You're right, Patsy. That's what that rumbling sound was.
Riley. Yeah. The man coming out of the elevator with a flashlight.
Wait till I draw my gun, Patsy. I'll fix it.
You're too late, Riley. I have you covered.
It's Dr. Waldemar.
Why...
Riley, that elevator is the vault from Waldemar's office.
Quite right, Miss Bowen. I have you both covered. Don't try anything, either of you.
Well, what would you be trying, Waldemar?
There will be 2 new victims in this vault, Lieutenant Riley. 2 fools who, like Shelby, found out too much. But I'm sorry it isn't 3. Nick Carter would be a welcome addition.
You really mean that, Waldemar?
Nick, where are you?
Carter, how did you get here?
I've been waiting for you in King Snefru's sarcophagus. And now if you...
I'll kill you first, Carter. I doubt that.
Okay, Patsy.
Look out, Patsy! He's knocking over that statue! It's falling over!
The professor will be along in a minute now, Patsy. He called me at the hospital and asked me to meet him here outside the crypt in 15 minutes. Said he wanted to examine the elevator in the crypt.
Was Waldemar dead, Nick?
No, Patsy. I only wounded him. He knocked himself out when he staggered against the statue of Anubis. Waldemar made a complete confession when he recovered consciousness. He's admitted that he was hunting for the king's treasure and wanted to find it before Professor Glidden finished translating the hieroglyphics.
And he was using the elevator to make secret trips between his office and this crypt.
Exactly, Patsy. When Waldemar completed the new wing of the museum, he modified the original plans and put his office at the end of the first-floor corridor. Then he built this crypt on the second floor, right over his office. Evidently, the elevator was already installed, and Waldemar brought the sarcophagus up on top of it.
And there was a sarcophagus standing in an alcove that was really the elevator shaft.
Mm-hmm. The elevator itself became the vault in Waldemar's office. He disguised it with shelves and loaded them with curios. But it was still an elevator.
And you think Shelby found out about it?
Shelby must have helped Waldemar arrange things, since it was more than a one-man job.
Then later, Shelby decided to look for the treasure on his own.
Apparently. Waldemar confessed that he murdered Shelby for those very reasons and left the body in the crypt to blame the crime on Professor Glidden.
And Waldemar put Madame Dackler in the crypt so Glidden would be blamed again.
Exactly. But he didn't have to kill Dackler. She knew nothing, you see. He merely grabbed Dackler in order to get the original plans of the museum.
And here comes the professor now, Nick.
Oh, hello, Professor. Right on time, I see.
Oh, so glad to find you here, Carter. I wanted you to be here when I examined the crypt in the elevator. I want no more surprises.
Well, I don't think anything else is going to happen up here, Professor, but I'll be glad of the chance to do a little extra looking around myself.
Oh, there's that Anubis again. He's on his face this time.
It was quite clever of Waldemar to disguise himself as Anubis. He really did resemble the statue.
Well, look, Nick.
Where, Patsy?
There at the statue lying on the floor.
Why, the head is completely turned around.
Yes, the fall must have knocked it loose. Oh, give me a hand with it, Professor. We'll set it up again.
Oh, certainly, Carter. It's pretty heavy, but...
Yes, it is.
Go! Oh, Nick, is it real?
I imagine it is, Miss Bowen.
Why, this must be the treasure of old King Snuffrose.
So that's where the royal treasure was hidden. Valdemar must have looked everywhere except in the head of this statue.
So Anubis was really the keeper of the treasure. Well, congratulations, Professor. And I hope this discovery makes up for all your troubles.
It does indeed, Mr. Carter. I shall now be able to visit Egypt again.
Well, Nick, there's just one problem that still bothers me.
And I suppose, as usual, that the problem represents the crux of the whole case.
It does. When I put that jar of perfume on the shelf, did you already know that the vault was an elevator?
I did, Patsy. The elevator floor wasn't quite level. That's why you tripped as you went into the vault.
But of course. But, Nick, what made you think it was an elevator in the first place?
Quite simple, Patsy. There had to be an elevator to take the sarcophagus up to the crypt on the second floor.
But, Nick, there's an elevator in the other wing of the museum. They could have taken the sarcophagus up that way and wheeled it across to the crypt.
Patsy, how large is the sarcophagus?
Why, it's 8 feet long and 6 feet wide and 4.5 feet high, didn't you say?
Mm-hmm. And how wide is the door to the crypt?
4 feet, according to your measurement.
Exactly. Now, Patsy, do you think you could put a sarcophagus 4 feet 6 inches high through a door only 4 feet wide?
Of course not, Nick.
Of course not, Patsy. Not even Dr. Waldemar could do it. Up through the alcove was the only way. Waldemar probably hoped that no one would think to compare the size of the door to the size of the sarcophagus.
And nobody did, except Nick Carter.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, master detective, called Murder in the Crypt, or Nick Carter and the Jackal God. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick and Patsy, what about our story for next week?
Well, next week's story is full of action, isn't it, Patsy?
Action is right. You see, Nick investigated a murder on a lonely place called Skull Island.
Yes. And there were only 4 people on the island who could have committed the crime. But it took a model of a clipper ship and a sea serpent to find out who the murderer was.
It also took Nick Carter and a smart piece of deduction on his part to work out the answer.
But what did a sea serpent have to do with the murder?
Well, we'll tell you all about that next week. In the meantime, I'm glad I don't have to say sarcophagus again. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by John Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Walter Gibson. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Murder on Skull Island. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Sea Serpent.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Monday evening at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. And whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York. The nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Parker, I'm bored. Right up to the back teeth. Just plain downright bored.
Well, now that's just too bad, Dr. Gillespie. You can't have excitement all the time, so you might just as well relax and enjoy it.
Enjoy being bored? Parker, according to Schopenhauer, the most general survey shows us that the two foes of human happiness are pain and boredom.
That's very interesting, Dr. Gillespie. And who is Schopenhauer?
Who is Schopenhauer? Parker, you are an idiot.
Well, I can't remember every doctor who comes into this hospital.
I could hold a more intelligent conversation with an anthropoid ape.
What?
I beg your pardon, Dr. Gillespie. Yes, sir.
Well, come in, Pithecanthropus erectus.
Huh? Well, I don't follow you, Doc. Sir, I mean.
Never mind, Wayman. What do you want?
Well, I was looking for Dr. Kildare. They told me to bring him this here lab report, and I thought to...
Lab report?
Yeah.
Oh, here. Let me see it.
Yes, sir.
Here, Parker. Do you recall any patient of Kildare's named Barbara Lane?
Why, no, Dr. Gillespie.
Hey, that's the dame I bring in about noon. Emergency call from a hotel a couple of blocks down the street. She had an overdose of sleeping pills.
That's a very interesting report. Was she unconscious, Wayman?
Sure. Out cold. Limp as a wet noodle. We found half a bottle of pills in her room. Doc Kearing was the intern.
Remarkable. Now, how in the world could... Oh, Kildare. Come in. I got something here to show you.
What's up?
Here, might as well look at this. It's for you.
Oh, it's the lab report on Miss Lane. Young Gearing asked me to check her over, but I haven't had time yet. She's an emergency case. Acute barbital poisoning from an overdose.
From an overdose of what?
Concentration in bloodstream, 3 parts. Wayman, I understand you and Curing found this girl in a state of coma.
Coma?
Limp as a wet noodle.
Oh, well, yes, she was.
Why, that concentration is no more than she'd have from taking 1 tablet.
1 tablet, Doc? I'm telling you, the bottle was half empty.
Nevertheless, this girl hasn't taken more than 1 or maybe 2 tablets. So why was she in a state of coma?
Of course, there could be an idiosyncrasy in her reaction to barbital.
Yes, it could be, but the odds are against it. You know, Jimmy, this Lane girl may have deliberately faked a case of barbital poisoning.
But why? She went through some pretty rough treatment when she was brought in here. Stomach pump, mag salt, ephedrine shots. She couldn't have enjoyed it.
No, but she might put up with it if she had a reason.
What reason?
Well, I don't know yet. Maybe you'd better have a talk with her, Jimmy.
I'm going to.
Dr. Kildare, don't you pay any attention to him. He's just trying to stir up excitement because he's bored. He said so.
Parker, I can only think of one reason why I go on putting up with you. The fact that use doth breed a habit in a man.
Oh, you and your Schopenhauer.
You know, when you come right down to it, Miss Lane, we don't know very much about you.
No, I suppose you don't, Dr. Kildare.
The hotel clerk said you registered the day before yesterday from Chicago. Now, that's all he knows about you. Except that one of the maids found you unconscious in your room around noon today.
Yes, that's right. I can't really understand what happened.
Don't you have any relatives or friends here whom you'd like us to notify?
No, I don't know anyone in New York. I just got in a couple of days ago. I came here to look for work.
Without any luggage?
Well, it's checked at Penn Station.
Where's the baggage check?
Well, it's in my purse. I guess it is.
The nurse says there was nothing in your purse but some money and a lipstick.
Well, then I must have lost it somewhere. Why do you keep asking me questions? I don't have to answer you. I haven't done anything.
Now, Miss Lane.
You don't have any right to persecute me like this. I didn't ask to be brought here. I don't have to tell you anything.
Miss Lane.
I haven't done anything to be treated this way. I
Miss
can't
Lane.
stand it, and I won't.
Miss Lane, stop it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get all upset like that.
It's all right. I'm sorry, too. I guess I wasn't very tactful.
It's just that I'm nervous and jumpy. After effects, I guess.
After effects of what?
Why, of all those sleeping pills, of course.
How many would you say, Miss Lane?
Well, I don't know. A whole lot, I guess. I don't know.
As a matter of fact, didn't you only take one?
I don't remember.
What's the last thing you can remember before you were brought here?
Well, I couldn't sleep all night. I was upset. And this morning I decided to take a sleeping pill, and the next thing I woke up here in the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess that's all. How do you feel now?
Oh, I feel all right, I guess.
Good. Sure you don't want us to notify your family?
I don't have any. My parents are both dead.
I see. Well, ring for the nurse if you want anything.
Dr. Kildare, what are you planning to do with me?
In view of the circumstances, we'll keep you here tonight for observation. If you still feel all right tomorrow, you'll be discharged. Is that okay with you?
Why, of course. Sure, it's okay. Why not?
I can't understand Miss Lane's attitude, Dr. Gillespie. She's antagonistic, on guard, and she flies apart at the slightest pressure.
That girl's up to something, Jimmy. Or she has been, and she's afraid she'll give herself away.
Maybe so. And I still don't know any more about it than I did before I talked to her. Doesn't make any sense, any way you look at it.
Confound it, Jimmy. Ordinarily, I don't pay much attention to hunches, but there's something about this case that keeps nagging at the corner of my brain.
Excuse me, Dr. Gillespie, but...
What is it, Nosy?
I am not, and Oh, there's a Mr. Lane here to see you.
Lane?
Lane. That's the girl's name. Send him in, Parker.
You may go in, Mr. Lane.
She told me she didn't have any family.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Sit down, Mr. Lane. Sit down. Now what can we do for you?
I came here to see my daughter Barbara, gentlemen. They told me downstairs that I'd better talk with you first. She is here, isn't she?
Yes, she's here, Mr. Lane. Do you know the circumstances of the case?
Yes. My agents had traced her to the hotel last night, and when I went there to get her this afternoon, the clerk told me what had happened. You see, gentlemen, my daughter ran away from home a week ago.
Do you have any idea why she decided to come here to New York?
Come to New York? She was in New York. I have an apartment at 271 Park Avenue.
Well, your daughter seems to have quite an active imagination, Mr. Lane.
Well, I must confess that I don't understand that girl, gentlemen. This isn't the first time she's run away, you know, and yet I've given her everything money can buy. By the way, this package, some clothes and things for Barbara, is it all right if I take them to her?
Oh, sure. Parker!
Yes, Dr. Gillespie?
Show Mr. Lane up to 512, Parker.
Of course. You'll come with me, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yes.
And I'm sorry for all the trouble my daughter has caused.
No trouble at all. Goodbye. Well, there goes the end of a good hunch.
Jimmy, I'm not so sure.
The girl found out her father had located her. She knew she was in for it, so she staged this act for sympathy. Seems to fit.
Yes, but there's one thing that doesn't fit. that hunch of mine. And, Jimmy, I've still got that hunch.
Well, Dr. Gillespie, sir, I thought you wanted me to get right up here and tell you what I found out.
Well, then why didn't you? It must be nearly midnight.
No, sir, it's only about 10 o'clock, sir.
Wayman, don't start an argument.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
Confound it, I want Kildare.
Well, Sally's already calling him on the publical address system.
Wayman, get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Parker!
Oh, sorry, Miss Parker. Jeepers, just let me get out of here.
Dr. Gillespie, I was just going up to the wardroom to have tea and sandwiches with the girls, and if you want something, you can just wait. I won't do it.
Well, so it's mutiny, is it?
Well, I certainly don't see any reason why once in a while I can't.
I see.
Oh, Kildare, come in.
Well, I'll be back later, Dr. Gillespie.
Parker, don't you leave this office. You can lift your pinky some other night.
Oh, horrible man.
Understand you've been looking for me. What's up?
It's about that Lane girl, Jimmy. Have you talked to her again?
No, but the nurse just told me she's been in good spirits ever since her father was here this afternoon.
Ah, indeed.
Yes, says she's been cheerful, talkative, babbled the whole story. That's what we thought. Play for sympathy from her father.
Remarkable. Because you might be interested in knowing that Mr. Lane is not her father.
No?
Or at least he's not who he claimed to be. I sent Wayman out to that Park Avenue number he gave us, and there's no such address.
That doesn't make sense.
She planned to get into this hospital, Jimmy, but why?
One moment, Mr. Holmes. I'll bring the needle.
And where does Lane fit? Needle?
Yes, you remember Sherlock Holmes' one great weakness.
Morbid and depressed earlier, semi-hysteria, feelings of persecution, and after her father came... buoyant, cheerful, talkative. Why? Because he brought her a morphine shot.
No, wait a minute.
Jimmy, Barbara Lane is a drug addict.
You could be right. The emergency treatment she went through could have covered the symptoms.
Has she asked for a narcotic of any kind?
No, not even a sedative. An addict always do.
But that must be the reason she planned to get in here. And you watch. She'll pull something else and stay here.
Pardon me, Dr. Kildare.
What is it, Parker?
The dispensary clerk on the 5th floor is here.
Well, that's fine, but I...
Well, here I am, Dr. Kildare. Came down as quick as I could.
Maxie? What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know. You phoned me about 5 minutes ago and said to get down to him right away.
I didn't phone you.
But you said it was you, or whoever it was said it was.
Now, wait a minute. Did you lock the dispensary?
Well, sure. I always lock it when
Never mind. Let's get up there fast.
Kildare, what's all this about?
I don't know yet, but Barbara Lane's room is on the 5th floor in the same wing as the drug dispensary. Come on, Maxie, let's go.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, the dispensary door's still closed, Dr. Kildare. Everything looks okay from here.
I could be wrong, of course.
Jeepers, boss, I can't get over it. A slick little doll like that being a hophead. No, it's all.
Well, we'll soon know whether she's been here or not. Door's still locked.
Yeah. Open it up, Maxie.
Just a second.
Everything seems to be in order. Better check the narcotics cabinet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Locked tight. What a relief. I guess I better take a look inside just to make sure.
Boss, you want I should go see if Dr. Gillespie found her in her room?
No, wait a minute, Wayman. I want to see if...
Dr. Kildare?
Yeah?
It's empty.
Mm-hmm. There's no doubt now what she was up to. Wayman, get down to the first floor and block off the stairways.
Okay, Doc.
And don't let anyone up or down unless you know who they are.
Gotcha, boss. Nobody goes neither way, even if it's over my dead body.
How did she do it, Dr. Kildare? Both doors are locked, and I swear they haven't been forced.
I guess it's that Papa brought her a set of skeleton keys, along with a morphine shot and some clothes.
He must be the one who phoned me and said it was you.
Yes, they seem to know our routine around here pretty well. They picked the one time in the evening when all the nurses were off the floor. How much stuff did you have in the cabinet?
Full quarter. I refilled it right after I came on duty. Gosh, that's about $3,000 worth of morphine gone.
It's worth over $100,000 to a peddler. They cut it about 40 to 1 on the black market. Only it's not gone yet, and it's not going to be.
Well, I don't know. It looks to me like...
The elevator operator said Barbara Lane hadn't come down. With Wayman there now, she's trapped somewhere up here. Maybe you'd better get out and help Wayman.
Okay.
And tell the night supervisor to warn all the nurses. I'll check with her after I see what Gillespie's found out.
Look, Dr. Gillespie, here's her hospital robe hanging in the closet. Why, she'll catch a death of cold, to say the least.
Parker, you can drop that tone of outraged morality. The girl's fully clothed. That was what was in the package her alleged father brought her this afternoon.
Well, I only thought that, after all, she...
I know what you thought. I always do. 10 minutes before you think it.
Well...
According to the eminent philosopher, the fundamental fault of the female character is that it has no sense of justice. In your case, Parker, it's merely a matter of no sense at all.
Oh, don't you quote at me anymore. You've been Schopenhauering me all day.
Any sign of her, Dr. Gillespie?
No, Jimmy, no. She apparently got dressed and skinned out.
Well, the narcotics are gone. She probably used a skeleton key. I've got Maxie and Wayman guarding the elevator and the stairs.
Good.
She's somewhere on these upper floors, and she can't get out, but we've got to find her.
And it might be a good idea to call the police.
Yes, I guess we'll have to if we don't locate her in the next 10 minutes or so. I suppose we ought to notify Carew.
Yeah, well, we'll regard that as the last resort. Jimmy, I've been trying to figure out just what plan this girl had in mind.
Well, we know what the first part of it was, to steal a narcotic supply from the dispensary. And after that, she must have planned to get it out of the hospital.
But how did she plan to get herself out, too?
You mean she may intend to come back if it... Yeah, that stuff could be tossed out of a window.
That's it. Maybe she meant to get rid of it and then come back here and go to bed as though nothing happened. Ordinarily, the drugs wouldn't be missed for several hours.
Lane is probably waiting outside somewhere. But if that is it, she couldn't use this room. All these windows overlook the street. They're right above the sidewalk.
Well, how about the east side where the ambulance drive comes in?
That's right. And there's a lot of shrubbery next to the building.
No access on this floor, though, except private rooms.
But right below here, the 4th floor terrace. It's dark out there. It'd be perfect.
Well, there's just a bad chance, all right.
We can't let any chances slip past. I'm going out there.
Good. I'll call Wayman and send him out along the drive with that monkey wrench of his. Go to it, Jimmy.
Dark out here. Miss Lane?
Who is it?
Oh, there you are.
Dr. Kildare. Ralph, somebody's here. Watch out, I'm going to throw it.
Stop, don't.
There it comes.
You little fool. Wayman, over to your left. He's there in the bushes.
Yeah, boss, I see him. All right, you drop it. Stay back.
Careful, he may have a gun.
Well, it ain't going to do him no good.
Nice going, Wayman. Is he knocked out?
Sure, Doc. Holding a marionette heavy.
Well, get him over to the ambulance entrance. And call the police. And hang on to that package.
Okay, boss. Just leave it there. Hey, look, the thing!
What are you talking? Hey, Miss Lane, get down off that parapet.
Don't come any closer. I'll jump if you do.
Miss Lane, you wouldn't.
What have I got to lose?
Well, it's your life.
Is that all? You don't know very much, do you?
I know that you're a drug addict, if that's what you mean, and I know it isn't your fault.
Tell that to the cops. See if they believe it.
I think they'll consider it at least, especially if I stand by you, and I will. I have a great deal of sympathy for a drug addict, Miss Lane. And I know this man who posed as your father was probably your source of supply.
That's right, as well as my boss.
Yes, a peddler can always give orders to an addict who has to depend on him.
You're so wise, Doctor. And maybe you know everything that can mean.
For one thing, it probably means he forced you into helping him with his theft tonight. Well, I've seen a lot of addicts, Miss Lane. I've cured a lot of them, too.
How noble of you. And now you're all for saving poor, innocent little me. You fool. I'm 19 and I've been on the stuff for 3 years.
Oh, what of it? If you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll...
Dr. Kildare, I've warned you. If you come any closer, I'll jump.
All right. I'll stay where I am, but please listen to me.
Kildare?
Over here, Dr. Gillespie.
Make him stay back, too. I'm warning you.
She's up on the parapet, threatens to jump.
Think she'll do it, Jimmy?
She will if she gets excited. Any ideas?
No, keep her talking.
Well, what's the plan, boys? Aren't 2 doctors a match for one lousy hophead?
I think that's your own title. I wouldn't call you that.
No? And what would you call me, Dr. Kildare?
I'd call you a very lovely young girl who's managed to get herself mixed up in some very nasty trouble before she's even had a chance to find out what life's all about.
Oh, I know what it's all about, all right. Plenty. Want a case history for your files, Doc? What's that?
It's the police after your partner.
Keep her talking, Jimmy. The mad nets.
I would like to hear your story. As a matter of fact, how did it happen?
Oh, you're just stalling. You don't care, not really.
Yes, I do. Oh, come on now. Tell me, where did you live and grow up?
Chicago. I ran away from home when I was 15 and came to New York. I was broke and I couldn't get a job and I kicked around a lot.
Yeah, go on.
Guy I knew got me to try a pop and within a month I was on the stuff. I've been on it ever since.
We can change that if you will let us.
You think I haven't tried? Do you know how it feels to try sweating it out, leaving that stuff alone? Thinking you're going crazy, biting your hands so they bleed to keep from screaming?
You can't do it alone. Of course you can't. You need help, medical help. But I'll see that you get it.
Oh, you're lying. You're only saying that because you don't want me to jump. Because you want to turn me over to the cops.
Confounded crazy kid.
It's no use. You're like everybody else, and you're lying. That's what you're doing.
Whatever we do, it's got to be fast.
I won't listen anymore, because you don't mean it.
Sometimes you can hit their vanity. I don't know.
You want to trick me and fool me like everybody else.
Miss Lane, you listen to me for just one moment now.
I won't.
Afterward, you can go ahead and kill yourself if you want to. But have you ever seen the body of one who's jumped off a building?
What are you talking about?
Bones break up and it smashes like a piece of ripe fruit. And the face never looks like a face anymore. Your face is very pretty the way it is now.
Stop that. Stop talking like that.
And another thing, we're not very high up here, you know, and it's about an even chance you'd go on living with your face all smashed up.
Stop it. I won't listen to you. Stop saying those things.
I don't know, Jimmy. It's 50-50.
Miss Lane, if you'll step down off that parapet and trust me, I'll see you through this, and I'll ask the court to be given your parole. And then if you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll cure you. On my oath as a doctor and by everything in this world I believe in. I promise you that. Now, what about it? Come on, will you take a chance?
If only I could.
Carnation, she's going to jump.
She can't.
I'll take that chance, Dr. Kildare.
Good.
When can we start?
You've taken the first step now, Barbara. We've already started.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
I guess I forgot to mention it, Dr. Gillespie. I had a letter this morning from Bradley up at White Hill Sanitarium.
Oh, yeah? And how is the Lane girl, Jimmy?
Very enthusiastic about her. Calls her that courageous little Lane kid. She's apparently still determined to fight it out.
Good. I think she'll make it, too. Those first 2 weeks are the hard ones.
Oh, I hope she makes it. Caught by the drug habit at her age. Beaten before she even had a chance.
Yeah, same old story. Just this once for a thrill. Nah. If they only knew the penalty before they started. But...
Dr. Gillespie, something terrible has happened.
Oh, well, what's Carew done now, Parker?
Oh, no, it has nothing to do with Dr. Carew at all. It's your watch that I was supposed to take to the jeweler's last month. I just found it in my desk. I'd forgotten all about it.
Jimmy, we have here a living proof of a very interesting biological fact.
Oh, what's that?
That the human organism is capable of surviving without a brain.
Oh!
Oh, what? Do you deny that you're a nincompoop?
Well, I've just been waiting for the next time you insulted me like this. And I would like to inform you that intellect is invisible to the man who has none.
Well, by the great horn spoon. Where'd you find that?
Why, Dr. Gillespie, don't you remember? That's from Schopenhauer.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Dr. Kildare is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Key to the City, starring Clark Gable, Loretta Young, Frank Morgan, and Marilyn Maxwell. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Virginia Gregg, Ed Max, Parley Bear, Tom Brown, and Barbara Ruick. Dick Joy speaking.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my sick.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Dr. Kildare.
Oh, hello, Millie. Why the shh? What's up?
Could I speak to you a moment, Dr. Kildare?
Well, of course.
Come in the reception room. No one will see us.
Why, Millie, how clandestine of you.
Dr. Kildare, my motives are completely above board.
Are you sure? What's your problem, Millie?
Well, it's Dr. Gillespie.
Now what?
I think his mind is going.
What?
Well, he's a little past the age when he could be falling in love, isn't he?
Not as long as he can open his eyes, he isn't. Why?
Well, I just happened to pass by, and I heard him calling a florist this afternoon, and I couldn't help overhearing what he was saying.
Millie, you should never eavesdrop on conversations that don't concern you. I told you were seeing too much of Nosy Parker. Whatever Dr. Gillespie was doing was none of the business of the nurses or the staff of Blair General. What was he doing?
Yeah, well, he told the florist he wanted some sweet peas for a charming young lady. Those were his own words. Charming young lady, he said.
Sweet peas. Living dangerously, isn't he?
And furthermore, he told me to cancel all his afternoon appointments at the hospital because he had a very important house call to make. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know what to make of it, but the thought of Dr. Gillespie sneaking off to date a young lady completely fascinates me. I think I'll stop by his office and see what I can find out.
Kildare, why are you hanging around my office? I've got some thinking to do, and you're interfering with it.
What are you doing this afternoon?
I'm working. What I do every afternoon.
Got on your best suit, haven't you?
Well, what the heck business is it of yours if I have?
Fresh haircut, too.
I get a fresh haircut every week. Go tend to your patients and never mind me.
Oh, none of my patients need me this afternoon. Thought I might persuade you to go out someplace with me.
I'm busy this afternoon.
Oh. Professionally or otherwise?
Why, Jimmy Kildare, you think I am leading a double life?
Oh, no.
Ah, come on now. Sure you do. You know you do.
No, it's just that seeing you all spruced up like you are, seeing that glint in your eye and putting two and two together, well,
Well, I guess you got me dead to rights, Jimmy. There's nothing for me to do but confess. There is a woman in my life.
Ah, attractive?
Devilishly attractive.
Brunette or blonde?
Redhead.
Well, we are living dangerously.
Care to come along and meet her?
Oh, I certainly would.
Okay. Put on your best suit and get a fresh haircut and meet me downstairs.
Now, wait a minute. I don't do that for my own date.
Ah, you don't know how to live, Jimmy. In my day, we really knew how to make a lady feel important and sought after. If you want to come with me, you'll have to do as I do.
Well, it sounds pretty silly, but I'll do it. I'll meet you downstairs in an hour.
Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Gillespie.
Good afternoon, Miss Henderson. This is my friend, Dr. Kildare.
Oh, I'm so happy to meet you, Miss Henderson. Dr. Gillespie has told me so much about
Come
you.
in. Just what did Dr. Gillespie tell you about me?
Well, I realize you're a little early.
What did Dr. Gillespie tell you about me, Dr. Kildare?
Well, not very much, but enough to give me the
Hey,
idea.
is Caroline ready for us, Miss Henderson?
Really? I'm not deaf, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, that is the whole trouble.
Yes, Carolyn's expecting you. And go right in.
This way, Jimmy. Hello, Carolyn.
Why, hello, Dr. Gillespie. Thanks for the flowers. They came a little while ago.
Well, I'll be hanged.
Sometimes I wish you were. This is my friend, Dr. Kildare. Jimmy, this is Carolyn Shelley.
Hello, Carolyn.
I'm very happy to meet you.
I have been telling Dr. Kildare about you and me, Carolyn.
We're going to be married, you know, Dr. Kildare.
Really?
Yes, as soon as I'm 20.
Yes, I met Carolyn when she was born, and it was love at first sight.
Well, I can certainly see why.
And so, every so often, I pay a visit.
What's that book you're reading, Carolyn?
It's Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, sort of like you and Dr. Gillespie, isn't it?
Yeah, very funny. Very, very funny. Yes, yes, yes. Carolyn, how do you feel?
I'm pretty good, except I've got sort of a tummy ache.
Huh?
Miss Henderson said I ate too much candy yesterday.
Uh-huh. You feel as if you had a temperature? Now, Carolyn, tell me if this... That hurts, does it? Carolyn, now, bend your right knee. That's it.
Oh! It hurts?
Kildare, take a look at these abdominal muscles, will you?
Mm-hmm. You're right, Doctor.
What's the matter?
Oh, don't worry, Carolyn. Don't you worry. We know just what to do for it. You take a nap now, and I'll be back to see you a little later.
Yes, Dr. Gillespie.
You know, that's a chronic appendix. Better watch it.
Let's talk to Miss Henderson. Carolyn's parents are separated. I think Miss Henderson had better call them if there's any change for the worse.
I'm here in the sitting room, Dr. Gillespie. What did you say about Carolyn?
She has a chronic appendix. She may need an operation.
Oh, nonsense. She ate too much candy yesterday, and I told her while she was doing it that this would happen. All that child needs is a good dose of castor oil.
Oh, please, no castor oil, not while she has symptoms of appendicitis.
It's an old-fashioned remedy, but it's always been a good one.
No, Miss Henderson, no. I definitely do not want her given castor oil. She's only to have very light food. If the pains in her stomach continue or her temperature goes up, you call me immediately.
Oh.
Where's the girl's mother?
She's taken a group of models up to Boston for a fashion show.
Oh, I see. Well, if I don't hear from you before, I'll be back in the morning to see Carolyn again. Come on, Johnny.
Oh, nice to have met you, Miss Henderson.
Yes. We'll keep a close watch on her for a day or two. It's a darn shame about her parents. Her mother is a designer. Her father's a writer. Lives in Connecticut someplace or other. The two careers just got in the way of the marriage.
What's the mother's name?
Doreen Shelley.
Miss Henderson didn't look as though she had very much confidence in what you were saying.
I don't know.
I think we should try and locate Mrs. Shelley ourselves, just in case.
We're ready with your call to Boston, Dr. Kildare.
Thank you. Hello? Hello, is this Mrs. Shelley?
Yes? Who is this?
Well, this is a Dr. Kildare at Blair General Hospital in New York.
Oh, yes? What is it, Dr. Kildare?
This is just a routine call, Mrs. Shelley. I visited your daughter this afternoon with Dr. Gillespie. She has an upset stomach. It may not be anything, but we wanted to be sure we could reach you.
Well, I think I better come back in the next plane. I'll be in around midnight.
Uh-huh. Where can we reach Mr. Shelley?
Oh, well, you'll have to try the hotels in Greenwich, Connecticut. I don't know exactly where he's staying.
All right, Mrs. Shelley. We were worried because both of you were out of town.
I see. Well, Dr. Gillespie has always been a worrier. I'll check with you when I get in. Goodbye.
Did you get it?
Oh, yes.
I knew if I stepped out of here for a minute, the call had come through. What'd she say?
Said she'd take the next plane back. Said we could try and locate Mr. Shelley at the hotels in Greenwich. She didn't know where he was.
Miss Henderson hasn't called, so I guess Carolyn hasn't changed it.
Hello?
This is Nellie Henderson. Who is this?
This is Dr. Kildare.
Can you come over right away, Dr. Kildare? Something's happened to Carolyn. Something's happened to Carolyn.
Hello. Hello. Hung up.
Who was it?
Miss Henderson. She said something happened to Carolyn.
Oh, you better get over right away to see the child. I'll make arrangements for an emergency operation. I want you to operate.
How can I? We don't have permission from either the parents.
I'll try and reach the father by telephone. You take the ambulance and get Carolyn over here.
She had a seizure of pains at her waist. It wasn't anywhere near her appendix. It was at her waist. I gave her a dose of castor oil.
You were specifically told not to give her castor oil. How dare you take it upon yourself to ignore a doctor's orders like that?
I didn't think it was her appendix. A little while ago, she broke out in a rash, and her temperature went up. Oh, here's her room.
All right, wring out some towels and cold water for me. Bring some ice cubes.
Yes, Dr. Kildare.
Hello, Carolyn. How do you feel?
I can't move. I can't move.
I know, and that's all right. Now, you just lie still and let me look at you.
Where's Dr. Gillespie?
Oh, he's waiting for you at the hospital. Wants you to come over there and be close by him. Now, won't that be nice?
I'm afraid of the hospital. That's where people go to die.
Oh, who told you that?
Miss Henderson.
Oh, Miss Henderson hasn't been in a hospital in recent years, or she'd know that that's where people go to live. Honey, in that hospital, you're going to be like a fairy princess. Dr. Gillespie and I'll fight each other to the death to see who's going to be your Prince Charming.
I'm so sleepy. Sleepy?
Here's the towels and the ice, Doctor.
All right. You help me pack this ice on her side.
Yes, Doctor.
There. Now keep putting the wet towels on her head. She mustn't go to sleep. Do you understand? She
No.
must not go to sleep.
Yes, Dr. Kildare.
Now, where's the telephone?
In the hall.
I'll be right back.
Blair General Hospital.
Dr. Gillespie, please.
Oh, I'll put him right on, Dr. Kildare.
Hello?
Oh, Dr. Gillespie, I think her appendix is ruptured.
I was afraid of that.
She has a rash. It could be scarlet fever, or it could be the results of peritonitis. I don't know. We're going to have to operate immediately. We've been able to reach the girl's father.
I located this hotel, but he was out. He'll call as soon as he comes in.
How about Mrs. Shelley?
I left word at the airport for her to phone as soon as she lands.
Well, then I'll get Carolyn right over there. And if you know any prayers, you'd better start saying them.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie?
Doreen, I have the papers right here for you to sign.
Yes, of course. Is she all right?
Oh, we won't know for a while. That's right. Here, you sign your name right there on the bottom line.
There. Oh. Did you reach Jack?
Yeah, he's on his way down.
Oh, it'll break Jack's heart if anything happens to Carolyn.
Well, Kildare's the finest young surgeon I know. Carolyn's in good hands. You heard from Jack recently?
Not too recently, no.
Let's see now. How old were you when you two got married?
Well, you remember, I was 16.
Ah.
Jack was just past 18. Everyone said we weren't old enough, but we both were so sure. And we managed to talk our parents into letting us get married.
Yeah, too bad it hasn't worked out better.
Well, it worked out for a while. And then Jack's stories went selling. I became a model, and then a fashion designer. And Jack got sensitive about me paying the bills for a while. I don't see what it matters who pays the bills if two people love each other.
Jack Shelley's on his way up, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm so glad.
We can go up to the reception room. Wait there.
Dr. Gillespie, how is... Doreen.
Jack.
How is Carolyn?
She's going to be operated on right away. We won't know until then.
Come on. We'll go upstairs and wait.
Scalpel. Sponge. Hemostat. Tie. Scalpel.
It seems like they've been in there so long.
Now, don't you worry. Don't worry. Carolyn couldn't be in better hands.
Oh, you feel so helpless, don't you?
She was crying for you when she first arrived here, Jack. She seemed disturbed because you hadn't been home. She kept asking when you were coming.
Things like this are rough on kids, I know.
Yeah.
But Doreen and I thought if we were going to separate, well, it would be easier on her now than when she's older.
I was very disappointed when you two broke up. Somehow I thought you were going to make a success of your marriage. I don't think I ever saw two youngsters anymore in love.
Well, we We used to have a lot in common. We don't have anything in common anymore.
You have a child in common. You have all the plans and dreams you started out with. You have a future in common. If you only had the sense to hold on to it.
Doreen doesn't need me anymore.
I think she does.
You're right, Dr. Gillespie. I do.
Well, the truth of the matter is that things haven't been working too well for me, and well, I'm not going to have my wife supporting me.
All the stubborn, selfish, stiff-necked attitude. Jack, I thought you had more common sense. Marriage is a partnership, isn't it? You help each other out in a partnership, don't you? Are you going to make your child unhappy? And your wife unhappy? Then yourself unhappy just because you're too pig-headed to accept a little help?
Well, I have my pride.
Pride. It's a doggone expensive luxury sometimes. It is, particularly when you buy it at the expense of love.
Well, I never thought about it like that.
Well, that's the way it looks to Doreen and Carol. And to me. Doesn't it, Doreen?
Oh, yes, it does.
Yeah.
Jack, that's exactly the way it looks to us.
Well, it's completed.
How is she?
All right.
The operation was a success.
Oh, thank heaven.
Can't tell you that she'll live, though. We won't know that for at least 3 days.
3 days?
It'll take 3 days before the crisis will be over.
Can we see her?
Oh, she's under a sedative. You won't be able to talk to her.
Oh, but if I can just see her.
Yeah, me too.
All right, come with me.
Dr. Kildare.
Oh, it's you, Millie.
Yeah, come in the reception room where we won't be heard.
You know, Millie, pretty soon people are going to start talking about us.
Dr. Gillespie's been at it again.
At what again?
I heard him on the telephone ordering flowers again. This time it was carnations. I couldn't hear who he was sending them to because he pushed the door shut. I almost caught my nose in it.
You know what I heard him ordering this morning?
What?
A set of Grimm's fairy tales.
He's the strangest man. Do you think he's in his second child?
Oh, I'm positive of it, Millie.
Yeah, I thought as much.
Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I want to have a word with him about a patient of ours.
I want one of those dolls that wets its pants. Can you send one or can't you?
Why, Dr. Leonard Gillespie.
Kildare, get out of here. Go on, get out. Hello. No, I don't want a doll I can give a permanent to. What would I want with a doll I could give a permanent to for? Look, I want a doll that wets its pants. It's for a little girl, and anyhow, it's none of your business. Look, I don't want to make a big production out of this. I want a doll for a little girl. Do you want to send it out for me, or shall I call some store that will?
One of the things I love about you is your supreme tact.
Oh, go on, sit on a scalp. Does the kind that wets its pants get a permanent, too? Well, all right, I'll send out one of those. To Dr. Leonard Gillespie at Blair General Hospital. Thank you. Goodbye. Sprach. It used to be that you could just call up and order a doll, but not anymore in this age of miracles and science. So what are you doing up here eavesdropping? What do you want?
Just thought you might like to go up and see Carolyn with me.
I would. How is she?
Setting up today, making wonderful recovery.
Oh, well, let's go and see her. Her mother phoned a little while ago, and they're coming over, too. I'm anxious to see that family get back together again.
Yeah, so am I. But that's a little out of my line. That I can't accomplish with a scalpel.
Jimmy, my boy, when you've reached my age, you'll find you've accomplished something like that more times than you'd think possible. There's more kinds of heart trouble and more ways of healing it than you'd ever realize now. Come on, let's go and see the princess.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Gillespie. Good afternoon, Dr. Kildare.
How are you, Carolyn?
How do you feel, young woman?
I feel fine. Dr. Gillespie, can a girl marry two men?
At once?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not without getting into an awful lot of trouble, no.
Oh, that's too bad. 'Cause I thought I might marry both you and Dr. Kildare.
Oh, you did, eh? You think he's prettier than I am?
Well, I do think he's prettier,
Out of the mouths of babes.
but I think you're smarter, Dr. Gillespie.
Out of the mouths of babes.
Come in.
Mommy! Daddy!
Hello, how's my girl today?
I'm better.
When can she go home, Dr. Kildare?
A few days now.
There. Did you hear that, Carolyn?
We have a surprise for you, darling. Miss Henderson's gone for good. And Daddy's coming home to live with you and me.
Oh, Daddy! Oh, I love you so.
Oh, baby. Just you wait till you see what we're going to do.
Come on, Kildare.
Kind of gets you to see people that happy, doesn't it?
Nonsense. Now, don't go turning into a sentimentalist, Kildare.
Oh, your eyes were getting a little misty in there.
Fiddly-dee.
You look pretty close to tears to me.
4 from 5.
Your voice is all rough.
I am catching a cold.
You're a very inconsistent man.
I'm just not a sentimentalist.
That doll you ordered just arrived, Dr. Gillespie.
Oh? Well, take it in to Carolyn.
Well, yes, Dr. Gillespie.
You know, Dr. Gillespie, you're a big phony.
That is a very shrewd diagnosis, Kildare. A very shrewd diagnosis.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Kildare, do you know what Dr. Gillespie's doing now?
What's he doing now?
He's playing with dolls.
He is?
Uh-huh. He's in Carolyn's room. Go in and see for yourself.
Well, I will.
No way.
Why? I'm the doctor on this case. What on earth are you doing?
I'm feeding this doll water. What does it look like I'm doing?
He's trying to get the doll to work. It won't work.
Yeah, these dolls are phonies. Fakes. Oh, the darn thing broke. Confound it, I'm all wet.
Oh, could be, Dr. Gillespie, could be.
Now let's give the doll a permanent.
Yes, I'd love to see you give a doll a permanent.
All right. Now, you've had your fun. Now, leave me alone.
Just as you say, Doctor. As a matter of fact, I'll promise you right here and now I won't bother you again. Until next week.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Gene Holloway and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Supporting cast included Lorene Tuttle, Bea Benaderet, Marlene Ames, and Jack Edwards. Dick Joy speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The man called X. He is the man who crosses the ocean as readily as you or I cross town. He is the man who travels today as you and I will travel tomorrow. He is the man who fights today's war in his unique fashion so that tomorrow's peace will make the world a neighborhood for us all. He is the man called X. Tonight, Mr. X drops in on an adventure involving some hot jewelry, a hotter steak, and an extremely hot senorita. But at the moment, he's getting a rather cold blast from his fiancée, Nancy Bessington. They're at lunch.
Now, look, Ken. Do you think I like the prospect of being married to a human helicopter?
Nancy, I object. I've never been known to hover in midair.
But don't you realize, darling, that all this chasing around all over the world, grabbing a sandwich on the run and missing your sleep and...
By golly, you're right, darling. What I need is to be completely and utterly bored.
Ken, I have some friends up on Cape Cod, and they're the dullest people in the world.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sounds like heaven. We must visit them sometime.
We are going to visit them this weekend.
This weekend?
I have the tickets, and we're flying up this afternoon. It's all arranged. The people are expecting us, so you can't back out now.
Well, Nancy, you're an angel, but it's impossible. I have to,
Yes? What do you have to do?
I have to see a jeweler
Oh?
about some diamonds
Oh, Ken, darling.
for the chief.
Chief?
Yeah, just a routine inquiry.
Oh, you two going steady now?
Purely platonic.
How long will you be?
Oh, a couple of hours, I should say.
Oh, then good. Then I'll fly up right after lunch. You can come up on the 4:30 plane, and we'll have dinner at Cape Cod. A very dull dinner.
Promise?
Promise.
May I assist you, sir?
Why, yes. Are you Mr. Blucher?
No, Mr. Blucher is out of the store at present.
That's too bad. I was advised to see him personally about having a diamond reset with some smaller ones added.
I'm sorry. He is not here.
Do you know when he'll be back?
I can't say exactly.
The middle of the afternoon, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Well, as soon as he comes in, have him get in touch, will you? I'll be at the Manhattan Health Club down the street a ways, in the Turkish bath. It's extremely important.
For whom should Mr. Blucher inquire?
The name is Thurston. Ken Thurston.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Hot enough for you, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, Axel, this is the hottest steam room in the borough of Manhattan.
There's one other customer, Mr. Thurston. Do you mind sharing the steam with him?
No, send him in.
Good. Don't stay in too long.
Don't worry, Axel, not in this heat.
Is there anything you need? A clean sheet?
No, this one's fine. Just stop back in about 3 minutes and sprinkle some barbecue sauce on me. Oh. Phew. Hello?
Is that you, Mr. Thurston?
Who's there? I can't see through this team.
I'm Gunnar Blucher.
Oh, Blucher, the diamond cutter. Glad you got my message.
I must talk to you. I'm in great trouble, Mr. Thurston. Is it all right to talk here?
I imagine so. What's the matter?
I get a package in the mail this morning.
Well, that's what I dropped in to see you about.
It's from Holland. I opened it, and there are 3 huge diamonds. Uncut, but valuable for industrial uses. Worth millions.
Well?
Less than 10 minutes after the package arrived, they came in and threatened me.
They? Who's they?
The man you talked to with the thick glasses. Herr Schloss and his helper.
Where are the diamonds now?
Schloss made me pack them up again and addressed the box to a jewelry store in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I get it. From there, Nazi agents will ship the diamonds back to the Reich by way of Lisbon.
Yeah, that's what they do. I knew by the way you talked in the store that you must be from Washington. So I slipped away and followed you.
That's a long haul to get the gems through the lines to Germany. 20 miles as the crow flies, 20,000 miles by the Nazi grapevine.
Will I go to prison, Mr. Thurston?
You'll never live to go to prison if our chum with the thick glasses finds out you've been talking to me. This calls for some prompt activity. Not in a Turkish bath.
Yeah.
Come along, Blucher.
Yeah.
The door's jammed.
We must get out of here. I've had enough of this steam.
Locked. Open up, Axel. Unlock this door.
They must have followed me.
Of course they followed you. Open up, somebody. Axel, turn off the steam.
Mr. Thurston, I'm getting faint.
Come on, Blucher. Let's get our shoulders against this door. Have to break it down. Blucher, are you all right? Blucher. Axel. Axel, anyone open up this door.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Stay gone.
You seem to be in the market for highly specialized services, Mr. Thurston.
Zagon! Oh, Zagon, you're a lifesaver. Unlock the door.
For how much, Mr. X?
How can you think of money at a time like this?
It's very easy. $200 perhaps.
Robbery. But I'm in no position to haggle. Turn off the steam and let's get out of here. Huh. Oh, well, that's better. Now get this door open, Zagon.
I'm having Mr. X as fast as I can.
There. God bless your mercenary soul.
Oh, you were in a hot spot, Mr. X, if you'll excuse the expression. It's lucky I happened to stop by.
How did you happen to stop by, Zagon?
Well, would Blackstone tell Houdini? After all, a man who lets his main source of income suffocate in a Turkish bath is a fool, wouldn't you say?
I want to be on hand at your autopsy, Zagon. I'm sure you have a cash register for a soul.
Thank you.
Where's the attendant?
Bound and gagged in the closet.
Well, I'll be getting dressed.
So I'll be making out the bill for my services.
Incidentally, Zagon, did you get a look at the fellow who tried to suffocate us in the steam room?
A few dollars might sharpen my recollection.
It's high time you declared a dividend. Did he or did he not wear thick spectacles?
I'd say he did.
Good. Now we know the man we're after, and... Zagon!
What's the matter, Mr. X?
My clothes are gone. Every stitch. My wallet and keys, identification, everything. Zagon?
No, not me, Mr. X. When I peek, I leave the pocket.
I've got to get something to wear.
The sheet you have on is not unbecoming you.
Look, Zagon, get out and scare me up some clothes, because I'm catching the next plane for Argentina. It was sweet of you to invite yourself along, Zagon.
But I am so useful to you, Mr. X.
Yes, you do make a nice deduction on my income tax.
What is this wild goose we are chasing to Argentina?
Why should I tell you?
Oh, you might be a very well-broiled steak by now if it weren't for me, Mr. X. Besides, how can I help you if I don't know why we are after the man with the thick glasses?
All right. Some industrial diamonds were confiscated by the Allies when we liberated Holland. Now, our friend is trying to spirit them back to the Reich by way of Argentina.
Diamonds? How much do you think they are worth?
Millions when cut.
Perhaps you would like to hire me on a percentage basis on this job.
No fancy deals, Zagon. Cash on the line.
But you are so impractical, Mr. X. Why don't you put me under contract? You agree to pay me 10% more than the highest offer from anyone else, okay?
I'd be bankrupt in no time. No, Zagon. Where you're concerned, piecework is much cheaper.
May I help you, sir?
I'd like a suite for two. Thurston's the name.
Mr. Thurston? Well...
Do you have a room for me?
Well, but you're already registered.
Going to be Ken Thurston, Thurston?
Room 707.
Must be someone else with the same name.
Well, I just took over from the night clerk. He says he thinks this Mr. Thurston is the important special investigator that they call Mr. X.
You don't say.
Yes. From Washington, D.C.
Well.
Where are you from, Mr. Thurston?
Me? I'm from Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan.
Just a moment, we'll continue with tonight's exploit of Mr. X, starring Herbert Marshall. But first, a word from the men and women of Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lockheed Constellation is the largest, fastest, highest flying transport in use today. Fully loaded, 64 passengers, cargo, and crew of 6, it is capable of flying from Chicago to New York in 2 hours, 47 minutes. From New York to London in 13 hours, 20 minutes. From London to Paris in 56 minutes. Now, these sample schedules are quite exciting, of course, but what makes them particularly striking is that the plane we are talking about, the 4-engined Lockheed Constellation, is actually in use today. It's no manufacturer's dream. It is in use today. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport that flies better than 300 miles an hour. The transport that cruises at 20,000 feet, high up in the smooth upper air. The transport that operates in and out of any standard airport with room to spare. The transport, furthermore, that even on short hops of 30 minutes has been proved more economical than the ordinary 2-engine airliner. This transport, the Lockheed Constellation, is flying for the Army Air Forces today. When peace comes, it will fly for you, bringing the airport in your town hours closer to any place in the nation and to lands beyond the horizon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember the name. The Lockheed Constellation. The transport of tomorrow in use today. Another example of Lockheed leadership. The hunt for a fortune in uncut diamonds has led Mr. X to room 705 of the Hotel Embajadero in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Next door, in room 707, another Mr. X is registered. At the present moment, Zagon Zellsmith, freelance spy and double-crosser extraordinary, is combing the room of the ersatz Mr. X, while Ken lies on his bed, staring at the ceiling and thinking out a plan of action. The sun is set, but Ken hasn't bothered to turn on the light.
Where the devil are those cigarettes? Oh. Hello? Well, what did you find, Zagon? Zagon? Who's this? Who's there?
Darling.
Well, hello.
Oh, Ken. Why did you not meet me? You said you would.
Oh, well, a number of things.
You still love me?
Love you? Of course I love you, my darling. I could no more stop loving you than I could stop breathing.
Do you have a cold?
Yes. I'm afraid I caught a little cold. Suppose it makes my voice sound different, huh?
Very different. But then, it's no wonder you caught cold, considering where we were.
Yes, of course, yeah. Where we were, it's no wonder I caught cold. You didn't catch cold, did you, darling?
Of course not. I didn't go in.
That's right, yes, you didn't go in.
Dearest, we've known each other only 9 hours.
Hardly seems that long.
But I know all the things you said are right and true. That's why I did exactly what you told me to. Oh, we were meant for each other, darling. I don't care what Uncle says.
Uncle doesn't approve?
Well, I'm sure he wouldn't, if he knew. No, he's too old to remember what it's like to be in love. All he cares about are his old beef cattle.
You must try to be understanding, my darling. It is hard to get romantic with beef cattle.
There's just one thing that worries me, Ken. This afternoon, after we went out to the...
After we went where, dear?
You know where. I thought you had changed somehow. It's not true, is it?
Yes, I have changed. Much more than you think.
Oh, darling.
Wait till I press the switch on this table lamp and you'll see how much I've changed. By heaven, you are lovely.
You aren't Mr. X.
Opinions on that may differ, but I assure you that the chap who made love to you is not Ken Thurston.
What are you talking about?
I have a sneaking suspicion you've been getting chummy with an agent of the Nazi government.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Lady, you've apparently been sucked in by the oldest con game in the world. And it's a lucky thing you stumbled into the wrong hotel room, or you might have a real heartbreak on your hands.
Oh, it's not true. He loves me. It's for you, pretending.
He made love to you so he could use you for a purpose. All I want to know is what you did for him.
I won't tell you.
Where were you this afternoon?
I don't see...
Where did you go together? What did you do?
Why should I tell you?
Because I'm on your side. Because this phony Mr. X is trying to help the Fourth Reich prepare for another world war.
I don't care.
Yes, you do care. Because he's the type of gentleman that's sabotaging the future happiness of kids like you. Whether you live in Buenos Aires or Bridgeport.
I'm in love with him.
You think you are. You've only known him 9 hours. In another 9 hours, you might be in love with me. Tell me, what's he up to?
I promise.
Who's your uncle? What does he pack besides beef?
Oh, I won't stay here.
Now, wait a minute. Come back. Oh, well.
You want me to catch her for you, Mr. X? I will chase her for nothing.
No, Zagon. No, I think we'll let her go. She may bring us some bigger game. What's with you, Zagon? Did you find anything in our neighbor's room?
He must have all his valuables with him. This hand-woven necktie was the only thing worth the taking.
Anything, any phone numbers?
3 on the back of an envelope. I called them all. One was a girl named Carmelita, one was a girl named Margarita, and one was a B&B meat-packing house.
Ah, now we've got something.
I don't think so. Carmelita and Margarita on the telephone, they sound... Oh, boy.
No. We'll see about them later. First, we're going to do business with the B&B meat packers.
Oh, I hope you have your red points with you, Mr. X. Wild geezes, all we chase is wild geezes.
Not this time, Zagon. I'll bet you $500 to a dozen orchids that we locate those diamonds within an hour.
You interest me strangely, but orchids, they are expensive.
Not down here. They grow like dandelions.
Oh?
All you have to do is to go out and pick them.
Good, it's a bet.
But you have to help me, Zagon, and you've got to work fast. Because I have a feeling that my little girlfriend is going to send the man with the thick glasses out this same road in a very few minutes. With luck, we can nab both him and the diamonds.
This will undoubtedly make it necessary to bring my priceless talents into play.
Since when have your talents been priceless? Zagon, you are now a meat inspector for the Argentinian government.
Oh, what's my yearly salary?
You won't be around long enough to collect it. Here's what you do. When you get to the packing house, demand to inspect the beef shipment which is consigned to Lisbon, Portugal.
Suppose there is no shipment to Lisbon.
Well, then you win $500. But if there is a shipment for Lisbon, you'll probably see the most valuable chunk of beef in the history of the meat-packing industry. That's the storage house. You all set?
Yeah. Do I use a gun?
Now, what would a meat inspector be doing with a gun? The cow's already dead, Zager.
That gun might come in handy.
Don't worry. I'll be waiting right outside here in the shadows.
I have a brainstorm. You go in and I wait outside in the shadows.
Oh, sure. And if our Nazi friend drops by and tops my price, you'll switch over to the other side. Oh, no, Zagar. You are the meat inspector.
All right. What do I say?
It's a bluff. There's only one watchman on duty.
I'm afraid I won't put on a very professional appearance. With beasts, I don't know the front from the back. I'm strictly a ground-round man myself.
Zagar, I have implicit faith in you.
But after all...
And, there is money to be made.
Mr. X, I go.
Make it fast, Zagar.
Hola. What you want?
Hola. I am the meat inspector. I want to examine the beef you are shipping to Portugal.
To Portugal?
Yes. You don't have some, do you?
A very small shipment, see. It leaves tomorrow, but it has already been inspected.
Not by me. I must examine it immediately.
Everybody wants to see the meat for Portugal. Follow me. Here in the refrigeration room, 40 carcasses on the left-hand side.
You will keep the door open for me.
Oh, see. But do not take too long. We cannot let the cold air escape.
I will hurry. In all my career, this is the first time I ever picked the pocket of a beef.
Watchman! Watchman!
See? What do you want?
I'm a special investigator for the United States government. Here are my credentials. You may call me Mr. X.
And you want to see the meat shipment to Portugal?
No. I want to know if anyone else has asked to see it.
See, the meat inspector is in the refrigerator examining it now.
In there?
See.
Pardon me, please.
What are you doing? The man cannot get out now.
Exactly. He is not a meat inspector. He is an agent of the Nazi government. Everything he told you was a lie.
And you're quite an expert on lies, aren't you, Mr. X?
Mr. X?
Well, did you get your diamond reset, sir?
No, I never had a chance to examine your entire stock, but I think I'm going to very soon.
Look behind you. My men have you covered from the doorway, Mr. X.
Mr. X?
You mean you wish they had me covered? Unfortunately, Herr Schloss, you came here alone, and unfortunately, I think we'll have to put you on ice for a while. Watchman, which of these refrigeration chambers doesn't have a jewelry concession?
Which?
These storage rooms. Do they all lock from the outside?
Oh, see, and no windows. Well, you want to lock him up?
That's the idea.
Here, I help you.
May I remind you, Mr. X, that we are not in your United States now. Here, my credentials are as good as yours.
Well, try presenting them to one of those cold cuts. In you go.
There, we fix him, yes?
Watchman, I have a feeling somehow that you are too much of an eager beaver.
I am?
Yes, and until I know whether or not you have a swastika tattooed on your chest, maybe you'd better keep him company.
Oh, I know nothing of...
An old maxim of mine, when in doubt, cool both your heels. Voila.
Mr. X! Mr. X!
You all right, Zagon?
I am cool.
Did you find the diamonds?
I found a very expensive beef steak. Let me off, Mr. X.
What's it worth to you, Zagon?
What? Mr. X, this is no time for humor.
Certainly my services should be worth a moderate fee.
Oh, it's very cold in here with all these frozen cows.
Stop beefing, Zagon. $200, perhaps?
Mr. X, how can you think of money at a time like this?
It's a talent I picked from a friend of mine named Zell Smith. Suppose we say $200 on account and I'll let you out.
Oh, whatever you say, I am pleased.
All that meat and Zagon Zell Smith.
Oh, Mr. X,
Did you find anything interesting?
Right back here in this...
Here, show me what you're talking about.
This carcass that has...
Come on. What's wrong with this filet mignon, Zagon?
Look.
Ah, a little incision up the left flank. That's unusual. Maybe if we look inside this animal, we'll find a very valuable cut of beef. Okay, Zagon. Hand them over.
Mr. X,
Hand over those diamonds, or you'll be cooling your heels in here for a week. Oh, thank you. Wasn't very clever of you, Zagon.
Aren't you ashamed?
Those little teensy, weensy rocks, I didn't think they would be worth anything at all.
I like this story. This will cost you exactly 1 dozen orchids. And please remember that old packing house proverb, Zagon. A diamond in the hand is worth 2 in the beef. Oh, I'm sorry. God bless you. Nancy, I'm terribly sorry. I flew up here as fast as I could.
Oh, sure. Now it's time to go home. Oh, Ken, the least you could have done was telephone.
Oh, were the people dull?
That's ditch water. I suppose you've been chasing all over, getting shot at, ruining your digestion.
Nothing of the kind. It was a very calm and healthful weekend. I had some very rare steaks. Even went to a Turkish bath.
But why didn't you come up here to Cape Cod before it was time to go home?
I sort of got on the wrong plane out of New York. And, then I stopped to get these for you.
Ken, a dozen orchids. Oh, why didn't you say... Oh, honey, they're heavenly.
Amazing, the potency of extensive vegetation.
I didn't know there was a florist in all New York with orchids like this.
Oh, there isn't. I had to take a little trip to get them.
Oh, Ken, you didn't go all the way to Jersey.
Well, that general direction. Kiss and make up.
Kiss and make up.
Oh, well. Why don't I have sense enough to stay home?
Mr. Herbert Marshall returns to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. Here is an announcement from Lockheed. Ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours a day, every day, the men and women of Lockheed are building weapons of war. The swift P-38 Lightning fighter, the Navy's Ventura bomber, the famous B-17 Flying Fortress, and the majestic Lockheed Constellation. Weapons of war, fighters, bombers, transports. This is the job of Lockheed today. But the time will come, a day of peace. And when it does, Lockheed's skill and Lockheed leadership will continue to build airplanes for the nation. Planes to maintain the peace. Planes to further the peace through national and international commerce. And perhaps planes to provide you and your family with swift transportation to the vacations of peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed is a war plant. Deadly, serious, efficient. But someday it will be a peace plant. A plant that will help endow the post-war years with security and pleasure for you and all America. Now, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, the ancient city of Athens. In a story which might well be called The Grease Spot, if you'll forgive me. A story in which Mr. X tries to skin the Trojan horse with the aid, naturally, of a beautiful and seductive young lady. So be with us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is presented by the Lockheed Aircraft Corporation.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Highest flying super fighter in all the world. And during the following program, Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation, will bring you the inside story about this great new plane. Lockheed presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With the music of Felix Mills. Produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. The makers of Lockheed Airplanes present Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as the man called X.
Listen to this, Chief. London, February the 13th, Associated Press. The Moscow radio quoted Stockholm reports tonight that the mayor of Berlin, Ludwig Stieg, had been shot to death for cowardice.
Yeah, Ken. One report says that he tried to leave Berlin, but was recognized, arrested, and executed.
Yeah. The tougher they're going, the tougher Himmler, and company will have to get, even with their own bigwigs.
That's okay with me, Ken. They're just doing some of the dirty work we'd have to do.
Right, Nancy. But unfortunately, some of them are going to slip through. Some of the worst.
For instance, Chief?
Well, for instance, we've got a tip that Schweitzer's going to try to get out.
Schweitzer?
Yep. Reichsbank, economic minister.
Why, he probably has more vital information in his head than any other man in Germany. Can't let him get away, Chief.
Yep. If he gets out, it's just too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad somebody can't go into Berlin and help him escape.
Great idea, Ken.
Kind of ridiculous, too.
Oh, I was just speculating.
It's out of our jurisdiction, too. Anybody who did it would have to be in a zone.
Yeah. Yes, well, Nancy, let's go. See you later, Chief.
Okay, Ken. I'll have something else for you to do in a few days. Bye, Nancy.
Bye, Chief. Oh, and don't strain yourself looking for another assignment for Ken. Berlin, huh?
Well, you heard the Chief. It's out of our jurisdiction.
Well, don't let it get you down. Huh? What would you like to do today, darling?
Oh, I don't know. How about dropping in on Harold Annis?
All right. Haven't seen Hal for ages. Oh, what's he doing now?
Nothing much. Colonel with the ATC.
Yes. Oh, that's what... Wait a minute. What did you say?
Yes, darling. Colonel Harold Annis of the Air Transport Command. Tell me, Hal, how close do your planes go to Germany?
Russia. That's close enough, Ken.
Could you arrange a passage for a passenger?
Well, yeah, I suppose I could.
Hal, do you mind if Ken kisses me right in front of you?
This I've got to see.
Just something to remember you by, Ken. Well... Oh, darling. Darling, when you kiss me like that, I go on a plane trip myself to the stars.
You like flying for the ATC, Captain?
Sure, Mr. Thurston. Why, during the last couple of weeks, I've been in Cairo, Sydney, Burma, London, Paris, Saipan, and Long Beach, California.
And next stop, Moscow.
Yep. I'll just have time to say hello to Uncle Joe and go on to Cousin Chung in Chungking.
Transport from New York arriving at ramp 2. Planes leaving ramp 7 for Leningrad, Stockholm, London. Ramp number 11 for Budapest.
Товарищ!
Hi, Pagon.
Я приветствую вас от имени любимицы всех советских республик Москвы, красавицы, дорогой товарищ Thurston.
Meaning?
Hello. And welcome to Moscow, товарищ.
Well said, Mr. Zellsmith. Did you get my message?
Mr. X, I saw, I came, I conquest.
Bravo.
I have been busy mapping out some new strategies for the Red Army. But I was able to steal a precious moment to keep this appointment with you.
Oh, so you even steal moments, eh, Pagon?
Ah, but Mr. X, a moment with you may lead to a fortune.
Look, Pagon, you once told me you were a charter member of some band of roving rogues. What were they called?
Oh, you mean the Continental Guild of Mercenaries?
That's it. You still a member?
Well, I haven't paid my dues lately, but I still have my connection.
Good. We can use your fellow guildsmen.
How?
We have a job to do which, incidentally, should cover your delinquent dues and then some.
That interests me profoundly, Mr. Thurston. But what do I do?
Have you ever made a parachute jump?
Who? Me? Geronimo!
Great, Pagon. That would make anybody jump.
Then let's go.
All right.
But where are we going?
Just to Berlin.
Oh, fine. I always...
There you are, Mr. Thurston. If you drop now, you'll land on the forest.
Thank you, Major Malinoff. It is smart of you to pick a place where we wouldn't have to dodge enemy flak.
In this new plane, we could dodge anything. You better hurry and jump, or Marshal Zhukov will be in Berlin before you are.
Okay. You ready, Pagon?
Don't you think, well, maybe perhaps we can wait a little while?
Just close your eyes and jump.
You first, my dear Thurston.
After you, Pagon.
But I insist.
Okay, but Major, you'll take care of my friend, won't you?
To your entire satisfaction, Mr. Thurston. Good luck, Tovarishch.
Good luck to you. So long.
He did it. He did it.
It's very simple. Now watch. I will show you a little trick. With a flick of my finger, my beautiful plane rolls over on its side, so. Good luck, Tovarishch.
From here on, we'd better go separately, Pagon.
My miserable life is on your head, Mr. X.
Don't worry about my head. Just use yours. Mix in with the refugees on the road. Now, here's our plan. I'm going to make a little call on Schweitzer.
Not old money bags.
Yeah. The head man of the Reichsbank.
Oh, are we going to rob the bank?
We've got something more important to do. But first, we've got to decide on a meeting place.
Now, let's see. Putsy.
Putsy?
Haven't I told you about Putsy? A 32nd cousin.
Oh?
A Zelschmidt's black sheep on the Bulgarian side.
Where does he live?
Due to the misfortunes of his ill-starred career, he's living at 57 Sauerbratenstrasse. But what are you going to do, Mr. Jakes?
Pagon, you've inspired me.
I have? How much is it worth to me?
You know, I've studied your duplicities for a long time, and at last I found a good use for them. I'm going to double-cross a crook to bait a trap for the crook.
Herr Schweitzer.
Herr Schweitzer.
How did you get in? I don't know you. Who are you?
Herr Schweitzer, you're planning to try to get out of Germany.
Who are you?
Oh, call me X.
X? What is this? Some joke?
These are hardly times for joking, are they? As I was saying, you want to get out of Germany.
But
it seems impossible, doesn't it?
Get out of here.
Look here, Herr Schweitzer. You're a shrewd man. A wise man who would like to save his own skin.
Don't move, whoever you are.
I don't think you want to shoot me, Herr Schweitzer, because, you see, I can get you out of Germany.
You? Just what makes you think you... The shelter! Quick!
The Americans are dropping their calling cards again.
Oh, the swine! Come on! Hurry! Now, we'll be safe here.
Not a very happy life, is it, Herr Schweitzer?
It will be over soon.
Oh, Father, here you are. I'm glad. I wondered where you... Oh, a visitor?
Yes, an uninvited visitor. He calls himself X.
I see.
I'm offering your father a chance to get out of Germany.
Oh? And what do you say to that, Father?
Oh, don't take him too seriously, Elena, my dear. He's very amusing. Go on, X.
Let's be frank. Rather punctuates the defeat to come, doesn't it?
Well, go on with what you're saying.
Yes, but defeat may not be the end of everything. Failure can sometimes be turned into profit. To speak your language, Herr Schweitzer.
What do you expect to get for all this?
A small measure of what you expect. A future made out of catastrophe.
And all this, of course, is based on the assumption that Germany has lost the war.
That's your assumption, isn't it? I know you played along with the Nazis because you thought it was good business. That doesn't sound like good business, does it, Herr Schweitzer?
Huh?
To stay here means utter ruin for you. It means the end of business. So, of course, you'll be interested in my proposal.
Supposing I were interested, how could I trust someone I don't know, nor have ever heard of?
You haven't been able to trust those you do know, so I wouldn't expect you to trust me, except that I shall profit as well as you if you get out.
Get out to where?
A plane will be waiting on the other side of the border.
What border?
We'll come to that later.
What border?
It doesn't matter. France, Italy, Yugoslavia.
What about Bremner, this Gestapo? You must think they are fools.
Not for a minute. But there are some things that even Bremner can't stop. What do you say, Herr Schweitzer?
I shall report you to the Gestapo.
Won't Bremner be a little curious about the fact that you've been approached with this kind of proposition? Bremner's a suspicious man, you know. In case you shouldn't report me to him, you'll meet me at 6 o'clock this evening?
You are very bold, aren't you?
Maybe just foolish. I've offered your father a deal. I don't know whether he'll buy. May I expect to see you this evening, Herr Schweitzer?
Perhaps.
57 Sauerbratenstrasse.
But, Mr. X, what makes you so sure Herr Schweitzer is coming?
If he weren't coming, I'd have been arrested long ago. Pagan, can we trust this cousin Tootsie of yours?
Mr. Thurston, of course not. He doesn't even trust himself. That's why he will be so useful.
A true Zelsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But it's already 5 minutes past 6 and no Herr Schweitzer.
It's worth waiting more than 5 minutes for Schweitzer, Pagan.
Cousin Pagan. Shh. I'm busy, Pootsie. Later.
But I have to talk to you. Small Taylor's just turned up.
Well, all right. Excuse me, Mr. X. Don't mind Pootsie. He's not very bright.
I know. He's only a 32nd cousin.
Thank you.
But don't stay too long. We'll be shoving off as soon as Schweitzer gets here.
If he gets here, Mr. X.
You lose, Pagan. Herr Schweitzer keeps his appointments.
Cousin Pagan, it is imperative.
Be right back, Mr. X.
Coming. Oh.
Yeah, Mr. X. It's a Gestapo.
You are under arrest as a spy.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to present a special visitor from Lockheed. He is Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer. Mr. Hibbard will talk about Lockheed's new fighting plane, the sensational jet-propelled Shooting Star. Mr. Hibbard.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am glad to be able to tell you about the Shooting Star because I believe it to be more than merely a weapon of war. It is a significant airplane, significant in war and significant in peace. First of all, it may now be revealed that the development of jet-propelled aircraft in this country has always surpassed that in enemy countries. In fact, Lockheed has been working in this field for many years. Some months ago, then, when the Germans introduced jet planes in the European theater, both the United States Army Air Forces and we here at Lockheed felt that we had something better. We had the jet-driven Lockheed Shooting Star, which had been secretly test flying for more than a year. The Shooting Star is an extremely fast, maneuverable, and high-flying airplane. It is the fastest plane in the world. We are naturally gratified to have designed such an airplane. But more important, the Shooting Star reaffirms the fact that American skills and American ingenuity can always turn out superior weapons. And now, a word about the future. In my opinion, the Lockheed Shooting Star introduces an entirely new chapter in the history of flight. It is just the beginning. We at Lockheed can foresee and are working toward the time, a matter of a few years, when the largest transports equipped with jet engines will fly across continents and oceans at tremendous speeds. Today, our job is to help maintain air supremacy for the United Nations. Tomorrow, with the knowledge thus gained, we hope to aid in maintaining a full and lasting peace. Thank you and good night.
You've just heard a talk by Mr. Hall Hibbard, Vice President and Chief Engineer, Lockheed Aircraft Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Hibbard. Now to return to Lockheed's man called X, who has managed to get into Berlin, where he has been trying to kidnap one of the highest officials in all Nazism by helping him escape from Germany. But his plans have apparently blown up in his face, for he is now a prisoner of the Gestapo. At the moment, we find Mr. X in his cell, somewhat the worse for the customary treatment by the Gestapo.
Well, what are you going to use this time? Lashes or lighted cigarettes? I don't know. Why don't you put on the light? You usually like to see your handiwork. Well, say something.
You should never have come to see my father.
Elena.
You remember my name.
That isn't all I remember, Miss Schweitzer.
But I don't even know yours.
How did you get in here?
The way people usually get into places.
Oh. The Nazis have their little weakness, too. Why did you come?
I couldn't help it. I had to see you again. But I feel foolish having to call you just X.
My name's Ken.
Ken. Oh. Why were you trying to help my father?
For the reason I told him. For profit.
But you look like a man of ideals, Ken.
And you look like one of those ideals, Elena.
Well,
It's very sweet of you to come to see me. That's taking chances, you know.
I told you I had to. Did they hurt you?
What do you think?
Oh, Ken.
My mother used to tell me that a kiss would take away a hurt. She was right.
That isn't why I kissed you.
Elena, you tell me something?
Yes?
Did your father call the Gestapo?
No. No, I did.
That's what I thought.
I still don't know who you are. You're still X, but you're a traitor to the Fuhrer. You would have made my father a traitor. I would kill him first.
And me.
Oh, the Gestapo will make you wish I had killed you.
So this is the woman of the future. The Fräulein modeled after her Fuhrer. The essence of Nazi superiority.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Fräulein Schweitzer.
I have been expecting you, Herr Bremner. Our friend here is quite susceptible to lovemaking, but he says nothing.
Perhaps lovemaking isn't the right method.
Then I bow out in your favor, Herr Bremner.
Leaving so soon, Miss Schweitzer. Auf Wiedersehen, Elena.
Not auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.
Lovely specimen of your womanhood, Herr Bremner.
We shall not talk of women, Mr. X.
Is there a better subject?
There is a more important one. Who are you?
You seem to know.
Who are you?
Have a smoke?
Who brought you those?
Your Gestapo, of course.
What do you mean?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Herr Bremner. You know as well as I do. You can buy anything. In fact, your Gestapo has a very well-organized black market.
Shut up. That's enough, Hans. Go on, Mr. X.
I've always thought of the Gestapo as an invincible, incorruptible machine. It's very interesting when you see it from the inside.
Are so?
Everyone a prisoner of everyone else. All linked together in a chain. But the chain is held together only by fear. Fear of each other.
Stop. You will not tell us who you are. But we do not need to know. We know enough. You are a spy. And spies are shot.
When do you plan to give my little party?
In the morning, Mr. X. Also, what mit?
Herr Bremner, back so soon. Have you changed your shooting schedule?
Mr. X, you are an intelligent man. You could be very useful if you would talk.
Apparently I've talked too much.
I know, of course, about your attempt at negotiations with Herr Schweitzer.
Of course, his adoring daughter told you.
You were very sure you could get him out of Germany, weren't you?
Yes.
I see, but unfortunately, you will be shot in the morning.
Yes, unfortunately.
And you still won't talk? Mr. X?
Yeah?
Mr. X, can you get me out of Germany?
Frida, here comes the slaughter wagon once again.
It's as sure as the sun comes up.
Another one of Herr Bremner's victims, eh?
I wonder who it is this time. Driver, is it another field marshal you're burying?
Sorry to disappoint you, old woman. All I've got today is an American spy.
American. Come along, Frida.
A very bad character. Mr. X. Mr. X, are you dead or alive?
I'm pinching myself, Pagan. Bremner promised to put blanks in the guns, but I still have to sweat it out before that wall.
But how could you know he would really use blanks?
Only because he was saving his own skin with them, or so he thought. Have Putzi and his mercenaries paved a road out for us and our celebrated companions?
A regular fortune it cost, Mr. X. The road is paved with gold and silver.
Yes, Pagan. But there's a rainbow at the end of it.
It's very hot in this ridiculous clothing.
But Herr Bremner, who would suspect that two fat old ladies in black would be those well-known gentlemen, Bremner and Schweitzer?
I must admit, Mr. X, the costumes have served their purpose.
The idea came from Pagan, the fount of all chicanery.
Thank you, Mr. X.
Here we are. Here is the border.
Doesn't seem much different, does it? Except that the air smells free.
Nobody but me, gross Uncle Heinrich, knows this pass.
Good for you, Uncle. Mr. X has your bonus for you like I promised.
That's right, Uncle. Here you are.
Danke, Schein.
Are you sure nobody but you knows this way out, old man?
Nobody. I've lived here for 70... No, what are you...
Uncle Heinrich!
Well, Bremner, why did you shoot the old man?
You think I'm a fool, Mr. X? Nobody will know how I left Germany. Or that I have left Germany.
Oh?
Nobody.
No blanks in the gun now, huh? You're sure you're safe now, so suddenly you're a brave man.
You've been a very convenient guide, Mr. X, but only one of us will cross the border alive.
You wouldn't dare kill me, Bremner.
You, Schweitzer, who think only of money and... Who's there?
Pagan!
Putzi, you're a regular Marine. What is it?
The American flyer. He's coming.
Good. Americana.
As I promised you, gentlemen, there's a plane waiting. A plane which will take you for a nice long ride to America.
You'll never get me to...
Nice work, Mr. X. Here, I have his gun.
Come on, Bremner, get up.
Schwein.
Oh, I'm getting awfully tired of that word. But perhaps pigs know no other language. What are you trembling for, Bremner? And you, Schweitzer? You afraid? Did you really think you'd get away? How could you get away from yourselves? Maybe you've forgotten that. He that fleeth from the fear shall fall into the pit. And he that getteth up out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. Maybe you've forgotten that for the creators of destruction and disaster There is no way out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jet-propelled Lockheed Shooting Star is the fastest plane ever built. Trim as a bullet, highly maneuverable, armed to the teeth, this sensational new plane is capable of fighting at high altitudes, striking, disappearing, bringing fear and terror to the enemy. The jet-propelled Shooting Star. With it, Lockheed has again established new standards in the field of aircraft design and manufacture. Again, Lockheed originality, Lockheed science and skill have helped maintain air supremacy for the United Nations. This time with a plane so superior that it may revolutionize all flying, be it for war or for peace. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Lockheed leads in jet propulsion. And in the great age of flight to come, you may well look to Lockheed for continuation in this leadership. Lockheed, makers of the new jet-propelled Shooting Star. Years ahead in the science of flight. And now a word from Lockheed's star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last program in the present series. So I'd like to say a very sincere thanks to the men of Lockheed Aircraft Corporation who have given every possible assistance in making this show as good a show as we could make it. And, of course, my thanks to my favorite company of artists and technicians. Felix Mills, our superlative music master. Milton Merlin, author of tonight's exploit and most of the stories in this series. Francis Farrago, writer. Thor LaCroix, our excellent engineer. Floyd and Monty, our sound effects wizards. John McIntyre, our grand announcer. And the cast. Gigi Pearson, who plays the charming Nancy Bessington. Leon Velasco, who is my rascally shadow, P. Gonzell Smith. And such fine actors as Bea Benaderet, Lucille Meredith, and Jeanette Nolan. Frank Graham, Theodore Von Eltz, Will Wright, Joe Granby, Charlie Lung, Bob Bruce, Vic Rodman, Ed MacDonald, and my many other friends in the cast. Well, naturally, I've saved my final salute for Jack Johnstone, our producer and director whose magic wand has safely and brilliantly guided the man called X through his many adventures. And to you, my most highly esteemed audience, my profoundest thanks of all. So until we meet again on the air, good night.
Herbert Marshall's appearance is through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. John McIntyre speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
All right, Patsy, out you go. This is it.
This is what, Nick?
A studio of magnificent pictures, of which Joseph Stone is the owner and director.
Well, there goes another illusion. I thought movie studios were all bright lights and glamour. This place looks like a stage set for the deserted village.
Well, it's been locked up for the past 10 years or so.
Oh.
Oh, that's funny. The gate's locked.
And that's our cue to turn around and go home again. You've got a nice, tasty jewel robbery waiting for you to solve back in town, and you should be working on that. Instead of being way out here at the end of nowhere playing around a forgotten movie studio.
I guess I'll have to pick the lock.
Okay, if you must. Patient Patsy'll bear with your little game.
This is no game, Patsy.
Why, what do you mean?
The house of Lulu Dore, the star of Stone's new picture, was broken into last night while she was at a dance. She was wearing her jewels, including the famous emeralds. Fortunately, though, nothing was stolen. There. There we are. All right, Patsy, go ahead.
Seems funny there isn't a gatekeeper around.
It does, doesn't it? Well, I guess they haven't got a full staff for the studio, considering they moved back from Hollywood just to do this one show.
Why did they do that, Nick?
Oh, Dore had a run-of-the-pay contract for the show she's doing on Broadway and couldn't go west.
Hey there, where do you think you're going?
Oh, so there is a gateman. I'm looking for Mr. Stone's office.
Well, you can't see him.
I'm afraid you don't understand. I'm Nicholas Carter. Mr. Stone's expecting me.
I'm taking my orders from Lieutenant Riley of the Metropolitan Police. He says to admit no one.
Riley? What's he doing here?
Investigating a murder.
Murder? I thought you said robbery, Nick.
What murder?
Come on, get out of here. I got my orders.
Come on, Patsy. Let's find Riley or Joe Stone.
Hey, you can't do that. Come back here.
It's all right. I'll explain to the police. Hurry, Betsy. Hurry.
What is this, Nick?
That's what I plan to find out right now. Then I take it this fellow Boyd, who's been killed, is a fairly unimportant chap, eh, Mr. Stone?
Well, yes. He was just a darn good electrician.
Huh. Doesn't seem to be any connection between his murder and the attempted robbery of Miss Doré.
Well, no, there doesn't.
Is Lieutenant Riley here now?
Yes, he's over on stage 5. It's that building over there. Do you want me to come with you?
Yes, I wish you would, Mr. Stone. There may be points I'd like to ask you about.
Well, I'd be glad to help, of course, if I can help.
There's one thing I don't understand, Mr. Stone. You say Boyd was shot in the back with a poisoned arrow from a blowgun. It's an odd weapon. Should be fairly easy to trace.
You don't have to trace it very far, Mr. Carter. The blowgun and the arrow were mine.
Yours?
Yes,
Well,
you see, 11 years ago, I tried to do a picture about a voodoo witch doctor. We used the blowgun in it. I don't suppose you remember the picture, Mr. Carter. It was called the Voodoo Curse.
Oh, yes, I do. You had a bit of trouble over it, I believe.
A bit of trouble. It practically drove me into bankruptcy. I'd imported a real voodoo witch doctor from Haiti, and he put a curse on the whole studio.
Oh, come now, Stone. You don't really believe that.
I don't know what I believe anymore. 11 years ago, we had fires, we had explosions, we had mysterious thefts. We had just about everything. It got so that everybody was scared to work here. I had to close the studio, and now we have a murder.
Why should the witch doctor put a hex on you?
Oh, I had an argument with him, for a salary of some sort. He swore he'd break me, and he almost did. Oh, here, this is stage 5 here.
Well, Nicholas Carter.
Hi, Riley.
And Patsy.
Hello.
Well, what might you be doing here?
He's come to help you, Lieutenant.
Well, that's very obliging of him, I'm sure. Say, was that a crack?
Why, of course not.
Well, let's get to work. Riley, where was the body found?
Right over there by that door, Nick, where the chalk marks are.
I wonder what he was doing way over here.
He was setting up the stage, as I told you.
But all his equipment's over there, clear across the set. Riley, how was he facing when he died?
He was lying on his face with his head towards that door, Nick.
Shot in the back, wasn't he?
Yep. We figured from the angle of the arrow that the blowgun fella must have been sitting up there on that catwalk when he killed him.
Mr. Stone, what's behind that door that Boyd was heading for?
Well, special electrical equipment, I believe, for special effects.
Would Boyd have known that?
Well, yes, of course. He worked on this stage years ago. He probably would have remembered.
That's it, then. He was going into that room to see if he could find some special equipment he needed. That accounts for his being way over here.
And you think there was something in there the killer didn't want him to see, Nick?
Right, Riley. Let's go in.
The door's locked, Nick.
Oh, Stone, give me your keys, will you?
Keys? I have no keys for these rooms.
Well, did Boyd have any?
Well, I believe he had borrowed the caretaker set.
Riley, did you search the corpse?
Of course I did, Nick.
No keys?
No keys.
I can get a locksmith out from the village.
What? You have no duplicates?
Well, the place has been locked up so long. I never expected to come back here. Was trying to sell it, as a matter of fact.
Pick the lock, Nick. This seems to be your day for doing that.
Just what I'm going to do, Patsy.
I'll get you more light.
Oh, he doesn't need light. He can see in the dark, practically.
No, you don't have to see to pick a lock. There. And there. That's it.
Now we'll get a look at what your killer didn't want Boyd to see. Here, here's the light switch.
Oh, wait. Don't crowd in like that. Uh-huh. Look.
Footprints.
Footprints in the dust. Golly, Nick, there goes your theory. Boyd was here before he was killed and took out whatever it was he wanted. Well, it was a cute theory while it lasted.
Maybe it's still a cute theory, as you call it.
All we have to do now, Nick, is to measure the prints and see if they're Boyd's or not.
They're not.
How do you know?
Yeah, you haven't even seen the body.
These prints were made by leather-soled shoes. Right, Riley?
Well, yeah, you're right, but...
And Boyd was wearing rubber soles.
How do you know he was, Nick?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Stone. Don't all technicians on a soundstage wear rubber-soled shoes to kill any noise that the soundtracks might pick up?
Well, you're right, Carter, they do.
Now, those leather-soled prints mean that it wasn't Boyd, but our friend the murderer who used the keys he took from Boyd to get in here.
They lead to that crate. Let's see what's in it.
No, don't walk on the footprints. We need them as evidence. I'll wager you'll find the crate empty. The murderer didn't just walk over to it, look in, and walk out again. Oh, no. He took away everything he didn't want Boyd or anyone else to find.
You're right, Nick. The crate is empty.
Shall we search the room, Nick?
Well, what's the point in that? If there was anything here, it's gone by now. Murderer seen to that. I wonder what was in this crate. I wonder if...
Help! Help! No!
Oh, Nick, the poor kid.
What is it, Carter?
Another murder.
Another? Good Lord.
Can you identify him, Stone?
Why, it's Bill Daly, our camera punk.
Camera punk? What's that?
Oh, it's studio slang for assistant to the cameraman.
Hey, you people all run too fast for me. Hey, what's up here?
See for yourself, Riley.
Well, good gosh, another murder. And it looks from his position as if he was just coming out of that door over there.
Well, that's funny. Both he and Boyd...
Any idea what he was doing around here, Stone?
Yes, I sent him over here myself about an hour ago to look in that warehouse, see if there was any of that old photographic equipment we could remodel and use. Priorities, you know. Daly was very clever at that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's a mean-looking knife he's got sticking in his throat, Nick.
Knife? Good Lord.
Well, what is it, Mr. Stone?
That knife. It's from that same voodoo picture.
There seem to be a few too many of those old props hanging around. Are there any more?
Yes, there's a complete stock of weapons. Everything we used in that confounded picture.
The voodoo curse?
Yes.
I rather think I'd like to see that film, Stone. Is there a copy of it around here any place?
Well, as much as we ever shot of it, it was never finished, you know.
Could you run it off for me?
Well, certainly I will. I'll go arrange it now.
Thanks.
Well, Nick, what do you think?
I'm not sure. Any opinions yourself?
Yes. My money's on Stone's doing it.
Stone? Why in the world would he do it?
Well, I don't know. I haven't figured out the reason for it yet. But he acts kind of funny. Nervous, sort of. And he keeps talking about the place maybe being haunted.
Oh, good heavens, Riley. Who wouldn't be nervous with all this murder going around? I know I am.
Well, take the weapons, Nick. They all belong to him.
But other people could have access to them, Riley. After all, Stone hasn't been here for over 10 years. And there's something more important you've overlooked, Riley.
What's that, Nick?
How did Stone manage to throw that knife at Daly while he was with us?
How do I know? We were all so busy looking at that storeroom on the set, he could have sneaked off. By golly, I'll bet that's how he did do it.
Oh, that's Stone beckoning to us. You want to go to see the movies, Riley?
I got better things to do, Nick. I'm going to search this joint.
How about you, Patsy?
Sure thing. But why do you want to see it?
I'm not sure, Patsy. But I've got sort of a hunch that the answer to all our questions lie hidden in that old picture.
Did all movie projectors make this racket 10 years ago?
Most of them, Patsy. Now listen.
You don't believe in our voodoo magic, eh? Well, if you'd been here long enough to see some of the things I've seen.
Really, Ross, there's something uncanny about these natives. Call it coincidence if you like.
Who's the woman? Gosh, she's good looking.
That's Lula Dore, the star of the picture Stone's shooting here now.
Well, their voices sound funny and tinny.
Yeah, they certainly do.
It's easy enough to scoff when you've just come down from the States. But it is magic. There's no other way to explain some of the things that happen.
Magic? Mumbo jumbo, you mean? You'll never convince me it's anything else. I suppose this is another of those wild dances.
Now, there's a really good voice. Who is he, Nick?
Now, don't tell me you don't remember him, Patsy. His name was Bart Tyson, great leading man 10 years back.
Oh, I remember his name, of course.
This is rather better than most of the dances I've seen.
Patsy, I've heard that voice very recently.
The picture must be almost over now, Nick. Have you discovered anything?
I'm not sure yet.
Gosh, they had some pretty fancy photography in those days. I thought all that underwater swimming stuff was comparatively new.
Oh, no. Stone was the first person to use it.
Well, how did they do it? Look at that man swimming. It couldn't be faked.
It isn't. It was taken through some sort of a glass tank.
That native has been underwater for 20 minutes. No human can hold his breath that long.
That's what I've been telling you, Ross. They're magic, these natives. Magic.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
That voice. I've heard it somewhere before myself. I never heard Tyson act before. Hey, don't we see the ending?
Nope. That's all they made, Patsy. The picture wasn't finished.
Well, did you find out what you wanted to?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, Mr. Carter, did you like the picture?
Oh, very interesting, Stone.
Oh, that Lula Dore certainly is beautiful, isn't she, Mr. Stone? I've never seen her in pictures before. Has she done anything else?
No, nothing. Until now that she's starring in my new show on Broadway.
That's funny. I think with her looks and her voice, she'd be a sensation.
That's what I've always claimed, but, well, she got scared off after all these things happened during the filming of this one, and, well, she's stuck to Broadway ever since. And when Tyson, her leading man, was hurt, she rather felt...
Oh, I was wondering what happened to Tyson. From what I could gather from this show, he should have been a natural for talkies.
Oh, he was. But we had a bad explosion, and his whole face was terribly scarred. That's why we could never finish this picture. He never could act in pictures again.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, Stone, thanks for showing us the film. Mind if we scout around after Riley?
Oh, no, not at all. If you need me, I'll be on stage 3. We're going to start shooting soon.
Good.
It's funny about Doré. She seems to be cropping up in our lives all over the place.
Yes, she does, doesn't she? Patsy, if you find a telephone, get hold of Scubby.
Mm-hmm.
Find out what you can about Bart Tyson and what's happened to him since the accident.
Okay, Nick. Where'll you be?
If I don't see you before, I'll meet you at Stone's office at noon.
Right.
Oh, Nick! Nick Carter!
Oh, Riley. Just looking for you. You found anything yet?
Yeah, we found all the weapons from that voodoo movie. All except the ones we'd already found, that is.
How'd you know you found them all?
Stone had an inventory. We checked on it.
Well, if your theory about Stone's correct, Riley, he could have falsified that inventory.
Well, why should he?
Well, perhaps he had a couple of weapons hidden somewhere and doesn't want us to know anything about them.
Nick, the more I think about it, the less I like that guy.
Find anything else?
No, not a blessed thing.
Searched the whole lot, have you?
All but stage 9 over there. That's locked up tighter than a drum. And I can't pick locks the way the great Carter does.
Okay, I'll take care of those. Riley, why don't you go on down to stage 3? They're going to start shooting the picture pretty soon, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if someone were on guard there. We've had enough murders for one day.
I suppose you think this is a gag, having us get all dressed up like merry villagers or something.
It's not a gag, Patsy. It's insurance.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. When we're dressed up in our regular clothes, everybody in the lot knows who we are. But anyone seeing us dressed up like this will think we're actors and never look at us twice.
I never thought I'd live to see the day when people wouldn't stare at Nick Carter, master detective, all dressed up in knee pants.
Quiet. Did you check with Scubby?
Yep. But just as Stone said, Tyson was hurt in that explosion and then just sort of vanished. Hasn't been heard of since.
That takes care of that. Well, here's stage 9. The only place that hasn't been searched either by Riley or me.
What do you expect to find?
I don't know.
It's funny, this door isn't locked. Everything else on the lot has been.
Yes. Riley distinctly said it was locked when he tried it. Well, keep your eyes open. There may be a reason for it being open now.
Golly, it's dark inside here.
Here, take this flashlight.
Okay.
I've got another.
Hey, Nick, look. There's an old makeup table. I wonder what kind of makeup they used in those days.
Patsy, we haven't time to stop for you
Nick.
to look at make.
Look here. Why, this makeup isn't old at all.
What's that?
No, this is the very latest type of movie makeup, and it's all new stuff.
Well, good for you, Patsy. Yes, there's something funny about this.
Definitely, Nick. Well, this panchromatic makeup wasn't developed until Technicolor came in. They didn't use this type of makeup back in the days when this studio was in use. Somebody must have been here since. And none of the actors are making up way over here.
Right, Patsy. I'll make a detective out of you yet. Now let's see if we can find anything else.
Oh, I'm getting creeps, Nick. I don't like it here.
Patsy, I think we're getting warm. This is one of the first real clues we... Hey. Recognize that?
Wait. Well, that must be the glass tank they used to take that swimming sequence in the voodoo movie.
Right you are. I wonder why they left it half full of water this way.
When they finished taking that scene, they probably just walked off and left it here.
Maybe.
Don't forget they closed this place in a hurry. What are you doing?
Patsy, this water is fresh.
What?
It'd be stale if it'd been here 10 years. Stale and smelly.
Say, I'm beginning to think maybe Stone's right and there is a hex on this place.
Too bad that voodoo picture wasn't in Technicolor. Those colored stones at the bottom of the tank would have showed up beautifully.
They are beautiful, aren't they?
Yes, you bet. Hey, Patsy.
What?
Look here. Those aren't just colored stones. They're... Douse your lights, Patsy, quick. We've got callers. Duck back here behind this crate.
Throwing us all in the clink this morning with this snooping.
Why the boss always swipes such important rocks? Why didn't he settle for just a small fry?
The
boss
men we're
is big
after.
time, that's why. He's got enough dough to pay all the bills until that stuff cools off. And when it's safe to handle it, he'll smuggle it out of the country and sell it for plenty.
What's he leave it lying around here for? Hidden in the old equipment.
Now we know why
Who would
Boyd
have ever
was
thought
killed.
that anybody'd ever come back here?
Gosh, when that punk went into that storehouse, I bet he saw the works.
He did. The boss spotted him going in and just had time enough to get that knife and come back and nail him. And the kid was dashing back the stone to spill the beans.
Gee, the boss is sure lucky.
He ain't lucky. He's smart. He had Lippy planted up on that catwalk just in case somebody got an idea to go into that electrician's storeroom. And somebody did.
Dusty
That
in here.
takes brains to know that.
Well, we better get going, huh, Jake?
Yeah, you start draining the tank so we can get the rocks. I'll get the makeup stuff.
Why is he moving everything out now?
He figures it'll cooled off by now, and with the stuff he's going to lift from that Doré dame this afternoon.
Nick, I'm going
he
to
figures he'll
sneeze.
have
Hold
enough
it,
to keep
Patsy.
from having to do anything. Oh. Who's that?
Hey, look. Over there, Jake. Two guys. Only... Come here.
Run for it, Patsy.
Come here.
Run where? Let go of me, you...
Let her go, you lousy rat!
Get away!
Let her go, you hear me? Let her go! Hey, I'll handle it, baby! You want to stuck your hand with that guy? Hey,
Take your hands off me!
I gotta get rough! There you are!
Guess that'll hold him. Gosh, it took three of us to knock him cold. He a fighter or something?
Hey, I know him. It's Nick Carter, the Dick.
Nick Carter. Hey. And a good-looking doll.
Well, it's a good thing you called me in time. Now, what are we going to do with them now that we got them, huh? We can't just leave them lying around. Somebody's bound to notice them.
Hey, the fish tank.
Yeah, that's right. We'll throw them in there. Then when they're good and drowned, we'll drain the tank and get them and the other stuff out at the same time.
Good idea, Lippy.
Okay.
Here, Pete. You lift the lid. You shove the girl in, Lippy.
All right.
Jake and I'll dump that Carter guy in.
It'll be a real pleasure to do something like this to a copper.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, go ahead. Put Carter in first.
Okay, here he goes. Happy swimming, Carter! Yeah.
Now dump the dame in, Jake.
In you go, lady.
That's okay. Hey, listen, guys. Suppose they get out.
We'll see that they don't get out. Stokey,
huh?
Put the lid down on the tank.
Okay, Jake.
And I'll put this padlock on, and they're safe as if they was in jail.
That's good work. Hey, look, boys, they're coming too.
So what? Who cares now?
Yeah, who cares? Lippy,
huh?
Turn on the water.
Okay. Here she comes, Jake.
Get those two baby spots set up there, will you?
This what you want?
That's better. Now, open number 2 a little more.
Okay.
This is the take. Ready?
Ready.
Lights. Camera. Right. Action, Miss Dory.
It was when I first opened your letter that I knew at last. As I opened the
No, Lula, darling. Mean what you say. Remember, your lover has returned. Now, this is your big moment. Now, relax. Take it easy. Now, come on. Once more. Right, action. Come on.
It was when I first opened your letter that I knew at last. As I opened the envelope, even before I read the words that you'd written there, I realized that what I'd hoped for so long had at last...
Hey, what's the matter with those lights? Why aren't they...
Turn on those lights. I'm in charge here. There'll be no confusion.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
The masked man.
Who are you to tell me I'm the director on this picture? This is a holdup.
A holdup? Look here, you can't pull a holdup.
Quiet, I said. Quiet if you don't want a bullet in your teeth.
Quiet.
The man's mad. That's better. Now, nobody will get hurt if you just keep quiet and do as you're told. Turn on that spotlight.
Okay, boss.
That's it. Now, all of you, line up against the wall there. Come on, get moving. I don't want to shoot, but I will if you make me. And shut up.
You can't tell me to shut up.
That order includes you too, Riley. Now, don't forget that although you can't see me with this spotlight shining in your eyes, I can see you very clearly. Now, each one of you in turn will step forward and put your valuables on that table in center stage. And don't try to hold out on me or it'll be bad for you. All right. We'll start with the star performer, Miss Lulu Doré. Please, Miss Doré, if you think I can't see you trying to hide behind the drapes over there, you're wrong. You're in this, too. Your jewels, please.
No, not my emeralds. Surely you won't...
Surely I will. It's those emeralds I'm particularly interested in. You don't think I care for the little wristwatches and pocketbooks I'm going to get from the rest of these people, do you?
But you can't mean to take my
One
emeralds.
more word out of you and I'll come after them myself. And if I do it...
Stand where you are, Tyson. I've got you covered.
Nick Carter!
Nick, praise be, is that you?
Come and get me, Carter!
Watch him, Riley, if you can. Turn the lights on, Patsy.
Right, Nick. Here they are.
There he goes, Nick! I missed him, darn it. Did you see where he went, Nick?
There he goes, Mr. Carter, climbing up the catwalk. Tyson, come down from there or I'll shoot.
You haven't got a gun, Nick Carter. Yours is too wet to shoot after your little swim. But I've got my gun. Here!
You missed me, Tyson, but I won't miss you. You may not know it, but my guns are absolutely waterproof.
Oh!
Nice work, Carter. You shot the gun right out of his hand. And now your gun's gone, Tyson. Come on down.
Yeah? Come up here and get me. You haven't caught me yet. So long.
Oh, look at him run. He should make a misstep or lose his balance up there. He'd fall off and get hurt.
Tyson! Tyson, stop! Stop! Look out, you don't slip there!
Nick, he's lost his balance.
Watch out, Tyson! You say you want us to drop you at headquarters, Riley?
If you will, Nick.
Okay. Your men got the rest of Tyson's gang all right?
They did. They're coming right behind us.
Was Tyson badly hurt from his fall?
No, not much. Just a broken ankle. He'll be all right. All right, that is, until he gets to the electric chair.
Oh, Nick, when I think of how close we came to drowning, I'm scared all over again.
Hey, how did you say you got out of that tank, Nick?
Believe it or not, Lieutenant, he cut a piece of that heavy glass with a diamond in his ring.
Well, what do you know? But look, if it was as easy as all that, well, what took you so long doing it, Nick?
I had to wait until the thugs got out of the room. Then I just cut a nice little circle out of the glass right beside where the padlock was, reached out, and picked the lock. All very simple.
Simple for you, maybe, not for me. And you say you found the jewels Tyson had stolen in the bottom of the tank, eh?
Yes, Riley. What Patsy and I thought were pretty colored stones turned out to be all the jewels Tyson had stolen during the last 10 years, all unmounted and dumped in with the pebbles in the tank.
But what made you first suspect Tyson, Nick?
Well, Patsy, it was his voice first. Remember I told you after we saw him in the movie that I knew I'd heard his voice somewhere very recently?
Oh, so that's why that voice sounded so familiar.
Can you imagine that? A movie star turned crook.
Then there was the fact that Tyson had faded so completely out of sight after his accident. That looked fishy to me. No great star would have let his career be ruined without bringing a suit of some kind. Unless he had some plans of his own.
And from what I learned from Scubby, we realized he never had brought suit.
Yes, and a suit like that would have made all the tabloids.
But how did you know Tyson and the watchman were the same?
I didn't, Patsy. Until you found that makeup kit. That panchromatic makeup is often used to cover scars. And then I remembered the scarred gateman. It fitted. So did his voice, and the fact that he had the only remaining set of keys to the lot. And, of course, he had all the opportunity in the world.
But I bet you didn't realize that the murders were tied up with the robberies. Not until we heard those crooks talking, I mean.
Well, the makeup kit told me that, too. Remember, Patsy, how you always claimed that all those robberies were done by individuals, not a gang?
Yes, but I still don't see
Well, Tyson was a consummate actor, and he had complete knowledge of makeup. He disguised himself as a different character, I imagine, for each robbery. Evidently, he played his role expertly, since he succeeded in giving the impression that different people were committing the various thefts.
But say, if that makeup was so good, why couldn't he have gone back to the movies instead of turning thief?
Well, Riley, it was good enough for dim lights, but not for the sharp eyes of the camera.
Oh, I see.
Poor fellow. What an end for a great star.
Yes. The explosion probably injured his mind, too.
One more thing, Nick. How did he get to be caretaker?
Oh, I asked Stone that. He said he felt sorry for the man and had given him the job out of kindness.
Oh.
Well, that's all over now.
Except that from now on, I'm allergic to water anywhere, except in drinking glasses.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Glass Coffin, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Voodoo Curse. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, Will you tell us something about your story for next week?
Well, next week we leave this part of the country and are going out west to the mining districts of Montana.
Did you go too, Patsy?
Yes, I went along. But Nick and Scubby did most of the work and had most of the excitement. I just stayed in the hotel and waited.
Yes, that was the first case that Scubby and I really worked out together.
And before they were through with it, Scubby very nearly went crazy, literally. And Nick just missed being buried alive.
You see, it started out to be a case of robbery, but it ended up with at least 2 murders and more excitement than I've had in a long time.
Well, I hope it's as good as it sounds.
It's better. But more of that next week. So long.
So long, folks. We'll be seeing you.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Nancy and Gene Webb. Original music was played by Lew White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at this same time, another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Flying Duck Murders, or Nick Carter and the Mysterious Gold Thieves.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated.
My name is Humphrey Davis. I've been playing the part of Lieutenant Riley in tonight's show. Just now, though, I'm speaking as myself. Actors, you know, appear at many war bond rallies. We like to know that what we can do may help in selling more bonds. But after all, selling more war bonds is everyone's business. You can talk to your friends about the Third War Loan Campaign just as any speaker might. You know the reasons why we must buy extra bonds. You know how purchases of extra war bonds back the attack. You know that they're a great investment. And you know that giving up something you were planning to buy for yourself and buying war bonds instead isn't really any sacrifice. And as you think of these things, how about doing more in this Third War Loan yourself? Because you can't do too much for the men who are fighting for us every minute somewhere in the world.
The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Monday evening at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, the master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Flying Duck Murders, or Nick Carter and the Gold Thieves.
Carter, unless you think more of a large fat fee than you do of your life, I advise you to throw up the case at once.
Apparently, we don't look at this in the same light, Mr. Dalrymple. I expect danger, and I'm prepared to meet it.
I suppose you know that 2 other detectives have come out to this wild Montana country where the Flying Duck Mine is located trying to find the trouble. But do you know that neither of them lived to tell what they found?
How were they killed, Mr. Dalrymple?
They went crazy, Miss Bowen. Kessler, the San Francisco man, fell over a cliff, while Riley, the man from Chicago, dropped 600 feet down the main shaft of the mine.
Very interesting.
I feel quite sure that Nick won't share their fate.
May I inquire for whom you're acting, Mr. Carter?
You may. For Mr. Cecil Trenwick, an old friend of my father's and a large shareholder in the Flying Duck Mine. He said that you'd cooperate with me in every possible way.
I shall do what I can, certainly.
Good. I should like you to give me a letter to the superintendent of the mine, telling him that I'm a good workman and that you promised me a job. I shall disguise myself as a miner, using the name Dave Jarvis.
Very well. You said your name will be Dave Jarvis?
Right.
Well. That'll do what you want. Give it to Mr. Nate Crosby, the mine super. He happens to be here in town this morning. Unless you change your mind and decide to return to New York.
Thank you, Mr. Dalrymple. But I'm staying here till my work is finished. Good morning.
Goodbye.
Good morning.
Wait a minute, Patsy. I wonder if Mr. Dalrymple is...
431, operator.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello? I want to speak to Nate Crosby. Okay, I'll wait.
Crosby? He's the mine super, Nick.
Yes, things are beginning to move already. If I open this door a crack, we'll hear better.
Nate, this is Dalrymple. Chronicle has done what he's been threatening to do for so long. He sent Nick Carter out here to investigate. Yes, Nick Carter, the one man in the world I'm afraid of. They've got to market the stuff right away. We can't wait any longer now. I've given him the note, give him the job he wants, and then take care of him. Yes, if you don't, it may mean curtains for all of us. Right, so long. And that will settle your future, Mr. Nick Carter.
I very much doubt that, Mr. Dalrymple.
Thanks for the attention, Mr. Dalrymple. But I intend to take care of my own future.
So, Mr. Dalrymple is in on the deal.
He certainly is, Gubby, up to his neck.
Well, at least we start off with one good hot prospect. What do we do now?
Get into your miner's office. Then take this note down to this address and give it to Nate Crosby, the mine super. Now remember, your name's Dave Jarvis, and Crosby's to give you a job in the mill.
Okay, Nick. Then what?
Well, first and foremost, keep your eyes open. Crosby will believe you're Nick Carter, so watch out for him. He'll try to put you out of the way.
And don't forget, Scubby, the detectives from Chicago and Frisco both came to grief.
Well, it's going to be different with the guy from New York.
Now, Patsy, you wait here at the hotel where we can get in touch with you if we need you.
Sure, Nick.
All right, get going, Scubby. I'm going out to the mine right away. You wait, though, and ride out with Crosby. And watch out for him.
Right, Nick. I'll keep one eye on him and one on the mine.
Well, thanks for the lift, Bud.
That's okay, pal. That's the super's office right there.
Thanks. I'll be seeing you.
You looking for someone?
You the super of the Flying Duck Mine?
No, I'm the assistant super. Clem Hendricks is the name.
Well, my name's King. I'm writing up an article about the mines of Montana for the Miners' Times of Kansas City. Any objection to me sticking around a while, looking things over?
None at all, Mr. King. Just so long as you say something good about us in your article. You want me to show you around?
No, thanks. I'll just drift around and see what I can pick up.
If anyone stops here, tell them I said it was okay.
Thanks, I will. Be seeing you. Now, find the boss of the day shift and get some information on how this place operates.
These are the mill stamping machines, Mr. King. They crush the ore very fine, and it is then sluiced through the battery boxes and carried over to plates.
I see.
The plates are coated with quicksilver or mercury, and the quicksilver picks up most of the gold and from the crushed ore. Now, this combination of quicksilver and gold we call amalgam.
And you scrape this amalgam off the plates and take it to the refinery?
Yes, Mr. King. The refinery separates the gold from the quicksilver and casts it into bars.
Very interesting. Well, thanks very much. I'll roam along and look the rest of the place over. See you later.
That's where you belong, you old hag. Down there where you flat your face in the dirt.
You try kills the
Stand back, you old Indian witch, and I'm going to finish the job right.
Put down that knife.
I had to drop it between your ribs.
Never mind. Drop that knife, I said.
You're the fool. Knock me down, will you? I'll show you.
Hey, Ledyard, put up that gun.
But Nate, this fella.
Put up the gun, I said. What are you trying to do?
Well, I was trying to make Zolanda behave. This fella interfered. It made me mad.
Zolanda, where is she?
She's right. Well, I'll be darned. She must have run away while me and him was arguing.
Ah. So you interfered, did you, mister?
Certainly I did.
You're King, the newspaper man, aren't you?
That's right. I'm here to
I've been looking for you. I'm Crosby, mine superintendent. I'll give you just 15 minutes to get out of this camp.
So you're Nate Crosby.
I am, and I'm the boss here. And I say get out.
All right, Crosby. I'll get out. But I'll be back. I never leave a job unfinished.
Pick 'em up. You can carry them. I know they're heavy, but they have to have a solid lead lining so we can ship bodies in them. Put 'em in the old powder house and shut the door when you're through.
Okay, boss. Come on, fellers. Okay. All right, get it up there. That's the stuff. Oh, boy, they're heavy.
That does it. Now we're going to have to move some of these empty powder kegs to make room for all 3 caskets. Jarvis, you stay here and pile them up out of the way. Rest of you get the other caskets.
Okay, boss.
All right, hop to it.
Hey, Scubby. Scubby, is that you, Nick? Where are you?
Behind these kegs. Start piling them up. You can talk while you work.
Oh, sure, Nick. What happened, Nick? Why are you hiding in here?
Crosby ordered me to get out of camp immediately, but the assistant super suggested I hide here until he get me a ride back to town. Seems he doesn't like Crosby any better than I do. What's with you?
Well, I got a job as crusher man on the night shift at the mill.
What are these boxes you're bringing in here?
Caskets. Crosby told the teamster the bodies of the 2 detectives who got killed were to be taken up and shipped to their friends.
Right. Come them in with another box.
Get it in there. All right, fellas. Take it easy now. Okay.
Nick, there were only 2 detectives who were killed. Who do you suppose the 3rd box is for?
For you, I imagine, Scubby. What? Remember, they think you're Nick Carter. I'm only Mr. King, newspaper reporter.
Well, I'll certainly see that casket stays empty.
Scubby, you know where the detectives are buried?
Well, the teamster told me that Crosby knows because he and a couple of the mill hands took the bodies away.
I see. Scubby, I've got an idea. When the men bring in the other casket, you go out with them. Then make some excuse to come back in here again.
Okay, Nick, I'll fix it. Quiet now.
All right, fellas, right here. That's it. All right, that'll do it, I think. Oh, hey, boss. I must have dropped my knife inside the powder house. Do you mind if I get it?
Do what you want, so long as you're not late for your shift at the mill.
Okay, boss, I'll be there.
Oh, clear, Nick, they've gone. Now, what's your idea?
First, shut the door, Scubby.
Oh, sure, Nick.
Now, Scubby, I want to see what's in these caskets. Here, I've got a screwdriver and my knife.
Oh, so have I. Look, I'll help you.
Good. Well, I'm glad they only used 4 screws to fasten these covers down. Makes it simpler.
But why do you want to see what's inside, Nick?
Got a hunch, that's all.
Yeah.
There, it's got it. You all ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's lift her up. Give me a hand.
Yeah.
Right. There. Uh-huh. My hunch is right, Scubby. The caskets are not lead-lined. The extra weight is due to this scrap iron in the bottom there.
Like Crosby said, they had to have lead lining so they could be shipped with the bodies in them.
These caskets figure in this game more than just as caskets, Scubby.
Well, Crosby told the teamster to have a fresh team hitched to the large wagon for him at midnight tonight.
I thought so. Scubby, he's going to take these caskets somewhere tonight. And I want to know where.
Yeah, but how are you going to find out?
I'm going with him. Hidden in this casket. I'll get in it and you put the lid back on.
Oh, but Nick, you'll smother in there with the lid down.
Scubby, you can put 4 small pieces of wood under the coffin lid before you screw it down.
Oh, but Nick, I wish you would...
Now, hurry up.
All right.
Pretty good fit.
All right. Now, hurry up.
Okay, Nick. Keep your head down while I put the lid on.
Okay. There we are. Have you learned anything yet, Scubby?
Well, the only place in the mill where the gold could be stolen is the room where the battery boxes and the plates are.
Hey, well, have you found out how they did it?
No, not yet. I hope to learn tonight when I'm on duty in the mill.
Good, Scubby. You take care of that end. Now, what's this end?
Yeah.
Well, here's good luck to us both. I suspect we both may need it.
Well, how's the great Nick Carter doing tonight, Ledyard?
You mean Mr. Dave Jarvis?
Yeah.
He's doing swell. Look at him. He's taking another drink. He's been hitting the water bucket steady for the last half hour.
Is the loco working?
I'll say. The bees are in his bonnet already.
Good.
A famous Nick Carter will go the way the other 2 did.
Hey, what are you fellas doing dancing around like that? You can't fool me. There are a lot of billy goats. Oh, I'm thirsty. You gotta get me a drink.
Keep your eye on him. If he starts fighting, lay him out with a crowbar. Don't take any chances.
Okay.
Did you see that? He's heading for the cliffs, just like the others. The Landers mixture hasn't failed yet.
What's next, Crosby?
Ledyard, get my team from the stable at midnight tonight and meet me at the old powder house. Now we can put Nick Carter's name on the third casket.
That's the way it's boxed, boss.
All right, Ledyard. You sit on the top box.
I know that, boss. That's Crosby. I'd like to see his face if he knew I was in this casket.
What did you take such wild broncos for, Super?
They're the only fresh team in the stable. We got a hard run tonight over rough country, where no truck could possibly go. All right, Sam. Let them go and then climb up here with me.
Here they go. Watch them. Okay.
Ouch! Oh! Wish they picked a better road to drive on.
Now that the loco is done for Carter, we can bring this business to a successful finish.
Oh! I hope we're not going far at this rate.
You mean we're going to quit?
We sure are. We'll market the stuff and make a clean getaway.
This is the roughest ride I've ever had.
Hey, how are you going to market the stuff?
Leave that to me. I'll see that each of you gets it.
Stop them, boss! Stop them! Hold them in!
They're running away. One of the reins is broken.
Running away? I didn't count on this.
We're going to smash! Jump for your lives!
We got off just in time, boy.
Yeah. Hey, look at that casket, Crosby. The one with the lid torn off.
Huh? Oh, that's the infernal reporter I ordered to get out of camp this afternoon.
What was he doing in that casket?
Never mind that now. Get him while he's only half conscious.
Come on, Sam. Now you...
Good work, boys. That fixes Mr. Reporter. Tie his hands and feet with that rope.
Okay, boy. You won't fight no more for a while now.
Hey, look, Super. Here's a pair of handcuffs in his pocket and a couple of guns.
Hey, what kind of reporter are you? Going around with handcuffs and guns in your pocket.
You'll have to draw your own conclusions, Crosby.
I've drawn them already. You're here to help Nick Carter. But by this time, Carter's where neither you nor anyone else is going to help him. He's loco. Plumb loco.
Well, you never can be sure about Carter, Crosby.
I can this time. Then I can be sure of you, too. All right, put him back in the casket, boys. Put the cover on. Nail it down if you can't find the screws. Here's some nails.
Come on, you. In you go.
I got out the last time I was in here, Crosby.
But you won't get out this time. Get the lid on, boys. That does it. That's swell. That's enough. He can't do anything with his hands tied. Ledyard, you and Sam get the shovels that were in the wagon and dig a nice deep hole. We'll bury our reporter friend with our blessing.
Who are you?
You get him senses now. You see, you hear, you know what he say.
Yeah, I know.
Good. You eat better now.
Who are you?
Me, Zolander. You saved Zolander life. Zolander, your friend. Drink this. You feel eat better. Quick.
Thanks. Now, hey, tell me,
How'd I get here?
Just before sun come up, me chase crazy man through woods. Then me hear gun shoot. See you run. You come, fall down by Zalanda. Hurt in head. So Zalanda hurt.
Well, certainly glad you were around when I passed out.
Crosby, you enemy?
Certainly is now. You say you were chasing a crazy man?
Him drink loco. But 2 other men come before.
I wonder if that could have been Scubby. Crosby said he was loco. Zalanda, what did you want to find him for?
Me want save him life. Give medicine. Make him well.
But why did you want to save him?
Crosby give him loco this man. Zalanda hate Crosby. Want save man. Crosby want kill.
Zalanda, listen. I think this crazy... No, Scubby! No, put down that knife, Scubby! No, Scubby, no! Give me that knife! Give it to me! There. No! I hate to do this to you, but it's the quickest way, so... No! There. Quick, Zalanda. Get me some rope. I'll tie his hands and feet while he's unconscious. Ah, poor Scubby. Looks as if he'd been through the war.
You rope. You tie.
Thanks. Now.
Make it medicine. Make 'em all better from loco.
There, Scubby. That should hold you now.
Here, medicine. Make 'em well. Make 'em drink.
Thanks. All right, Scubby, old boy. Come on, I'll drink this. Come on, drink it. Come on.
No, devils and blood.
Come on now. Come on. There you are. There. Come on, now. There, now. Hold it off.
Now, him sleep little while. Be all right when him wake up.
Poor guy. I'll untie your arms anyway. Take this coat off you, and you'll be more comfortable. Hey, what's this? A long coil of wire with a lot of metal discs attached to it. What? That's the answer. Of course. The mystery of the Flying Duck Mine is a mystery no longer. Well, Scubby? Feeling better now that you've had some sleep?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Why?
You don't remember what happened to you yesterday morning?
Well, the last thing I recall is going to the water bucket and taking a long drink. Seemed as if the more I drank, the more I wanted.
Well, that water bucket was loaded with loco weed juice.
What?
Surprised you didn't notice it.
Well, I'm surprised at myself now. But both the amalgamators, even Crosby himself, kept drinking. Or pretending to from that same bucket. Well, they certainly had me fooled.
Look, Scubby. You remember seeing these discs strung on this coil of wire?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I recall seeing one of the amalgamators have it last night. Why, did I bring it here?
You did. And it breaks the case wide open.
Well, good for me, even if I didn't know it. Hey, tell me, Nick, what are those discs used for?
Here, I'll show you. Yeah. Now watch. Now you see? This stuff I'm scraping off is amalgam. A mixture of quicksilver and gold. The men who worked on the battery boxes in the mill, the amalgamators, hung these discs and a lot more like them in the battery boxes, right where they'd catch the best of the gold before it flowed over the other plates. They took out over half the gold that flowed into the boxes this way.
So that's where all those thousands of dollars worth of gold disappeared to.
Yes, Scubby. A very clever method of stealing the gold. Now, if we could only find out what Crosby and his gang do with the amalgam after they scrape it off their discs.
You want catch, Crosby?
Well, I'll say we do if we can. Hey, Nick, who is she?
Oh, that's Zalanda. She saved my life. Oh, and yours too, incidentally.
Saved my life? How?
Well, that loco weed juice you drank is fatal. Well, Zalanda gave you an antidote for it.
Oh, gosh, thanks, Zalanda. Gee, I'm sure much obliged.
Crosby try kill me. Me fix him. Zalanda know all about Crosby. You come with me.
Well, where are you taking us?
Crosby got cave inside mountain where he hide stuff. Come, me show you.
So this is where Crosby hides out, huh?
Yeah. Too bad there's no one here now.
But they've been here today. Look there, Scubby.
Well, that looks like the scrap iron we took out of the casket in the old powder house before you hid in it.
Right, Scubby. And this scrap iron was in the other two caskets.
So they brought them up here. I wonder why.
There's the answer. Over there in that corner.
And the Thayer's furnace.
And it's still warm, Scubby. We must have scared them off when we came up.
Wait. Let me take the cover off this retort.
Nick, is that gold in there?
That's just what it is. Part of the gold stolen from the mine. This is where the gang refined the amalgam they scraped off their discs. Much easier to handle gold this way because it weighs so much less. Now, since we know from what Dalrymple said that they never disposed of any of the stolen gold, they must have 800 or 900 pounds of it by now.
Hey, maybe they've got it hidden around here somewhere.
They did have, Scubby. But not now.
Well, what makes you think so, Nick?
Here. Take a look outside there. They've been digging there very recently.
Oh, but of course, Nick, they had to dig up the bodies of the two detectives to ship them back home.
No, Scubby. The way it looks to me is this. After I got away from them last night, Crosby and his men took up the casket they tried to bury me in and
tried
brought
to
over...
bury you in? Hey, you didn't tell me about
I'll ask
that.
about it later, Scubby. Right now, I'm interested in what happened here. They brought the 3 caskets up here early this morning, loaded them up.
How could they load 3 of them? They only had 2 bodies.
No, Scubby. 3 caskets were loaded up. Don't you understand yet?
No, Nick, I'm afraid I don't. How could they be
Scubby,
loading up?
How good are you at riding a horse?
Riding a horse?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to ride years ago. Why?
Good. Zalanda, can you get us a couple of good fast horses right away?
For you, me, get 2 good horses, quick.
Good. Come on, Scubby. Let's get the horses and ride to the railroad station before the eastbound train gets in.
But, Nick, what's all the hurry?
Well, unless I'm wrong, Scubby, these 3 caskets are going east on the next train. We've got to get there in time to stop them.
Oh, even Crosby himself would recognize us, these Indian costumes. Yolanda let us.
Well, we may need to be disguised before we get through.
Hey, you didn't finish telling me how you got away from Crosby and his gang when they started to bury you alive. What did happen, Nick?
Well, they dug the hole, and they put the casket down in it. I tried to pry the lid loose, but my hands were tied behind me. I worked on them, and just as they started throwing the dirt back on top of the casket, I finally got my hands free and untied my feet. Just then, I heard shooting and some female screaming.
A female? Out there in the wild?
Yeah. It was Zolanda, I found out later. Well, I managed to loosen the cover and push it up enough to see that Crosby and the men were watching something across the clearing. So I seized my chance and climbed carefully out of the hole on the opposite side. I started to run, but they saw me and started shooting. Fortunately, though, they were bad shots, and I was almost free when a bullet grazed my head. It must have stunned me, because I remember nothing more till I woke up in Zolanda's hut this morning.
Well, do you know what it was that distracted the men's attention?
Well, Zolanda told me that you were chasing her, trying to shoot her. She was screaming. You chased her around the other side of the clearing, and then went off after something else. It was just about then that you saw me running toward her. When Crosby saw me drop, he gave up the chase. Zolanda waited until they went back and then dragged me to her hut.
Gosh, Nick, we owe a lot to Zolanda.
Right, Scubby. And the best way we can pay that debt is to see that Crosby and his murdering pals end up where they belong, behind bars or in the electric chair.
Understand, Patsy?
Of course, Nick. You want the police chief to meet you at the station in 10 minutes, and you want Mr. Dalrymple and the president and treasurer of the mine to meet you in the chief's office in an hour.
That's right. Now be sure you get them all.
Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
These are the ones, Nick. These 3 here on the baggage truck.
Did you notice the names on them, Scubby?
Yeah. Joe Briley, Phil Kessler. Oh, and look, Nick Carter.
I'd rather be out here dressed as an Indian than in there dressed as a corpse.
One side, there, rain in the face. We got to get these caskets into the baggage car.
Just a minute. You see this badge? Special agent.
So what? What do you want me to do?
Just leave these caskets in the baggage truck for now.
But they're supposed to go on
They're
this...
staying here, quiet.
Hey, look here, baggage master. Get these boxes on the train and be quick about it.
No be in hurry, mister.
Why, you Indian meddler, what the deuce
Huh?
do you...
You look behind you.
What do you mean?
Take your hat off, Scubby.
Sure, Nick. There you are, Mr. Crosby.
Dave Jarvis.
Why, you... Don't try to start anything, Crosby. I've got my gun on you.
Where's you getting these boxes off? Where are your men, officer? These three right here. Get your hands up, all of you, and fast.
Hey,
what the
you
devil
can't
you
do that. What is it?
Quiet, all of you. You three men are under arrest. Charged with robbing the Flying Duck mine and with the murder of Detectives Riley and Kessler. Now, Mr. Dalrymple, I asked you and the officials of the Flying Duck mine to meet me here in the office of the Chief of Police because I want to show you what's in the casket that Crosby was taking back east with him. Now, the first casket is supposed to contain the body of Phil Kessler. All right, Scotty, open it.
Sure, Nick.
Gold. Gold bullion? Yes, Chief. In these three caskets, you'll find the entire amount of gold stolen from the mine. Stolen by Dalrymple, the mine manager, Crosby, the mine super, and 4 of the workmen who worked in the amalgam room of the mill. They stole the amalgam, refined it in their own furnace, and buried it in 2 holes in the ground, which was supposed to be the graves of the 2 dead detectives.
Mr. Carter, that much gold would make the caskets pretty heavy. Wouldn't that extra weight be noticed?
No, Chief. Because when you ship a body by train, the casket has to be lead-lined and hermetically sealed. That means it weighs much more than the usual casket. Crosby, Ledyard, and Perkins were each going to take one of the caskets east with them as a personal baggage, which would prevent anybody from examining them too closely. One of the cleverest schemes I've seen in a long time.
But it wasn't clever enough, not with Nick on the job. You have to get up early in the morning to beat Nick.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, master detective, called the Flying Duck Murders or Nick Carter and the Gold Thieves.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. For whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trust. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of...
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York, the nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on. I know you dislike sentimentalism, Dr. Gillespie, but, well, the best I'd hoped for was a chance to work with you on these Betatron treatments, and when instead you put me in full charge of the project.
Ah, now, Kildare, don't start gushing around like an old maid at a fraternity dance. Forget it.
Well, anyway, thanks.
We're living in a high-speed age, Jimmy, and it affects medicine along with everything else. You younger men are the ones who'll have to keep up with it. It was only a few years ago that the sulfur drugs came along, then penicillin and the other antibiotics. A little later, the radioactive compounds, and now the Betatron.
Well, every one of those has meant another big step forward in medicine and a lot of new problems and new techniques to be learned. Why, most of the formulas and calculations Miller has used in designing this machine come from a branch of mathematics I've never even heard of.
Well, the further science advances, the more specialized it becomes, and the more interdependent. All you can do is take a fellow scientist's results on faith. Assume he's right, and then go ahead.
I'm willing to do that in this case. Bart Miller is one of the best mathematicians and physicists in the country. So my main concern now is the fact we can treat cancers lying close to the brain. Those we couldn't touch before with surgery, x-rays, or anything else. As you know, that's as important as...
Pardon me, Dr. Kildare, but the specimen lab called. They've isolated the 6 guinea pigs you ordered and have them ready for you.
Oh, good, Parker. Will you have them sent down to the new lab in the basement? I'll be there later.
All right, Dr. Kildare.
I've scheduled the first test run with the machine for 3 o'clock this afternoon.
What about the first human test?
Oh, that won't be a test, Dr. Gillespie. It'll be a treatment.
Hmm.
And the patient is Janet Dane. Maybe you remember her.
Oh, yes. The young artist who was in here for a diagnosis about a month ago. She had a throat cancer, high up on the left side, well advanced, and not treatable.
Until now. She's coming in for consultation in an hour. I just talked with her on the phone. You know, I'm worried about her mental condition, though. She's got to want to get well. But apparently she doesn't even care. When we told her she had cancer, she seemed to lose all her belief in everything.
Well, that's one problem you younger doctors still have to deal with, Jimmy. The problem of the human mind and heart and soul. There's no machine for that one. You'll have to solve that all alone.
Then, as I understand it, Dr. Kildare, I'll be fastened in some sort of chair in a small room down in the basement while this atom smasher shoots a narrow beam of high-frequency radiation through my throat.
Yes, that's essentially correct, Miss Dane. Each treatment lasts about 3 minutes, and it'll take several of them before we know the results. You'll be able to hear the Betatron running, of course, but you'll have no other sensation and no pain.
Nevertheless, I take it there is some danger involved.
Oh, not as far as we know. You'll be the first patient to be treated here at Blair, of course, but similar machines have been used successfully in other places.
Well, then why all these precautions you told me about? 3-foot concrete walls on the room I'll be in, and with lead shields around it, and you and the other operators looking in at me through portholes.
Well, there's quite a lot of difference between the careful controlling and focusing of that beam where you want it to go and just turning the radiation loose and permitting indiscriminate exposure to it. But with proper handling of the machine, there's nothing to be frightened about.
Oh, don't misunderstand me, Dr. Kildare. There's no question of being frightened. I've stopped being frightened of anything.
I know. I almost wish you were a little frightened. I wish you cared enough to be.
Care? About what, my life? Why should I? When you told me a month ago I was going to lose it.
No, not quite that. I said that without treatment you had around 6 months to live. But we're ready now to start treatment.
But there's nothing really certain about this $1 million gadget, is there? It's still only a chance.
A very good chance, though. It's true, there are types of cancer that don't respond particularly to Betatron radiation, but I'm confident yours will.
Would you still be as confident if you were in my place, Dr. Kildare?
I know how it would sound if I said your life is more important to me than mine, so we'll let that go. But all our lives depend on chance. I could be killed by an automobile tomorrow, and you might live to be 90. Of course, there's some chance involved in this treatment, but all the odds are with us. You've got to believe and have faith.
In what? I had faith in myself until this came along. So what can you put faith in?
Well, if nothing else, why not me? I mean, in whatever knowledge and ability I have as a doctor, and the confidence I feel about the treatment.
Suppose the treatment doesn't work.
It will.
You're so sincere and convincing. A person could believe in you easily. Could want to believe in you.
Then give it a try, will you?
You won't let me down, Dr. Kildare?
No, Miss Dane. I won't let you down.
Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face. That girl's fallen in love with you. There's no doubt about it.
That's ridiculous. You're always jumping to conclusions on insufficient evidence.
I know the symptoms, Jimmy. And under the circumstances, it was inevitable. Every woman falls in love with her doctor at least once. It's a psychological fact.
Well, not Janet Dane. She isn't the type.
Well, maybe she's not your type, but every woman is a type.
Well, I hope you're wrong. I've been through that particular patient problem before. Oh, in fact, I know you're wrong.
Okay, Kildare. I'm ready to go ahead on the tests whenever you are.
All right, Bart, let's get started. Wayman, you can bring that first cage over now.
Gotcha, boss. One live guinea pig coming up. Cute little gopher, ain't he, Doc?
Yeah. Bart, is it safe to go inside now?
Yes, everything's cut off. Go ahead.
Come on, Joe.
Jeepers. This room gives me the whim-whims. There's nothing in here but that one chair. It looks like an execution chamber.
It's intended to be just the opposite. Now, take that guinea pig out of the cage, Joe. I've got to strap him in place here on the head of the chair.
Okay, boss.
Thanks.
Say, he acts kind of dopey.
He's under a sedative, so he'll stay quiet during the test.
Oh, this ain't gonna hurt the little fella, is it, Tom?
No, you won't even know anything's going on. There we are. Oh, come on, Joe. Let's get out of here.
That's okay by me. That thing there looks like a machine gun pointing through the wall there. It's even got ring sights on it.
When you fire a 30 million volt shot, it's a good idea to know where you're aiming. All clear, Bart. It's yours from here on.
Okay. Roll him over, Jim.
Right.
Dr. Gillespie, you can use this porthole here if you like.
Thank you.
I don't see nothing happening yet, boss.
Speed steady at 21,000, Bart.
All right. Cut in the primaries.
The secondary plates are holding on 27.53, Bart.
Good. Are the grids open?
Yeah. 31, round the clock.
Well, gentlemen, this is it. Test number 1. On 0, Jim?
Right.
Ready. Now.
I don't see nothing happening in there, Doc.
No, and you won't see anything, Joe. The beam is invisible.
Oh, that little gopher inside there sure don't seem to mind it none.
He doesn't even feel it. Well, 2 minutes, 43 seconds more to go. You've seen the whole procedure now, Miss Dane. That guinea pig in there is the 8th one we've tested this week. 3-minute exposures each time, and not one has shown any ill effects.
Well, this one certainly seems to feel all right. Guess if a guinea pig can go through with it, I can too. When do we start?
Well, the first treatment is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I see.
You've decided to take my advice.
Yes. Whatever faith I have, it's all in you now. I guess I ought to put you on the spot.
I suppose it does in a way, but thanks for doing it.
Oh, Kildare. Oh, so you're still down here. Am I too late for the run?
Yes, we just finished, Dr. Gillespie. Everything worked perfectly. Bart's there in the control room now making a final check over.
Wrong, Kildare. I've just completed it. All okay.
Oh, good.
Now, Jim and I'll come in at 7:30 in the morning, have it warmed up, ready to roll any time from 8:30 on.
Now, then it'll work out nicely. We're scheduled for 9.
Well, how do you feel, Miss Dane?
Better than I have any time for the past month, Dr. Gillespie. Thanks to my physician, who's a pretty wonderful guy, in case you didn't know it.
Yeah, that fits in with a little theory of mine on psychology.
Now, let's not go into that, Dr. Gillespie.
Jeepers, Doc, they've been trying to call you up at the lab. You know what's happened?
No, what is it, Joe?
Them 2 guinea pigs you tested down here Monday are both dead.
Dead?
What?
They just now found them keeled over in their cages, colder than a March herring.
Yeah, looks as though you'd better do some more testing before you start your treatments, Jimmy.
It couldn't have been caused by the machine. Their blood count, cell structure, vasocardiac, reflexes, everything showed no damage after the tests. Now, they've died from something else. It's pure coincidence. Bound to be.
Well, they certainly didn't get anything from Big Betsy here but a shot of straight high-freak radiation. I'll swear to that. Nothing else showed up on the test blocks or the recorders.
Well, nevertheless, we'd better not take any chances with Miss Dane until we're sure what happened.
No, I'm not afraid. Whatever Dr. Kildare says, that's all right with me. I've complete confidence in him.
Even under the circumstances.
Of course. It's a little matter of faith, you know.
All right, Miss Dane. We'll go ahead with the first treatment as originally scheduled.
Now we
continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Well, there's no use carrying the topsy any farther, Dr. Gillespie. Same condition in the lungs, congested and inflamed. This animal died from the same cause as the other one.
Certainly. From pneumonia. I told you that 3 hours ago, Jimmy, without any autopsy.
I know, but we still had to make sure. What time is it?
Oh, after midnight.
I guess I better clean up this mess and get some sleep.
You're still going ahead with that treatment in the morning?
Yes.
We don't know what caused the pneumonia, Jimmy.
But I do know that it wasn't the Betatron.
Coincidence, then.
Yes. Those 2 guinea pigs were left overnight in that basement lab. It's damp down there. They may come from a susceptible strain. They were new specimens, delivered only the day before. They may even have been infected when they came to the hospital.
Yeah, there's possibility, yeah. But there's nothing sure about any one of them.
No, but as far as I'm concerned, these things are sure. One, when Bart Miller says the machine is functioning perfectly, I'm sure that it is. 2, I'm sure there's no medical theory to account for high-frequency radiation causing pneumonia, without at least some evidence of cell damage or blood deterioration or some of the other signs we've looked for tonight. 3, I'm sure that without treatment, Janet Dane will be dead in less than 6 months.
Well, Jimmy, it's your decision. And it's a hard one any way you look at it. The girl has a lot of confidence in you.
I know. It's the one thing she's clinging to now.
Plus, of course, the fact that she's in love with you.
No, you're wrong about that.
Well, maybe. Anyway, what are you going to do? Cancel the treatment or go ahead?
Well, Janet said her confidence was only as strong as mine. All the knowledge and skill I have tells me there's no reason for delaying that treatment. I know I'm right, and I'm going ahead with it. The schedule is still 9 o'clock in the morning.
Dr. Gillespie, we're ready to roll any time Kildare gets here with the patient.
Good. He's due any minute now.
Jim and I have gone over Big Betsy with a fine-tooth comb. Everything works perfectly. I'd stake my life on it.
Well, in a way, we are staking a life on it.
Dr. Gillespie, when I think what that poor child has to go through, I just get so nervous I could scream.
Oh, fine, Parker. That's all we need to build up Miss Dane's courage. A screaming nurse waiting to greet her.
Well, after what I heard you and Dr. Kildare saying last night, I certainly can't be very calm about this.
By the tarnation. Eavesdropping.
I was not. I only happened to overhear it.
Oh, sure you did, Snoopy.
Oh, yeah, I know just how she feels, Doc. I mean, sir, it ain't like there was a guinea pig in there. This time it's going to be a real live thing.
Wayman, you're an ambulance driver, and you got no business down here. Get out.
Yeah, but what if she maybe passes out, maybe, and we got to haul her up on a stretcher or something?
Oh, confound it. This isn't an execution. It's an attempt to save a human life. So stop acting like members of a death watch.
Dr. Gillespie, here she is.
Well, Dr. Kildare, I seem to have quite a welcoming committee. Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Well, how do you feel, Miss Dane?
Oh, fine, Dr. Gillespie. Well, can someone at least smile? This isn't an execution, you know.
Yes.
How about it, Bart? Already in your department?
Sure, anytime. Roll him over, Jim.
Right.
I guess there's no point in delaying things, Miss Dane. Shall we go on inside?
Yes. Let's get it over with. Well, we who are about to die salute you.
About to live, Miss Dane.
Dr. Gillespie, if I didn't believe that, too, I wouldn't be joking about it. All right, Dr. Kildare, let's go. This room was made less scary when the guinea pig was in here and I was outside.
Well, you'll be outside again in a little over 3 minutes. Now climb into that chair. We'll get you settled.
Like so?
That's right. Just lean back against the headrest.
All right.
Put your arms like there. Now, all you have to do is sit here for 3 minutes. Don't move. Don't turn your head. Now, this microphone here will pick up your heartbeat while this tube on your arm registers blood pressure. I'll be following them on recording dials outside the window there. And if you get nervous or want the thing stopped for any reason, just press this button under your hand and we'll shut off the whole works. You got it?
Yes. I won't press the button, though.
Oh, good girl. You've got a lot of courage, Miss Dane.
Believe me, Doctor, it's going to be all right.
I know it is.
I wonder if you'll know what I mean when I tell you I love you.
Well, I guess it's...
You don't know. But you will when I'm well again.
Miss Dane, you're a very beautiful woman, but...
Thank you, Doctor. I suppose we may as well get started. Don't you think?
All right. I'll be at the window.
I'm not worried, Dr. Kildare.
All right, Bart. It's up to you.
Okay. Cut in the primaries, Jim. Hold steady on those grids.
Right.
Kildare, will you do the sighting?
All right, Bart.
That poor child.
Parker, shut up. It's dead on, Bart. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Secondary's at 28.25, Bart. Grids are in.
Here goes. All right, Jim. Cut her loose.
Good luck, honey.
Jeepers, she's sitting there and taking it without batting an eyebrow.
She's so brave. I just can't get over it.
She seems nervous, Jimmy. Starting to wet her lips, and nothing wrong, is there?
Heartbeat is steady. Blood pressure normal. No, everything's all right, Dr. Gillespie.
30 seconds.
Look, Dr. Gillespie, she must be all right. She's smiling.
Parker, that's the smile of a woman in love.
Why, I didn't know that. With whom?
With Kildare.
Well.
Now, it's the smile of a woman who's convinced she's going to live. A woman who's just got to live. All right, Wayman, let's get the door open and bring her out.
Okay, boys.
Well, she came through it okay, Dr. Gillespie.
I hope so, Jimmy. The guinea pig didn't die until the second day.
No, I'm not worried about that. All I'm hoping is that these treatments work. Of course, we realize some cancers aren't susceptible to this, but we won't know for 3 weeks or more.
Well, as far as I could see, everything worked like a charm, Kildare. When do you plan to give her the second treatment?
Oh, day after tomorrow, if she's feeling all right. And, nice work, boy.
Thanks.
Well, Dr. Kildare, was I not a good patient?
How do you feel?
Fine. A little shaky's all.
Miss Parker's going to take you up to your room now. You can have breakfast whenever you want it. I'll see you a little later. And Miss Dane, you were a perfect patient.
Well, you know why, Dr. Kildare.
That's right, Bart. Treatment number 4 is scheduled for 10:30 in the morning. Right. Bye.
It's not that I mind the treatments, Dr. Kildare, but when are we going to know?
Still too soon to be able to tell, Miss Dane. You've just got to be patient, that's all.
I don't know, Jimmy. She's had 10 treatments now, and neither the x-rays nor the measurements show any change in the size of that cancer. I just don't know.
That's right. Treatment number 14, 9 tomorrow morning. All right, Mr. Miller. Goodbye.
X-rays again at 2 this afternoon. Why, Dr. Kildare? Nothing's going to happen. It's been over 2 months, and you told me 3 weeks.
Yes, I know, Miss Dane. Well, all we can do is to keep trying.
I'm sorry. All right, I'll be there at 2.
Good morning, Miss Dane.
Oh, Dr. Kildare. You've got my x-rays.
That's right. Dr. Gillespie and I just finished reading them.
What did they...
Skipping the technical details, the cancer is no longer malignant. It's starting to atrophy, decrease size. That's also borne out by the measurements we made yesterday.
Then you mean that...
I mean it should be completely absorbed within 2 months. Miss Dane, you're cured.
Oh, Dr. Kildare, I love you.
Well, I'm sure you think you do.
Oh, I don't think I do. I know it.
Well, let me put it this way. It's a psychological fact that women very often imagine themselves in love with their doctors. Of course, it's only temporary, but...
Oh, silly. I'm not that sort of giddy female. When I came to you, I was lost. I was scared. I knew I was going to die, and I didn't even care. But you made me care. You gave me hope and courage and faith, and I loved you for it.
Miss
So I put my life in your hands, and now you've given it back to me. And that's why I say I love you. I'll never forget you. Jimmy, thank you for my life.
Thank me? Why? You know, I've always believed that life is the most precious stuff on this earth. That's why I'm a doctor, Janet. So if you did put your life in my hands, and if I did save it, then I'm humbly grateful for the chance.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. Once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Dr. Gillespie, you remember Janet Dane?
Dane? Janet Dane?
She was in here some months ago. You know, the first patient we treated after the Betatron was installed.
Oh, sure. Of course I remember her. Whatever happened to her?
Oh, she got cured and went away, bravely stifling her mad infatuation for me.
What?
Don't you remember? You had quite a theory at the time that Miss Dane was desperately in love with me.
Ah, confound it. She was in love with you. Probably still is. Jimmy, it's a psychological fact.
I know that every woman falls in love with her doctor at least once in her life.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty ridiculous theory, Dr.
Well,
Gillespie.
now, you don't know for sure just because the girl kept her feelings hidden?
Well, I know now, all right. She called me up this afternoon.
Well, now.
She wanted to tell me she was married last week.
Hmm?
Well, I guess I'd better get back to work. So long. Oh, Parker. How would you like to do me a favor?
Why, of course, Dr. Kildare.
Well, Gillespie's in there tearing a pet theory to pieces with his teeth.
What?
And let him stew for about 10 minutes. And then go in and tell him that the man Janet Dane married works over at the medical center. He's a research doctor.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Les Crutchfield and directed by William P. Russo. Original music was composed and conducted by Walter Schumann. Dick Joy speaking.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
Whatsoever house I enter, there will I go for the benefit of the sick. Whatsoever things I see or hear concerning the life of men, I will keep silence thereon, counting such things to be held as sacred trusts. I will exercise my art solely for the cure of my patients.
The story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought you those famous motion pictures. Now this exciting, heartwarming series is heard on radio. In just a moment, the story of Dr. Kildare. But first, your announcer. Now, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Blair General Hospital, one of the great citadels of American medicine. A clump of gray-white buildings planted deep in the heart of New York. The nerve center of medical progress, where great minds and skilled hands wage man's everlasting battle against death and disease. Blair General Hospital, where life begins, where life ends, where life goes on.
Good morning, Dr. Kildare.
Good morning, Molly. What are you doing here in Dr. Gillespie's outer office? Where's Nosy Parker?
It's her day off.
Well, you're supposed to be the head nurse around here.
Somebody has to look after Dr. Gillespie. Oh, you going in to see him now?
Yes, he wants me to look at a patient with him.
Take a good look at him, will you? He doesn't look very well to me this morning.
Sure, I'll take a good look at him.
Oh.
Good morning, Dr. Gillespie.
It's you, huh?
Were you expecting someone else?
No, not really. But a man can always hope, can't he?
Look, you invited me down here. I'm not forcing my way in, you know. How do you feel?
Now, don't start in on me.
Start what on you?
Oh, that how do you feel routine. I've been getting that all morning. I feel fine. I never felt better. I feel great.
Think I'll take your temperature?
I don't need my temperature taken. Oh, these fledgling doctors that keep wanting to take temperatures all the time.
And I've seen you in some bad humors, but you're really surpassing yourself this
Oh, I feel fine. I feel fine, I tell you.
All right, you feel fine. Now, who's the patient you want me to see?
He's in 303. His name's Warren Jackson. He was admitted last night.
What's wrong with him?
Well, that's what we got to find out. He attempted suicide.
Oh? How?
Slashed his wrist with a razor. Wife found him. Didn't do much damage, though. I want to know why he tried to commit suicide. He's newly married, apparently very happy. He's a successful insurance broker. There's no reason in the world for suicide.
Was he sober?
Completely, yep. He should be waking by now. He's been under sedatives. Let's go and have a look.
All right.
Dr. Gillespie.
I feel fine, just fine. Couldn't be feeling better.
You feel fine. Well, you may feel just fine, but you look just lousy.
I never look better either. You and Kildare are alarmists. That's what you are, Molly, alarmists. Nothing wrong with me at all. My color may be a little off. There's nothing wrong, though. I feel fine.
Hey, your color is a little off at that.
A man can't have any privacy in this hospital at all. We're going down to 303, Molly.
Oh, Mrs. Warren Jackson just phoned. She's on her way over to the hospital. You told her to come at 10 o'clock.
All right. If she gets back before we do, ask her to wait.
Yes, Dr. Gillespie.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Bird. Come on, Jimmy. Confound it. I do not have a cold. A man can sneeze, can't he?
Who are you talking to?
Talking to you.
I didn't say a word.
Well, maybe not orally. I could feel what you were thinking.
Guilty conscience.
Now, get this through your head. If you've got a head. I am not sick. And no matter what you and Molly Bird do to me, you're not going to make me sick. Any more than you do already.
Why, Dr. Lennon Gillespie.
Oh, fiddly. This is my colleague, Dr. Kildare.
How do you do, Doctor? Very happy to meet you, Mr. Jackson.
And how do you feel?
Oh, too bad I bungled the job.
Ah, well, naturally, I can't agree with you there. Your wife is on her way over. We had quite a job getting her to go home last night, and she only went when we persuaded her that you were out of danger.
I don't want to see her.
What?
I don't want to see her, I said.
Well, then, of course, you don't have to see her, Mr. Jackson. Dr. Gillespie, shall I ask the nurse to bring a sphygmomanometer?
If you would, please.
That's a frightening name for anything to have.
Well, we just want to test your blood pressure.
It'll be right here, Dr. Gillespie. Oh, while you take care of Mr. Jackson, perhaps I should speak to your 10 o'clock appointment.
Oh, I'd appreciate it very much, Kildare.
I'll take care of it right away.
You mean to say that my husband refuses to see me?
He's very ill. He's not himself. Don't let yourself be hurt by this.
But why? Why?
Mrs. Jackson, have you any idea why your husband would wish to end his life?
No, I haven't.
Has he been ill?
No, not since our marriage.
Before your marriage?
Not that I know of. Oh, he told me he's had trouble with asthma and hay fever, but he never spoke of anything serious.
I see. How about headaches? Has he complained of those?
Well, yes, he has had some headaches, but he's been working very long hours. He works much too hard. Well, why did you ask that?
Oh, Mrs. Jackson, I think your husband tried to end his life because of illness. I think it was that same illness that prompted him to refuse to see you this morning.
But if you're ill and you love someone, you normally want them by you.
But your husband isn't normal right now.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know yet. I have a theory, but it's going to take some study. What did Jackson's test show?
His blood pressure's very low, and his pulse is very weak. That's a sick boy, I know that.
Oh, did you notice those rough spots on his skin?
Yeah. He kept scratching them. He told me that during the past week he'd fainted several times at the office, that he had difficulty in breathing, and then he'd get waves of nausea.
Those could be symptoms of a lot of things.
Well, the rough skin might indicate an allergy of some sort.
That was my thought, too.
I think we'll proceed with the allergy test. Can't do any harm. Allergy illnesses have been known to provoke suicidal tendencies in patients before. It's worth some investigation. I'm tired. Must be almost lunchtime.
Well, not for 2 hours. Now, you sit down in that chair. I'm going to take your temperature.
No, you're not going to do any such thing.
What's the matter? Afraid you'll have one?
Oh, I'm not afraid I'll have one. I know doggone well I haven't got a temperature. I've just got sniffles. It's the change in the weather.
Well, it won't take long to take your temperature.
Oh, go and take your thermometer and eat it.
Very well, if that's your attitude. Miss Bird.
Yes, Dr. Kildare.
You get Dr. Carew on the phone for me, please.
What are you going to do?
Just going to tell Dr. Carew that you don't look at all well and that you won't cooperate in the simple precautionary method of having your temperature.
Ah, you're a tattletale. That's what you are.
No.
I'll bet you were a nasty little boy.
Do I take the temperature or does Dr. Carew?
Oh, go on ahead and take it if it'll make you feel any better.
Oh, may I, Doctor?
Help yourself, Molly.
Oh. Here you are, Dr. Gillespie. Close those pretty little pearls of yours on this.
Ah, splots.
What would you say about a famous diagnostician, Molly, who could diagnose everyone's ailments except his own?
I'd say he wasn't as much of a diagnostician as he makes himself out to be.
Oh, see, I'm not going to put up with all this.
Keep the lips gently closed and the thermometer under the tongue.
Yeah.
That's better.
What do you think he's got, Dr. Kildare?
If he's got what I think he might have, he's not going to be fit to live with. We'd better see if we can get him in another hospital.
I've stood all I'm going to.
Lips closed, thermometer under the tongue.
Well, what do you think he's got? Something worse than a cold?
I'm not going to say until I see how he looks tomorrow, but I have a pretty good idea, and so does he. Simply won't admit it. Well, I think that thermometer should be just about cooked by now, so I'll take it out.
Yes. You two think you're very funny.
Well, young fellow, you are hereby and officially ordered to bed.
Let me see that thermometer. Well, I'll be hanged.
Comes as a surprise, doesn't it?
What do you know? Well, I did think I was feeling mighty groggy. You sure you didn't have that thermometer under the hot water tap?
You saw me shake it down. Molly, get a room for Dr. Gillespie. Isolation room.
What? Isolation room?
You know why, don't you, Dr. Gillespie?
I don't have that. I couldn't possibly have that.
Why not?
I'm too old, for one reason.
You know your medical history well enough to know that men of 99 have come down with it.
Say, would it be asking too much to ask what you two are talking about?
Yeah, it certainly would. Besides, I don't have any outward signs to indicate...
Ever had them?
Oh, I must have.
But you don't really know?
No, I don't really know.
Well, then we'll know better tomorrow. That's what you do have. You know yourself. We can't take any chances.
Splots. Double splots.
Well, Mr. Jackson, Dr. Gillespie is ill, and if you don't mind, I'm taking over your case.
Oh, I don't mind. It's about time I was getting out of here, isn't it?
Have you ever had any allergy tests?
Oh, I had a few tests when I was treated for hay fever.
I'd like to have you stay at the hospital a couple of days for a series of tests. May be able to find out what the root of your trouble is.
You don't have to put me through any tests to find that out, Dr. Kildare. The root of my trouble is the root of all evil, money.
I see.
You see, I've taken on quite a few extra responsibilities lately. New home, a new car. I went in a little too deep, I guess. Been working late, trying to pick up some extra commissions, but haven't had too much luck.
Mm-hmm. You're in love with your wife, aren't you?
Very much.
Well, then, how would you account for...
My trying suicides? Oh, I got pretty depressed the other night. I've been feeling so rotten, and, well, Ellen and I had a fight about money. I got to thinking that she'd be better off without me. My health seems to be completely shot.
Don't scratch your face like that. You'll only make the rash worse. Yeah. I'm going to order a shot of adrenaline for you. That'll relieve your discomfort. Now, look here, Mr. Jackson. I think I can help you. I'm convinced that your state of mind, though, as well as your health, is caused by an allergic condition. Will you give me a chance to find out?
You mean you really think you can fix me up?
I'm going to do my best.
Okay, Doc. But I guess you've got yourself a patient.
Just as I thought.
For your information, my temperature is 103, and I feel terrible. I can't chew and I can't swallow. I sure got a beautiful case of them, though.
Never seen a better case in my life.
When I get anything, I get it good. I suppose they know all over the hospital about it now. Must look like a perfect fool.
Not at all. You just look as though you had a perfect case of the mumps.
Mumps? Blah. Isn't that shocking?
And I'll tell you something. They're not a bit unbecoming.
Kildare, come closer and let me breathe on you.
No, I've had the mumps.
You have? There's no justice in this world. There's no justice at all.
We return to the story of Dr. Kildare in just a moment. Now we continue with the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Good evening, Dr. Gillespie. How are the three of you this evening?
Oh, you'll be sorry you asked that.
When did I become a plural?
I was referring to you and your two mumps.
They're thriving. The swelling is spread to the submaxillary and sublingual glands beneath the jaw.
Thank you, Doctor. Makes my work just that much easier.
Yeah, it also keeps you from poking around my mumps.
Has he been a good patient today, Molly?
Has he been a good patient? Huh? Blair Hospital hasn't seen such a commotion since he got the German measles during the First World War.
I'm a sick man, a sick, sick man.
Well, now it's time for his throat application. You'll see how he acts.
I don't want another hot strip of flannel around my throat. That's a lot of nonsense anyway.
You see?
Go get it, Molly.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Dr. Kildare.
I'm not going to have it. I know as much about medicine as you do, and I tell you it's a lot of nonsense.
It's your own prescription.
What?
I looked it up in your book. Every 20 to 30 minutes, put hot applications to the patient's throat, consisting of 5% guaiacol in glycerin to be rotated by 2% menthol in lanolin.
That's a pretty low trick, Kildare. A pretty low trick. Prying into a man's books when he isn't around to defend himself. Besides, I can't stand the smell of menthol.
Here's the application.
Put it on him.
Okay.
No! I swear I'll never prescribe this treatment to another human being in the world. My stomach hurts.
It does? Molly, suppose we put hot applications on his tummy.
Oh, no, get out of here. Let me die in peace.
All right, then we'll dispense with the stomach treatment for the moment. But if you have any more trouble in that region, I've found several prescriptions of yours, old ones that are real dillies.
You will pay for this, Kildare. You'll pay for this when I get out of this bed.
I know. That's why I got to get my licks in now. Seriously, though, I'm sure you know how important it is for you to keep warm and quiet. We can kid about it all we want, but mumps can turn out to be very dangerous, and no one knows that better than you.
Yes, teacher.
Well, I'm going down. See Mr. Jackson now.
Oh, how are his tests coming?
Well, so far, all I've been able to discover is what he's not allergic to. He's been injected with dust, molds, pollen, animal hair, feathers, various medical drugs. He's been put on several different kinds of diets, and all the results have been negative. He hasn't improved any since he's been here either. His eyes have become very puffy. Might be allergic to something in the hospital.
Yes. Possibly you.
Possibly. Except that he was having these attacks before he knew me. He's getting pyrobenzamine now. That's giving him some relief.
Has the man been given anything externally that might affect him? Have you checked his toilet preparations, toothpaste and soap, shaving lotion?
I'm doing that tonight. I'll be in to see you again first thing in the morning. Be sure he gets that next application in 15 minutes, Molly.
Yes, Dr. Kildare.
Yeah, I wish you had the mumps and I was treating you.
I don't blame you, Doctor, but c'est la vie, c'est la vie. How do you feel this evening, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's much good going to come of all this, Dr. Kildare.
Don't feel that way. These things take time. They're real riddles. You have to have patience. One man is allergic to wool. Another's allergic to a bit of pollen, to a spice or some other seasoning. He may be allergic to an animal or to a blossom of some sort. It's a long hunt to narrow the world down until you find one man's enemy, but once you've found it, you can help him. But you'll have to have patience, and so will I.
Okay. Where do we go from here?
What kind of shaving lotion do you use?
Normally, I use a special prescription. I got it from a doctor in Iowa. He said it'd be easier on my skin.
May I take a little of it? I'd like to have it analyzed.
Sure you can, but I haven't any of it here. You'll have to ask my wife to bring some over.
What have you been using here?
Well, the hospital brought some up. It's there on the dresser.
No. I think I'll take that along, too. Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Jackson. Maybe I'll have something more encouraging to tell you then.
Yeah, say, Doc, if my wife brings the lotion over, I'd kind of like to see her. She's willing to see me.
Willing? All she's been waiting for is word that you want to see her.
I do want to see her. Very much.
All right. I'll have her bring over the lotion, and you can see her for a few minutes this evening.
Thanks, Dr. Kildare. I appreciate that very much.
Hello, laboratory. This is Dr. Kildare. I want tests made immediately on 2 types of shaving lotion I'm sending down to you. That's right. Let me know as soon as you can, will you? Thanks. Good morning, Dr. Gillespie. Glad to see that you're coming along so nicely.
Good morning yourself. Now why do you come in here to inflict on my poor, helpless body?
Would you prefer that I went away?
Oh, I certainly would.
All right, I'll go. Just wanted to tell you that I think I've isolated Jackson's allergy, but...
Oh, come here. Come back here. What is it?
I think he's allergic to orris root.
Orris root?
Yes. He had a prescription shaving lotion that didn't use orris. But the lotion he was using here at the hospital did contain it. As I told you, his condition has been worse since he's been in the hospital. I've given orders now that he's not to use anything containing orris root. So we'll watch and see what happens.
Well, I certainly hope you're on the right track. When do you intend to let me up, by the way? My temperature's down and the swelling's going down.
Well, I'll let you know. How's your pancreas?
Oh, mind your own pancreas.
Shall I conduct an examination, or do you care to tell me?
My pancreas is all right.
Scout on it?
Scout on it. Now leave me alone.
All right. Oh, yes. Here, brought you a nice iron tonic you can start taking today.
Iron tonic? I don't need an iron tonic.
By your own hand it is written, quote, an iron tonic should be given patient during convalescence, unquote.
All right. Leave it on the table. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take anything. Now go back to your orris root and give me a chance to convalesce, will you?
Mr. Jackson, it's good to see you on your feet again.
Isn't it?
I don't mind telling you, I feel like the beginning of a new man.
I can't get over the fact that I was the cause of Warren's illness.
It wasn't you, Mrs. Jackson. It was the perfume you used. It contained a great quantity of orris.
Warren gave me the perfume as a wedding present.
I certainly didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, how long will you be treating him, Dr. Kildare?
Well, he'll have to come in quite regularly for shots for a while. We're giving him orris hypodermically now in very small doses, which will gradually increase until we build up an immunity, and he'll be able to lead a normal life.
Well, I certainly thank you, Dr. Kildare. You've made a great difference in the world as far as I'm concerned.
I'm glad to hear that.
Dr. Gillespie.
Hello, Dr. Gillespie.
This is my first day up, too. But I didn't want you to leave the hospital without my having a chance to see you and wish you well.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. You'll be seeing a lot of me. I have to come back for shots.
Here, now, sit down, Dr. Gillespie. Don't overdo things. Still under doctor's orders, you know. Careful. Remember, you're among patients.
Well, we'd better be going. Thank you both again.
Yes, thank you for saving my life, Dr. Gillespie. And thank you, Dr. Kildare, for making it worthwhile.
I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
All right. So it was Orris Road. Yeah. You don't have to look so smug about it.
Strange, isn't it? How a little thing like an allergy can have such a depressing effect on a man that it can drive him to suicide.
Oh, I don't think it's so strange. Don't think it's strange at all. I'm getting more and more allergic to you every day.
Well, I think you should be back in bed. Been up just about long enough for your first day.
You know, you have all the makings of a first-class bully.
I shouldn't be a bit surprised. You see, I was taught by one of the greatest bullies in the world, Dr. Leonard Gillespie himself.
Ah, splash.
And double splash.
In just a moment, we will return to the story of Dr. Kildare. And now, once again, the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres as Dr. Kildare and Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Gillespie.
Come in. Oh, Dr. Gillespie. Come in. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel fine. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel all right.
You sound a little hoarse to me.
Oh, my slight sore throat. Nothing serious.
Well, suppose we just take your temperature and find out.
Now, look here. I've had the mumps.
Well, son, I got some news for you. Unless I'm not the diagnostician I think I am, you are about to have the mumps again.
It's impossible.
I looked up your record. You had them when you were 10 years old, and it is recorded in your very own handwriting that you only had them on one side.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. So open the mouth. Yes. We'll put the thermometer under the tongue.
Oh, there's no justice. Absolutely
The
no
thermometer
justice.
under the tongue. That's right.
What are you laughing at?
An old adage, Doctor. An old adage. He laughs best who laughs last. Dr. Kildare, you are hereby and officially ordered to bed.
You have just heard the story of Dr. Kildare, starring Lou Ayres and Lionel Barrymore. This program was written by Gene Holloway and directed by William P. Russo.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
Twice a day, see your dentist twice a year. Pepsodent presents The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. With the music of Felix Mills. Produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. There's a new Pepsodent toothpaste now. Yes, a new improved Pepsodent with a cleaner, brighter taste. That means cleaner, brighter teeth. Try it. Taste it. Compare it. No matter how many brands you've tried or how faithfully you've brushed, see if your teeth aren't noticeably brighter in just 1 week after you change to new, improved Pepsodent toothpaste. You see, new Pepsodent toothpaste contains twice as much irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient. New Pepsodent toothpaste with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull, uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. Try it, taste it, compare it. And now Pepsodent presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X, international troubleshooter who flies the ocean at the drop of a hat, who charms the ladies, but is death on crooks. Herbert Marshall as the man called X.
Well, all the reviews were good. I know that every single paper. Oh, no.
Mr. Thurston, did you notice that girl in the chorus?
I noticed a lot of them, Pedro. Anyone specific in mind?
Well, personally, I prefer that brunette in the first row, second from the left.
Don't you mean the one second from the right?
Left? Right? Now you've mixed me all up. There's the buzzer.
Yes, let's go back in. Maybe the second act will clear up your problem.
Now let's see, left, right.
Darling. I beg your...
Oh, darling.
Yes? Oh. Well, this is very pleasant.
Oh, darling, it's been so long.
Yes, it certainly has.
I simply can't believe it's you.
I'm not so sure about it myself.
Darling, you'll never know how wonderful it is seeing you. May I kiss you again?
By all means.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. But now, lovely one, perhaps...
You! Take your filthy hands off her.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me. For 2 cents, I'd poke you in the nose.
I'll gladly do it for nothing.
Oh! Right on the button, Mr. Thurston. Who is he?
Haven't the slightest idea.
Huh? Well, maybe the lady knows. Hey, she's gone.
Well, easy come, easy go.
You never told me about her, Mr. Thurston. Who is she?
I never saw her before in my life. Now, let's see. I take a couple of extra shirts.
Why are you being so mysterious, Mr. X? Why don't you tell us where we're going?
We're going?
Well, I mean, you and me.
Well, I guess that's all I'll need. Pagon, my friend, take care of yourself. Try to keep out of mischief, will you?
Wait a minute, Mr. Thurston. What's the answer?
Goodbye, Pagon.
But you know you always take me with you. In fact, I usually get there first.
So long, and when you leave, don't forget to lock the door after you.
Mr. Thurston, you can't do this to me. Mr. Thurston!
Flight number 26 now arriving at Ramp 2. Flight number 14 now leaving for Paris from Ramp 6. Flight 14 leaving for Paris from Ramp 6. Attention, please. Will Mr. Pagon Zellschmidt please rather...
Oh, no, not Pagon. Not all the way to Paris. Pagon, it's sometimes embarrassing, but I must admit I admire your ingenuity.
In that case, Mr. Thurston, you'll be only too glad to reimburse me for the extra $10 I had to slip to the passenger agent.
Well, I suppose I may as well pay up now. Otherwise, our conversation on the way to Paris will be pretty monotonous.
I know what we can talk about.
Yes?
Look, Mr. Thurston, you're not taking a holiday?
No.
Yes. Well?
Pagon, did you happen to notice the lavalier she was wearing?
Uh-huh, a clue. Who's lavalier?
A girl doesn't usually wear such a magnificent piece of jewelry like that. Unless she...
Wait a minute. Now, let me guess. I have it. The lady who kissed you right in the lobby.
Then you did notice the lavalier.
She was so ravishing I didn't see anything but her.
Too bad.
Why?
I'd like to get a better look at that lavalier.
Well, I don't blame you, but you said you didn't know her. How are you going to find her?
By simply not letting her out of my sight. Pagon, why do you think I took this particular plane?
Mr. Thurston, we've been walking around in circles so long, my feet are dizzy.
Sorry you're not enjoying yourself, Pagan.
Parks, museums, Napoleon's bed. Who cares about Louis XVI snuff box anyway?
Louis XVI.
But he's dead, isn't he?
What would you suggest we do, Pagan?
I'll come down to brass tacks, Mr. Thurston. How you can spend a week in Paris and not even approach that beautiful woman is more than I can bear.
It has taken a certain amount of restraint.
You know where she lives. You know where she eats. You know where she shops. What's stopping you?
I don't imagine the lady would be too pleased if she knew I'd followed her here.
But she wouldn't recognize you, Mr. X. That is, unless you kissed her.
Maybe you've got something there. Yes, let's see what happens.
Now, mademoiselle, may I show you the latest thing in bas blouses?
Merci, no.
Perhaps a culotte that is so chic for bicycling this summer.
Merci, monsieur, but that will be all.
Certainly, such a pleasure to serve you, mademoiselle.
Bonjour.
Darling.
I beg your
Oh,
pardon.
darling, it's so wonderful seeing you again.
But I don't understand.
I didn't either.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, the man in the lobby.
But how do you happen to be in Paris?
The funny thing, that's just what I was going to ask you.
Then this really is a coincidence.
I couldn't think of a happier one.
Well, monsieur, I am happy. This gives me a chance to explain.
Why explain?
But really, monsieur. Monsieur,
Ken Thurston's my name.
I'm Lena Baril. Monsieur Thurston, I really don't go around kissing strangers in theater lobbies.
I'm awfully glad it happened once, though.
Thank you. You see, monsieur, I was a little desperate. I needed a friend, but I was a stranger there. I knew no one.
You made a friend.
I was very aggressive, I'm afraid.
Yes.
It was a gamble. I had no way of knowing how you could respond.
Mademoiselle, you underestimate yourself.
I still have not explained, Monsieur Thurston. That man you knocked down, I had to get away from him.
Someone you knew well?
No, someone I detested. I was very unhappy when he turned up in New York. That night in the theater, he became abusive. You were very kind to play out my little drama with me.
Well, perhaps we could rehearse another scene. At dinner tonight?
That's nice of you. And I would be ungrateful if I did not accept. But, monsieur, it would be impossible tonight.
Tomorrow?
Perhaps the day after tomorrow?
Good. May I call you?
It would be simpler for me to get in touch with you, monsieur.
That will be simple, because I promise you I won't leave the Hotel Grand Palace until you do.
And then what did she say, Mr. Thurston?
Oh, she explained that it wasn't habitual, Pagan.
Then what did you say, Mr. Thurston?
I told her I understood.
Then what did she say?
Tell you later, Pagan. Yeah?
Ready on your call to New York, Monsieur Thurston.
Thank you.
Go ahead, New York.
Hello.
Hi, Chief.
Ken Thurston. What the devil are you doing in Paris?
Sorry I didn't check with you, Chief, but it was sort of personal. You see, a lady kissed me.
Who did what?
She was very beautiful, and I didn't know her.
That makes sense. Go on.
So I thought I ought to know her better.
Oh, that's great, Ken. I hope you're having a wonderful time.
Not bad so far.
Nice of you to call and let me know.
Listen, Chief. If a ring shows up at the bureau, a ring in the shape of a fleur-de-lis, set with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, will you let me know? It's a long chance.
Hold on, Ken. Hold on. Are you psychic? You couldn't know that.
Oh, then it has turned up.
Day before yet? How did you know?
Part of the missing Rotterdam collection, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
That's what I thought. Chief, do me a favor. Send that ring over on the first plane.
But, Ken...
Thanks. Tell you all about it later.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Huh?
Ken, what in the name of common sense are you doing?
Why, Chief, don't you think one kiss deserves another? Bye.
Mr. Thurston, I am beginning to smell a rat.
Already?
So you did get a closer look at that lavalier?
Sure.
And it was a fleur-de-lis set with emeralds, rubies, and diamonds? Uh-huh. You know, Mr. X, this is getting very interesting.
You were beginning to worry me, Pagan, but now that you have that old familiar gleam in your eye, I'm reassured.
Thank you. But what's this got to do with Rotterdam?
Pagan, in 1940, when Rotterdam was leveled by Nazi bombs, one of the largest jewelry collections in Europe, vanished.
Uh-huh.
For 6 years, nobody saw a trace of it. But recently, one at a time, these jewels have been turning up in various parts of the world, especially in America.
Why didn't somebody tell me this before? I'm going back to America right away.
Too late, Pagan. I have a notion most of those gems are where you can't get at them. In the bureau.
Why, you don't think I wasn't thinking of myself, Mr. Thurston.
Who else?
Oh. Well, goodbye.
Just a minute.
Did you say something, Mr. Thurston?
Pagan, the last guy who tried to get that Lavalier got a punch in the nose. Remember?
You know, Monsieur Thurston, it's little accidents like this that make life so interesting.
Accidents?
I see a strange man in New York. 2 weeks later, he's sitting with me in a cafe in Paris.
That's because you kissed him.
Monsieur, please. You won't take that kiss too seriously.
Would you be here now if I had?
It must be what you call instinct or intuition. I must have known at once that I could trust you.
You put me at a great disadvantage, Leonore.
How do you mean, Ken?
Now that you trust me, my hands are sort of tied.
You know, you're not a stranger. Not anymore. And yet, for some reason, I don't know what to talk about.
Well, there's music, paintings, books. But let's start with you.
Me?
I have a confession to make, Leonore.
Oh?
I came over on the same plane with you.
You did? Said, why didn't you?
I had a strange idea that perhaps you'd think I was following you.
Why should I think that?
You're forgetting again. You kissed me.
Oh. And you're not going to let me forget that.
I can't.
I guess we'd better find something else to talk about.
We could talk about another favorite subject of mine. Jewelry.
You're a collector?
An admirer. That Lavalier you're wearing is beautiful.
You like it?
Very much.
I'm glad it was a gift.
Such a magnificent gift.
My fiancé.
Oh.
Ken, do you mind? I told him you and I would be here for dinner.
Why should I mind?
I'd hoped you'd understand. He was very anxious to thank you for what you did for me.
That's nice. It's very nice.
Am I so amusing?
No, Leonore, you're not amusing. Oh, no, you're wonderful.
Oh, I see. You're very kind. You invite me to dinner, so I reward you with, what do you call it, my boyfriend?
That's the general idea.
I'm sorry, Ken.
Why be sorry? I'm anxious to meet him. I'd like to congratulate him on his girlfriend.
We should be here soon.
In the meantime, shall we dance?
Love to. Dancing solves a great many problems, Ken.
Yes, it brings people together.
And you don't have to think about what to say next. You just follow the leader.
I put it another way, Leonore. When anyone follows as gracefully as you do, that's something to talk about.
Thank you. Oh, there's Etienne. Come, Ken.
Bonsoir, Léonore.
Etienne, I want you to meet Monsieur Thurston. Etienne Saint-Pierre.
C'est un plaisir, monsieur.
Hello. Sit down, do.
Merci. Monsieur Thurston, it is extremely fortunate that you are in Paris so that I might express my gratitude.
Oh?
Leonore has told me about how gallant you were to her in New York.
Oh, not at all. Matter of fact, it was Leonore's own quick thinking.
Leonore? Oh, yes. She appealed to you for help, didn't she?
I was going to tell
no,
you...
You would have been very proud of her. She handled the situation perfectly.
So?
See, this fellow made a nuisance of himself, so we got rid of him.
Very expertly, I understand.
Have a drink, Mr. Saphir?
Merci, monsieur, but I did not mean to interfere with your evening. I merely wish to pay my respects. Perhaps I may return the courtesy someday, Monsieur Thurston.
I wouldn't worry about that.
It has been a pleasure. Au revoir, monsieur. Adieu, Leonore.
It's very considerate of your fiancé to let us have this evening together.
Ken, I did not tell him everything.
Oh?
I did not tell Etienne that I kissed you.
Well, perhaps it's just as well.
You think so, Ken?
Yes, we can keep that little scandal to ourselves.
Etienne.
Did you expect someone else, Leonore?
Of course not, darling.
You enjoyed yourself tonight?
It was pleasant.
This Mr. Thurston, he is charming, isn't he, my dear?
He's very nice.
But naturally he would be.
You didn't mind my going to dinner with him, did you, darling?
Cherie, you are lovely, you are generous, you are sweet, but... Ma petite, you are also very naive.
Huh?
Listen to me. This man, this Thurston, he didn't just happen to be in Paris, you know.
But Etienne...
He didn't come to Paris, my angel, only because you are here. He came to Paris because he is the man called X.
No matter how many toothpaste you tried, no matter how good a job you think your present brand is doing, change now to the new Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see if you don't find new brightness in your teeth, new sparkle in your smile. Yes, there's a new improved Pepsodent toothpaste now with a cleaner, brighter taste that means cleaner, brighter teeth. You see, new Pepsodent has twice as much irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient that Pepsodent and only Pepsodent can give you. New Pepsodent with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. So new Pepsodent brings new brightness to your teeth. It cleans better between teeth, leaves your breath cleaner, fresher, too. No wonder more people than ever before are using Pepsodent today. So despite any other brand you've tried, change now to new improved Pepsodent toothpaste. And in just 1 week, see the difference. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See how Pepsodent uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. And now to return to Pepsodent's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Mr. X has gone to Paris because a beautiful lady kissed him in the lobby of a New York theater. That is because the lady, Leonore Beryl, was wearing a lavalier, which Mr. X identified as part of the missing Rotterdam collection. In turn, Leonore's fiancé, Etienne Saffier, has been identified. Ken Kirsten is the Man Called X, so now the score is even. But Mr. X does not know this. At the moment, he's in his Paris hotel room when there's a knock at the door.
Yeah, come in.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
I thought you were leaving Paris, Pagon.
On the contrary, Mr. Thurston, Paris. I love it as much as in the summer as in the spring.
Well, Paris will be glad to know that.
Mr. X, I'm happy to inform you, but I warn you it'll cost you money.
When didn't it?
Mr. X, would you be interested in a stick pin?
Not particularly.
I mean a lady's stick pin.
That depends upon the lady.
If it was a fleur-de-lis set with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds?
Congratulations, Pagon. Hand it over.
I haven't got it.
But you could get it if you had the money.
Of course, and a set of earrings to match. Mr. Thurston, it's scandalous, the prices they're asking.
Plus your commission.
They won't even dilly-dilly. It's a quick deal, you know. Cash under the table or nothing.
Who is it, Pagon?
Somebody you don't like.
Oh?
In fact, you punched him in the nose once.
Well.
He didn't recognize me, but that doesn't matter because he works for another man.
By the name of Safia.
Yes, by the name of... How did you know?
My spies, Pagon.
Mr. X, you have somebody else working for you. How could you?
Well, for one thing, she's more beautiful than you are.
Mr. X.
Scram, Pagon. Now, will you go, please?
But I just...
Shut up. You want that commission, get out of here quickly, the back way.
Commission? In that case, Mr. Thurston...
And no eavesdropping. Come in. Leonore.
Are you busy, Ken?
Come in. This is more than I'd hoped for. Please sit down.
I had to see you.
Fine.
I'm confused. I had to talk to someone. Ken, it's finished. Between Etienne and me.
Leonore.
He's jealous, Ken. Of you.
Because I took you out to dinner?
I've been honest with you, haven't I?
Yes.
I've been honest with Etienne also. I cannot lie. I cannot dissemble. Etienne could read the truth in my eyes at once. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Ken? Or must I?
Must do what?
Darling, don't make me say it.
Darling?
Yes, Ken, from that first moment. I didn't realize until Etienne said it for me. With that first kiss, the whole world turned inside out. There was nothing left but you.
Leonore.
That first kiss. I was just pretending then. But Ken, I don't want to pretend anymore. Darling, darling.
Nevertheless, my sweet, that was an awfully good job of pretending.
Ken.
You are still pretending, aren't you?
What do you mean, Ken?
Isn't it about time you told me the real reason for all this?
You don't believe me?
No.
I hate you.
I don't believe that either. Don't, Leonore.
No. No, I don't hate you, Ken.
But you were told that you should hate me, weren't you? Now, you don't have to answer. Just listen. Ever see this ring before?
Ring? It matches my lavalier.
Yes. And with a little trouble and a good deal more money, I'm sure I could produce a pin and probably earrings to fill out the set.
What are you trying to tell me?
Will you mind the outline of a long story?
Go on, Ken.
It starts in 1940. $1 million in jewels disappeared in the ruins of Rotterdam.
Rotterdam.
That
ring.
That lavalier.
Go on.
I'll go back a few years. In 1932, the Countess Lamoureux lost a diamond at her Riviera villa, an extraordinary stone that should have been in a museum. A man was accused, but evidence was only circumstantial, and he was acquitted. Sometime later, in 1936, Lord Larchmont's fabulous emerald-headed cane was stolen at Brighton. A man was held, but later released for lack of evidence. I could give you other instances if you want.
The man?
Same man. Different names. I could show you his photograph if you wish.
No, Ken. Oh, I've been very cheap. I came here to... He wanted me... There's no reason for you to believe me, but... I didn't know.
I believe you. Here, Leonore, will you wear this ring?
But I...
Memory of a kiss?
Okay.
Well, Leonore?
Yes, Etienne?
And how did our inquisitive friend Mr. X respond to your blandishments?
I don't know, Etienne.
Don't know? Come now, Leonore, surely you could tell that. Did he ask any leading questions?
Question?
About me.
He knows about you, Etienne.
So?
He knows you're my fiancé.
Oh. Did he by any chance mention that lavalier?
Oh, yes.
Yes?
He thought it was very beautiful.
Is that all? Well?
He said it was very beautiful.
You told me that. Here. Let me see it. Take off that lavalier.
But you gave it to me, Etienne.
Are you afraid I won't return it, my chérie?
All right, Etienne. You may have.
Where did you get that?
What?
You know it. I'm talking about that ring. Tell me. Where did you get it?
Etienne, you're hurting me.
Where did you get that ring?
He wanted me to wear it.
Oh. Right. Out with it. What does he know?
Etienne, please.
Does he know why I gave you that lavalier? Why I sent you to America?
I don't know why you did.
No, you don't. But you served me well without knowing. Now that you do know... my precious, it is a tragedy.
Etienne. Oh, no.
Thurston, you... What the... Right on the schnozola, Mr. X. He's out cold.
Tell the gendarmes to come in, Pagon.
With pleasure.
You know, I don't know why it is, Leonore, but every time I'm with you, I seem to poke somebody in the nose.
Mr. X, I've been knocking my brain in, trying to figure out why that man gave the lady the lavalier since he wanted to sell it.
It was the easiest way to get it to America. Once she was there, a stooge could steal it from her, and Sapphire would still be in the clear.
If only she hadn't kissed you, eh?
That, Pagon, is what is called one of the imponderable factors in the case.
It's a funny name for a kiss.
Come in, Leonore.
I'm not Leonore.
By golly, you're not, are you, Chief? Nice flight over?
Delightful. I just couldn't wait to get here and find out what you've been doing.
You got here just in time.
Oh. Great work, Ken. Great work. Now, what do we do?
You can have your choice. The Bal Masque, the Moulin Rouge.
Huh?
Don't worry, Chief. I'll line up a beautiful evening for you. That is, if Leonore can find a friend.
Our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall, will return in just a moment to tell you about next week's exploit of the man called X. But first, a word about Pepsodent. Try it, taste it, compare it. Change now to new Pepsodent toothpaste, and in just 1 week, see the difference. Yes, new Pepsodent has a cleaner, brighter taste. That means cleaner, brighter teeth. New Pepsodent toothpaste with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull, uncovers the natural brilliance of your smile. And our Pepsodent star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Next week, Mr. X is slipping away to a quiet little island off the coast of Maine to enjoy a peaceful vacation, sleep, rest, a little fishing, perhaps. Ah, yes, there are 4 nice ladies, 2 of them young and very beautiful. All very idyllic. But you know what happens when a batsman takes a holiday. As usual, Leon Velasquez Pagan will come along and complicate matters. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Pepsodent's Man Called X is written by Milton Merlin, with music composed and personally conducted by Felix Mills. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles reminding you to change to Pepsodent toothpaste now. For Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains irium. Mr. Herbert Marshall is soon to be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, The Razor's Edge. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X.
Well, there you are, Mr. Thurston. Turtle Island, at the quietest spot in the whole coast of Maine.
Can't be too quiet for me, Captain.
Not more than 30 souls living here year-round.
No tourists, I hope.
Don't take much to tourists, except Miss Dickinson and Miss Hancock. They don't figure. Been here 6 months. Of course, the 2 nieces are visiting, but they're quiet. You're not counting on company.
I came up here for a complete rest, Captain.
Sick?
Tired.
You don't look it. Well, better be getting back to mainland.
Thanks for everything.
Pick you up one of these days.
Okay, goodbye.
Bye.
Hey, what?
Well, now that I'm here on Turtle Island, Captain, where is everybody?
Minding their own business.
You sure this is where he came?
This is where I brought him.
If anybody asks me, this is a funny place for a vacation. But there's nobody here to ask me.
Looking for somebody, son?
Oh, where did you come from?
Been here 55 years.
Oh, then you must know Mr. Thurston.
Yep.
Good. Maybe you can tell me where he is?
I don't know. Ain't seen him since I shot him.
Well, then I guess I bet... Huh? You shot Mr. Thurston?
Yep.
Why, that's murder.
He ain't dead.
Oh. Huh?
Son, I come here 55 years ago to be alone. And I can't be alone if people keep on coming.
Is that why you shot Mr. Thurston?
Oh, pull yourself together, son. I ain't gonna shoot you no more than I shot your friend. Just let my gun go off accidental-like so he'd know not to stay too long. Get it?
Don't look at me that way. I don't want to stay here. Honest. All I want to do is to find Mr. Thurston.
Up yonder. That shack. Top of the hill.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon Zellsmith.
On such a lonely, morbid little island, you should be very glad to see me.
Pagon, one of the reasons I chose this lonely, morbid little island for my vacation was to avoid seeing you.
Vacation?
But now you're here, will you join me in some pollock con polo?
Polo? Here?
Yeah. Fried fish and rice. Here, have some.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. Now, not the business. Just why have you come to this unspeakable place?
You really want to know?
I knew you'd trust me, Mr. X.
You should have the truth.
Yes, go on.
I came for my vacation.
Mr. Thurston, do you mean to tell me the chief would let you take a vacation when a big Nazi like Jensik is loose? You should be in South America, should be in Spain, or wherever any big shot Nazi could hide out.
Look, Pagon. It was the chief himself who ordered this vacation. Said I needed it.
You look good to me, Mr. Thurston.
I should now. Wait till you see what it does for you. Oh, it's wonderful. Nothing to do but sleep and eat and sleep.
But there's no social life.
Oh, but there is, Pagon. I've been invited to tea tomorrow.
Tea? Boy, who?
A charming spinster and her cousin. Not to mention a couple of nieces who are visiting them for the summer.
I'm beginning to click.
I can hear you, Pagon. But don't get any ideas. Miss Dickinson, who's old enough to be even your mother, perish the thought, has apparently decided I'm just the man to entertain her nieces.
Well, that ought to make you very happy, Mr. Thurston.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the nieces yet.
Lemon, of course, Mr. Thurston.
If you please, Miss Dickinson.
And will you try some of Mary's butterscotch cake?
Butterscotch, my favorite.
Oh, splendid. Did you hear that, Mary?
Oh, yes, Julie. I hope you like it, Mr. Thurston.
Very much. I suppose it's a secret recipe, Miss Hancock?
Oh, mercy, no, Mr. Thurston. It's very simple. If you'd like, I'd be happy
to... now, Mary, Mr. Thurston was just being complimentary. I don't think he really wants the recipe.
Oh.
Elizabeth and Helen should be here any moment now. Oh, I'm afraid the poor dears have been a little bored spending so much time with two old ladies.
What two old ladies?
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. But you see, Mary and I have no illusions. In our simple, uneventful lives, we've had all too much time to count the years.
Miss Dickinson, I don't believe any life is really uneventful.
Oh, then I'm sure you have never been a school teacher.
No, but as I remember, my school teacher's life was far from uneventful.
Oh, here they are, Julie.
Oh, why, splendid. Well, hello, girls.
Sorry to be late, Aunt Julie.
Well, I'm selfish enough not to mind. It gave Mary and me a chance to have Mr. Thurston to ourselves for a few moments. Oh, Mr. Thurston, this is my niece, Elizabeth.
How do you do?
Hello.
And this is Helen.
Well, how nice.
Very nice.
Frankly, Mr. Thurston, after such a build-up, I was prepared for a letdown. I'm not.
Build-up?
The strangest man stopped us, and all he did was talk about you.
Don't believe a word of it.
But he said very nice things.
Well, Pagon is, I suppose he's a kind of friend of mine.
Pagan.
Oh, if I had known you had a friend here, Mr. Thurston, you could have brought him to tea.
Pagon, tea?
Oh, dear. What's that?
That's Pagon.
But what on earth?
Nothing serious, I'm sure. Excuse me a moment later.
Well, yes, of course, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, so you'll bite me, will you cussed little polecat?
Oh, Mr. Thurston, make him let me...
Shut up, Pagon, shut up.
Does this belong to you, mister?
Not exactly. What's he been doing?
Snooping.
I was only sightseeing.
Plenty to see around here without poking your nose into folks' business.
I told you I was only looking for Mr. Thurston.
That wasn't what it looked like to me. Honest folks don't peep into windows.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, too many meddling people in the world. I don't pay no mind to what happens on the outside, but by Joppy, nobody's going to contaminate Turtle Island.
Mr. X, that man is positively a suicidal maniac.
He makes pretty good sense, Pagon.
Huh? First he shoots at you. Then he tries to strangle me. Does that make sense?
From his point of view.
Well, not from mine. Let's get out of here. Let's go chase some legitimate crook who'll at least look you in the eye.
Is everything all right, Mr. Thurston?
A slight misunderstanding.
Oh, that was Mr. Candy, wasn't it?
I wouldn't know, Miss Dickinson, was it?
Oh, a very odd man. He doesn't take to people too easily. Now, we've been here for over 6 months, and Mr. Candy still makes me feel quite uncomfortable.
I've only been here 1 day, and already he's made me very uncomfortable.
Oh, Miss Dickinson, this is Pagon Zelsner.
Why, how do you do, Mr. Zelson?
Charmed, I'm sure, Miss Dickinson.
Will you join us at tea?
I'm afraid, Pagon...
nothing could be more delightful.
Oh, splendid. I hope you like butterscotch cake, Mr. Zelson.
Yes, I do, indeed. What's the lowdown, Mr. X?
Listen carefully, Pagan.
Yes, go on.
Well, here are the facts of the case.
Ah.
4 ladies, butterscotch cake, and a pot of tea.
There's something wrong with the air up here, Mr. Thurston. Only 9 o'clock, and I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Well, why don't you go to sleep? Or are you waiting for me to tuck you in?
I'm in. You know, I've come to the conclusion that you really must be on a vacation. And I wouldn't mind it either if it weren't for the money I'm not making. Rest, fresh air, pleasant company, 2 gorgeous girls, 2 nice old ladies. That Miss Julie is awfully sweet.
Go to sleep, Pagan.
It would be a great life if I could only afford it.
Pagan. Now, why did I tell him to go to sleep? Pagan. Pagan, wake up.
I didn't do it.
I didn't think you did.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Thurston. I dreamt somebody had me by the throat and...
Pagan, did you hear anything?
How could I? What is it, Mr. X?
I don't know. Maybe I was dreaming too. Oh, hello, Helen.
You were walking so fast, I didn't think I'd catch you.
I'm glad you did, though.
It's none of my business, of course. But I can't figure out why you came to Turtle Island.
For a vacation.
I know, but it's so dull.
I don't think so. What more can you ask for? Everything around here is clean. The air, the sea, the people.
The people don't seem to like us.
That's because we're intruders, Helen.
Well, that's what I tried to tell Aunt Julie. She wouldn't say anything for the world, but I think she's a little uneasy.
Oh?
People like that strange Mr. Candy make her feel unwanted here.
I don't think she need feel too badly about that, Helen. From what I've heard, it takes 25 years before they stop calling you a foreigner.
You know, I didn't think I'd tell you this, but when Aunt Julie said there was a new man on the island, she was going to ask him over for tea. I didn't know what to expect.
And when she said she had a couple of nieces she wanted me to meet, I didn't know what to expect.
Then we're even.
Uh-oh. Seems we're going to have company.
What?
Your sister.
Oh, she would.
Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Hi, Helen.
Looking for something?
No, just out walking.
But Elizabeth, I thought you loathed walking.
Why, Helen, you know I love it.
She won't admit it, Ken. But I think Elizabeth's got a crush on you.
Helen.
Look, girls, don't you think I better leave the room? Pagon, wake up.
What's the matter? Where am I?
Get up, Pagon, quick. Grab a bucket.
What for?
The shack's on fire.
On fire? Help! Police! Fire! Quick, Mr. Thurston! Call the fire department!
Get that bucket up here. We're the fire department.
Julie, shall I get your shawl? It's getting a little chilly.
No, don't bother, Mary, dear. I'm quite comfortable.
Dreadful about the fire, wasn't it, Julie?
I'm so glad Mr. Thurston and his friend found other quarters.
It's a miracle they won't.
Yes, a miracle. Mary, did I tell you about Mr. Thurston?
Oh, he's such a nice man.
Yes, he is, isn't he?
Such nice manners, Julie.
Yes. His friend, Mr. Zelsmith, said... Oh, but I must have told.
Told me what, Julie?
Mary, Mr. Thurston... Well, you see, Mr. Thurston is the man called X.
The man called X.
Mr. X, this island gives me the willies. It's a positive jinx.
You think so, Pagon?
Whoever heard of a fire starting all by itself?
This one didn't.
Huh?
The oven was turned off, we weren't smoking, and besides, that fire started from the outside.
I've got to muddle this around in my mind. Now let's line up all the suspects.
There aren't any.
There have to be, or how can I figure it out? Now, let's see. Miss Julie? No. Miss Mary? No. Miss Elizabeth? No. Miss Helen?
Yes?
No. Mr. X, there's only one criminal left.
Come in. Why, hello, Mr. Candy. Come right in.
Aha.
This ain't no social call, mister.
Come in anyway.
Oh, you ain't aiming to make trouble, but I warned you fair. Now, get off this island.
You really mean that, Mr. Candy?
Never say nothing I don't mean.
In that case, I suppose I'll have to cut my vacation short.
Nothing, personal, understand?
I understand you want me to leave.
Yeah.
You're giving in awfully easy, Mr. Thurston.
Start packing, Pagan.
Want a speck of trouble here till strangers started to come in. Makes me sore as a peep.
Naturally.
One for your shack burning down, guess I could have stood you. Fact is, you look like a right nice fellow. Bye. Might even miss you.
What kind of a double talking was that? First he says get out, and then he says I'll miss you.
It's a little like the way I sometimes feel about you, Pagan.
What?
I think I'll take one last look around the island before we go. Want to come along?
I've already looked at it. What's that?
A letter. I wonder who delivered it.
Well, aren't you going to read it?
Let's see. If you value your life, Mr. X, leave Turtle Island at once. A friend.
Mr. Thurston.
Well, at least I have a friend. Hello, Elizabeth.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston.
Do you mind if I walk with you?
Oh, not at all. Look, Mr. Thurston, what Helen said the other day.
Yes?
I mean about All about my having a crush on you. She really didn't mean it.
I didn't think she did.
I like you, of course, but
And how is Helen?
I'm kind of a dither.
Oh?
I know I'm going to sound just like her, but Mr. Thurston, I think she has a crush on you.
Here we go again.
I'm sorry.
You want to change the subject?
Gladly.
You're very fond of your Aunt Julie, aren't you?
Oh, she's wonderful. I'm so glad she found this place.
Oh?
All her life she's dreamed of just this kind of retreat. She's always worked so hard. She deserves it.
I'm sure of that.
Glad for Miss Mary, too.
She's devoted to your aunt, isn't she?
Oh, yes. Aunt Julie's all she has. Will you be here long, Mr. Thurston?
I'm afraid not. Matter of fact, Elizabeth, I was just on my way to say goodbye to Miss Julie.
Goodbye.
I'm afraid so, Miss Julie. Somebody wants me to leave here.
But why?
That puzzles me too, Miss Mary.
But I can't think of anyone who would... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Couldn't it?
Well, I know how Mr. Candy feels about strangers, but surely...
Do you think it was Mr. Candy?
Why, I don't know.
Miss Julie, I've changed my mind. I'm going to stay here for a while. There's no point in running away. Now, this is a case for the police.
Police? Oh, dear.
Somebody on this island is afraid.
Afraid of what?
If I knew that, Miss Julie, I'd be a happier man. Watch your step now, pagan.
How can I watch my step, Mr. X? I can't even see. What are we snooping around in the dark for anyway?
Here we are.
But it's only a barn.
Yes, Miss Julie's barn. Come on now, pagan, quietly. Now, turn on your flashlight.
I don't see anything interesting.
They're gone.
Who's gone?
It worked. Look, you can see where they were dragged out. Here.
Who was dragged out?
Come on, pagan. Now we've got a trail to follow.
Look, Mr. Thurston, out in the bay. That's a rowboat.
That's the end of our trail, pagan.
Mr. X, it's a woman. It looks like... Why, it's Miss Julie.
Is it?
What's she doing out in a rowboat at this time of night?
Duck, pagan. I think she's seen us.
Look, she's stopping. She threw something overboard, Mr. X. She's fallen in.
Or maybe jumped.
Mr. Thurston, where are you going?
Swimming.
Oh, please, Mr. Thurston, let me go. It's better if you just let me go.
We'll talk about that later. Here, I'll steady the boat. Now, you see if you can pull yourself up. Here, a little more. Just a little more. That's fine. Now, sit on the far side. When I hoist myself. There.
Oh, I'm so ashamed, Mr. Thurston.
Miss Mary, when you threw the food overboard, you should remember that bread doesn't sink. It gave you away.
When I saw you, I became so frightened. I didn't think. I just didn't think.
You were on your way to Little Turtle Rock, weren't you, Miss Mary?
Yes.
All right, then. Let's go.
Oh, no. No, Mr. Thurston, we mustn't. We'll both be killed.
Start rowing, Miss Mary.
But you can't.
No one will see me if I lie in the bottom of the boat.
I can't.
Miss Mary, you've got to.
You, woman.
Go ahead, Miss Mary, just as I told you. Answer him.
Yes, it's I.
Well, come on, quickly.
Good, Miss Mary.
You have brought the food?
Yes, Mr. Jensick.
Good. And have you got that Mr. X out of the way yet?
I think so.
And what are you waiting for?
Oh, the bag is so heavy. Will you help me, please?
You have brought a lot of things this time, yeah?
Yes, a lot of things. I think you'll have to get into the boat. I can't lift.
Oh, all right.
There, in the front.
Yes, I can see. What's this?
Good evening, Mr. Jensick.
Who? This woman has told you.
No, Jensick. We were pretty sure you were hiding out on one of these islands, and we knew you'd have to show your hands sooner or later.
So. It is very convenient, Mr. X, that you have come here alone, because now I am going to make you.
Sorry, Jensick, but I've got to deliver you in person.
You know, Miss Mary, I was sure that somebody on Turtle Island must have been providing Jensick with supplies. Hard to believe it was you.
Mr. Thurston, ever since he surprised me one night as I was walking along the beach, I've been frightened. So frightened. It would have been much easier if I'd just told you in the beginning.
Why didn't you, Miss Mary?
Because he threatened me. Oh, I didn't mind about myself. That wouldn't matter. But he said he'd killed Julie and the girls. Oh, Mr. Thurston, I was so afraid.
Yes, I knew you were afraid. I knew that must be it. Ah, Miss Mary, not so very long ago, other nice people were afraid of men like Jensick, and their fear was an invitation to destruction. That's the tragedy, Miss Mary. Fear led to appeasement, and that's almost as bad as outright collaboration.
Oh, but Mr. Thurston, you don't think
Miss
that
Mary, I know how you feel about it. But if people like you had stood up and told the world how you felt about it, the world would never have had to endure such terror, such hunger and misery. Come on, Miss Mary, let's go back and have some butterscotch cake. Join us once when next night return at The Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, came to you from Hollywood. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, master detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
State's prison evidence on Nick Carter and the mystery of the midnight robbery.
Pardon me, could you let me have a line?
Certainly. There you are.
Swell night, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. It's a pleasure to walk on a night like this.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Not at all.
Good night.
Good night. Yes, even in a big city like this, Stars are just as...
Help!
What? I wonder what's wrong with her. I beg your pardon, but is there anything I can do? Can I help you? Is something wrong?
Murder!
Murder? Who is it?
My uncle.
When did it happen?
I don't know.
Well, where is he?
The library.
In this big house right here?
Yes. Oh, it's awful.
Now, you shouldn't be out here in your night clothes. It's too chilly. Come, let me take you back to the house. Come on.
Yes. Back to the house.
Did you call the police?
No, I just saw him lying there in a pool of blood. Then I came out here to get help.
Well, I'm Nick Carter, the detective. I'll be glad to help you if I can. Now, careful going up the steps. There we are. Now, if you'll show me the library.
He's in there.
Oh, yes, I see. He's dead, all right. Who found him?
The housekeeper. She came in late and saw a light still on in here, and she looked in to see if he needed anything and saw...
Then she called you?
Yes.
And you are...
I'm Ella Jarbeau, his niece. I've lived here with him for the last 5 years since my mother died.
I see. Has anything been touched since the body was found?
No. Nobody's been in here at all.
Good. Uh-huh. Shot through the head at close range. Well, it looks as if he did it himself.
No. No.
Well, here's the pistol that was used, right beside him. Did you hear the shot?
No. I sleep at the opposite end of the house. Oh, Mr. Carter, please find whoever killed my uncle.
What makes you think he didn't kill himself?
He wouldn't do a thing like that. I know it.
Well, that's hardly evidence, Miss Ella. Did you see this note?
Note? I know.
Your uncle apparently left it propped up here in his desk. It's addressed to Mrs. Sarah Jarbeau, 7 Dunner Street, City. You know her?
I never heard of her. What does it say?
Let's see. My dear madam, you've been a widow, in fact, ever since the hour following our marriage. But before day breaks, you will be a widow in name also, for I shall be dead. I have at last learned the truth. The one who told me right after our wedding ceremony that you were everything evil has at last confessed that you were really as good as I believed you to be. It's too late for me to ask you to forgive me for the great wrong I've done you. So I'm taking this way of making what amends I can. The upper drawer of my desk is my will, which leaves everything to you, the repentant husband, Enos Jarbeau. Well, that's a remarkable document. Did you know anything about your uncle ever having been married?
No, I never heard that before.
Well, that note would seem to prove it was suicide.
I know better. May I see that note?
Of course. Here.
I knew it, Mr. Carter. My uncle didn't kill himself, and he didn't write this note either.
Isn't that your uncle's handwriting?
It looks very much like it, but he didn't write it. Uncle didn't use this kind of pen.
What do you mean?
Uncle Enos was very proud of his handwriting, and he never used anything but a special type of old-fashioned steel pen point. It has a very fine point.
I see. Yes. This note was undoubtedly written with a stub point.
Another thing, Mr. Carter. Uncle never wrote anywhere except at his desk here. And this desk has been locked since yesterday morning, and I have the key.
How long have you had it?
I borrowed it yesterday morning because I had some letters to write, and I've had it ever since.
Is there another key to this desk?
No. Uncle would never write anywhere else.
You're quite a convincing detective, Miss Ella. And if you're right, this can't be suicide, in spite of the other evidence.
I know I'm right. Uncle would never have taken his own life.
I believe you. And I'm just curious enough about this to do a little investigating myself. If I'm as good a detective as you are, I'll find your uncle's murderer in short order.
You think this Mrs. Sarah Blake is the woman you want, Nick?
I'm not sure, Patsy. But when the maid told me that she never heard of Mrs. Sarah Jarbeau, but that Mrs. Sarah Blake lives here, I thought I'd better talk to her. She might be Mrs. Jarbeau using her maiden name.
Here she comes now.
You wish to speak to me?
I'm looking for Mrs. Sarah Jarbeau. Do you know her?
I do. I am Sarah Jarbeau.
You were right, Nick.
My name is Bill Peters. I'm a reporter. I'm writing a story on the sudden death of your husband, Enos Jarbeau.
Oh, the poor man. He died to make up to me for my years of heartbreak.
Yes, I saw the note he left. Would you please tell me what happened?
Well, I met him one summer on the coast of Maine. We were married in the fall. We took a train for Boston, and on the way he went into the smoking car to smoke a cigar. I never saw him again.
Why, that's terrible. Why didn't he come back?
I only know that when the train reached the station, a messenger gave me $500 and a note.
Oh.
It said that he had learned I was not a good woman, and that I should never see him again.
But didn't you try to clear it up?
No. If he believed it, I would never seek to persuade him otherwise. I've worked as a governess ever since.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Jarbo. Come along, Patsy.
Goodbye, Mrs. Jarbo. I hope you'll be happy now.
Thank you. And goodbye.
She certainly got a tough break.
You know, Patsy, I was prepared to doubt everything she told me, but somehow I'm inclined to believe her story, even if it does spoil my theory that she's part of an elaborate put-up job.
Which way are you going from here?
Well, I think I'll...
Pardon me, would you let me have a light?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
Thanks. Nice day, isn't it?
Yes, very pleasant.
Thanks. So long.
So long. Well, come along, Patsy. Wait a minute. I've met that man somewhere before. He asked me for a light just that same way. Where was it? Well, of course. It was outside Jarbo's house last night, right after the murder.
You mean you think he...
Wait a minute, watch a minute. I want to see if he... Yes.
He's going into the house we just left.
Right. If he and Mrs. Jarbo know each other, the chances are her story is a phony.
Oh, but Nick, she seems
I know it, Patsy, but this changes things. Patsy, I want you to find out what you can about old Enos Jarbo's past. Find out about that marriage, if there ever was one. But first, call Scubby and tell him to get here right away.
Okay.
If that man leaves before Scubby gets here, I'll follow myself. Otherwise, Scubby can tail him. But I've got to know where he goes and what he does. Right now, he's our one positive clue.
Is it all right to talk in here, Nick?
The lobby of a big hotel is probably the safest place in the world to talk in, Scubby. Well, what'd you find out?
Well, I followed him over to a saloon over on 3rd Avenue.
Yeah?
There was a fellow waiting there for him. I tried to hear what they talked about, but all I could get was the name Jarbo. Yeah, I heard that several times.
I thought so.
But just as I was really getting in close, a couple of plainclothes cops came along and pinched him.
Pinched him? What for?
Well, it seems he broke out of State's prison 3 days ago. I heard the cops call him Barney McCoy.
Barney McCoy.
Yeah.
Jailbird from State's prison. Pardon me, Scubby. Want to speak to the desk clerk?
Oh, sure, Nick, but what do you have to...
Oh, clerk, I'd like to speak to the governor's suite, please.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Use booth number 2 right over there, please.
Thank you.
Oh, Nick, what in the world do you want to talk to the governor for?
Just happen to remember, Scubby. He's stopping at this very hotel for a few days. I want him to do me... Hello, Mr. Secretary. Well, this is Nick Carter. I'd like to speak to the governor a moment, if I may. Thank you. Hello, Governor. This is Nick Carter. Fine, thanks. Governor, I want to go to State's prison. Oh, no, not as a visitor. I want to go as a convict.
Nick, are you nuts?
No, I mean it. If you can spare me 5 minutes, I think I can convince you. Thanks. I'll be right up. Ella, I asked you to meet me here at my office because I'm going to be out of town for a few days, and I want to have everything straight before I leave. Has anything further happened?
Nothing, Mr. Carter, except that Mrs. Jarbo has installed herself in the house as its mistress. She's very unpleasant to me, and I know she'd like me to leave.
Oh, you stay right there. Did the will leave anything to you?
No, Mr. Carter. Everything went to her. I can't understand it.
I can. That will is forged.
But the will is in Uncle's handwriting, and both the witnesses to the will have identified their signatures as genuine. And the will was found where the note said it would be.
Nevertheless, I'm convinced the will's a fake. Betsy, what did you find out?
Enos Jarbo and Sarah Blake were married right enough. I found the record in a little church on the south side.
Sarah really is his wife. Forged will doesn't make sense. And neither does a suicide note, which Jarbo didn't write.
Maybe he did kill himself after all, Mr. Carter. Maybe he just forgot about me.
No, I don't believe it, Ella.
I don't either. And Ella, I'm going to prove I'm right, even if I have to go to jail to do it.
Oh, you're the new man.
Yeah, Warden.
What's your name?
Max Herbert.
Where were you born?
Buffalo, New York.
How old are you?
33.
Nationality?
American.
Married?
Nope.
Crime?
Housebreaking.
Very well.
The guard will take you to the photographer's and then to the laboratory.
Well, fella, you've been here 3 days. How do you like working in this shoe shop?
I don't like it. Not cut out for it.
What are you in for?
Second story job. What'd I get you for?
Cracking a safe. There's 4 of us. 2 of them got away. Me and McCoy was nailed cold.
McCoy? Hey, you wouldn't mean Barney McCoy, would you?
Yeah. Yeah, you know him?
Sure, know him well. Great guy.
Yeah, sure is. And you know his wife?
Yeah, some.
He's a darn smart woman, Addie is.
Addie?
Yeah.
Thought her name was Sarah.
No, his wife's Addie. Sarah was his sister. Yeah, they look so much alike you couldn't tell one from the other.
Yeah. Well, what became of Sarah?
I don't know. She married some rich guy for his money, but he left her flat. I don't know what happened after that. Addie's still in town waiting for Mac to get out.
Yeah, he did break out a few days ago. We just caught him and brought him back here.
Yeah. They got him on the rock pile for trying to escape.
Hey, cut out that talking, you guys. Get back to work.
Okay.
So Barney McCoy's on the rock pile now. I rather think I'd like to be transferred to the rock pile myself. Hey, Barney.
Yeah?
Look, you've known me now for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah. So what?
You know I wouldn't give you a bum steer, don't you?
What are you leading up to, Max?
I'm working on a way to get out of here. Before I come up here, I heard you on the level. I'd like to let you in on it.
Where did you ever hear of me outside this place?
A big town. A girl named Sarah told me about you.
What?
You married her sister, Addie.
You know Sarah?
Sure. About 5-6 years ago. Haven't seen her since, though.
Sarah's in Europe now.
Yeah.
When are you planning on getting out of here?
As soon as I get the necessary people lined up.
If I had some dough, we could get out of here tomorrow.
How much do you need?
About 200 to start with.
Okay. I'll have it for you tomorrow.
Okay, Max. You get that stuff and we'll be out of here in 2 days.
All right, you get 5 minutes to talk.
Hey, Nick, why don't you...
Scubby, hold it. I'm Max Herbert in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have remembered. How in the world did you ever get in this place?
Well, the governor fixed it so that I was caught red-handed robbing the home of a friend of his. Yeah. When they caught me, I had the family silver in one hand and the family jewels in the other. It was easy. And now you arranged to be transferred to the gang where McCoy's working.
Well, have you found anything?
Yes, but it's all circumstantial. But Barney McCoy and I are breaking out of here day after tomorrow. And I'm hoping to get some proof then.
Are you sure you're getting out of here?
Yes. One of the keepers is working with us.
Oh.
I think this same keeper fixed McCoy's getaway last time. And I also think, from what I've heard, that he may have helped in Jarbo's murder.
Yeah?
I've learned positively that he was absent from the prison on leave that day.
But isn't there danger if you're getting hurt if you try to break out of here?
Of course there is. I have to take that chance. I've got to stick to McCoy. Don't worry, Scubby. I'll be all right. I hope. We all set, McCoy?
All set. Everything's fixed.
Good.
You see that delivery truck over there, Max?
Yeah.
Well, that's going to break down when it tries to start.
I get it.
We'll have to help it get out of the yard here.
Right.
Listen. He's trying to start it now.
The guard all set?
Sure. Mike's with us all the way, same as before.
Hey, you over there.
That's us. Come on.
Gab and give us a hand with this truck.
Okay. What's the matter?
Motor won't start. Have to give him a push. You two get a hold here and give him a start.
Okay, Mike.
The rest of you guys get back to work.
All right, get your shoulder behind it, Max.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
Heave. All right, again. Heave.
Once more.
Oh, come on, get it going. We ain't got all day. Heave.
As soon as the motor starts, jump on the truck.
Right, I got you. Okay, again. There.
Come on, Max.
I'm in. Get down so they can't see you.
Look, bridge over the railroad tracks is just ahead. When we get over the tracks, be ready to jump.
Be right with you.
All right, Now, come on.
Right behind you, Barney.
Jump on the tender of that engine below us. Now, okay.
You all right, McCoy?
Yeah. Come on, engineer. Give her all the steam you got. Don't stop the talk. You, fireman, feed the coal to her. I don't want to use this gun unless I have to. Watch out, Max. The outside wall of the prison's just ahead. You'd better duck. There's going to be shooting.
Right, McCoy. All okay so far?
Oh, here it comes. Watch it.
Look at him pour it on.
Well, we're out of jail now. And for good.
It's good to see you back in your office again, Mr. Carter.
Yes, it's good to be back here, Ella. Now tell me, have you learned anything interesting since I last saw you?
I think so, Mr. Carter.
Now, let's have it.
A few months ago, our housekeeper spent about a month visiting her son in California. Before she went, she put an ad in the paper for a temporary housekeeper. Several women answered the ad, and Mrs. Martin was given the job. She had light brown hair and wore dark glasses. I disliked her on sight, and I'm sure she disliked me. When our housekeeper returned, this Mrs. Martin left, and I never saw her again until the day my uncle was buried.
What do you mean, Ella?
On that day, she presented herself as my uncle's widow.
Your uncle's widow?
Yes, Mr. Carter. When she first came to live in the house after the funeral, I thought there was something very familiar about her. But not until a few days ago did I suddenly realize that Mrs. Jarbeau was Mrs. Martin, with black hair instead of brown and without her dark glasses.
Ella, could you swear to that?
No, but some of her little mannerisms, certain tricks of speech, a funny way of walking, all make me positive.
And that explains the mystery of how the fake will was forged. While Mrs. Martin was substituting for the housekeeper, she could have found out about the will, taken it out, had a new one forged, and then returned it. The night your uncle was murdered, the forged will was substituted for the original one in the desk drawer by using a duplicate key that had been prepared in advance.
And it might interest you, Nick, to know that when Ella told me this the other day, I checked at the house where we first met Mrs. Jarbeau. The woman there told me that Mrs. Jarbeau was away on a visit during the month that Mrs. Martin took the place of Ella's housekeeper.
Good work. That settles it, Betsy.
Just a minute, Mr. Carter. There's another thing you better know.
Something else?
Yes, Mr. Carter. Last evening, a strange man came to the house. He and Mrs. Jarbeau were apparently old friends because she called him Mac.
Barney McCoy.
She took him up to her room where I heard them talking for a long time. I tried to hear what they were saying but couldn't get close enough. But I did hear him say it was time to get that girl out of the way for good. And then Mrs. Jarbeau said that now that Mac was back, it was time to wind up the job.
Well, Ella, if everything goes as I hope it will, we'll be the ones to wind up the job, not Mrs. Jarbeau.
Anything else you want me to do?
Yes. Meet me in the rear of your home tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. We'll make our final arrangements then. In the meantime, sit tight and keep your ears and eyes open.
Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter?
That you, Ella?
Yes. Come into the living room here. We can talk better.
Okay. Sure there's no one around?
Not now. That man Mac was here earlier, but he left quite a while ago. Mrs. Jarbeau has gone up to her room. We can talk safely here.
All right. Don't turn on the light. It may be seen. We can talk just as well in the dark.
Whatever you say.
Now tell me, does Mrs. Jarbeau know you've ever seen this man, Mac?
Oh, no. I've kept out of the way whenever he's been around.
Good. Do you know what he came here for this evening?
There was talk about chloroform and poison. And then she told him the lawyer for the estate was here this afternoon and said that she would be in full legal possession of the estate in another few days.
I see.
And then he said that if that was the case, it was the time to act before it was too late.
Well, it's time for us to act, too. I think we'd better... Quiet.
Somebody's unlocking the door through which we came.
Maybe they won't come in here.
Who's in this room? I can't see you in the dark, but I know you're there. Who's there?
Who are you?
None of your business. Speak up or I'll shoot.
If you do, you'll never live to see another day.
What's going on in here? Why isn't the light on?
Mrs. Jarbeau.
Ella, what are you
Barney
doing
McCoy,
here?
you.
Max Herbert, by all that's holy. What are you doing here?
Why, Oh, you see, Barney,
Yeah?
He's here because he loves me.
Don't you know this man is an ex-convict? You ought to be serving a sentence in state's prison right now.
Yes, I know that.
Well, that's why we had to meet like this, Barney.
Is this true, Ella?
Yes, Mrs. Jarboe, it is.
Look here, you. You interviewed me a couple of weeks ago, said you were writing a story for your paper. You said then your name was Peters. Now you say it's Herbert.
Well, my real name is Herbert Peters, ma'am. You see,
And you? What are you doing here?
I'm a night watchman on duty in this neighborhood. I saw this man come in here and followed him. Recognized him as a suspicious character.
You're both lying. Get out of here, both of you, immediately. And as for you, Ella, get upstairs at once. I'll deal with you later.
Yeah, that's all the thanks I get for trying to protect your place against thieves. I will get out. Come on, you.
Go ahead, Barney. I'm coming. Good night, Ella, dear.
And see that you never come back. Either of you.
Hey, Max.
Yeah?
Was that story about you and the girl straight?
Why, sure, Barney. Wasn't your story on the level?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was going to see if I could find a few things I could swipe. I'm flat broke. You haven't got a few bucks on you, have you?
Sure, Barney. I can let you have a 10 spot.
What?
Here.
Gee, thanks, pal. I won't forget you for this.
Forget it. Yeah, we sure were lucky to get out of there so easy.
Yeah. I thought the old dame was going to have us pinched.
You're under arrest, both of you, so don't try and have it right. There you go. Let go of me. Stop or I'll shoot. No, you don't. You let go of my arm. You made me miss him.
So what?
Yep. Well, I got you anyway. You won't get away. You're going back to state's prison again, Mr. Max Herbert.
Oh, you know my name, do you?
I sure do.
And I know yours, Ben Lyons.
But, what? You know me? Hey, let me look at you.
Gladly. Come over onto the street light.
All right.
You know me now?
Well, Nick Carter. Well, I'll be... Well, gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carter, but a woman just called the station, said she'd passed 2 escaped convicts in front of her house, and if we hurried, we could pick them up. Even give us their names, too,
Well,
so
never
I...
mind that now, Ben. Listen to me. I'm on the trail of something big. Have the lieutenant and 8 men meet me at 12 o'clock tomorrow night at the back of the Jarbeau place across the street where they won't be seen.
Okay.
Be sure to tell them not to fail me, because I expect to capture the murderers of Enos Jarbeau. Are all the men posted as we agreed, Scubby?
Yes, Nick. Outside and inside the house.
Good.
They have orders to let anybody come up here, but to let nobody go downstairs again.
Then we're ready for the finale in this case.
What's that you've got there, Nick?
It's a new type of microphone, Patsy.
Oh.
I've attached it to the wall between this room and Mrs. Jarbeau's room.
Mm-hmm.
Through the vibration of the wall, it'll pick up whatever is said in her room. Then whatever is picked up is amplified so that it's loud enough for us to hear it. The amplifier also has a recording device which makes a permanent record of the conversation on a wire tape.
Gosh, what will they think of next?
Quiet now. Let's listen. I'll turn it on.
But I tell you, Barney, we can't lose. In a few more days, the whole Jarbeau estate will be mine, legally.
I know, Addie, but can you handle that girl for a few days more?
Well, if I can't, we'll give her what we gave the old man.
Do we have to?
If she's dead, we know she ain't gonna bother us.
Yeah.
So we bet...
Hey, what the devil's that?
Quiet. How do I know? The housekeeper's answering it.
Hey, somebody's coming up here.
Did you tell anybody you were up here?
Anybody here?
Mike! What are you doing here?
Well, that's a fine question to ask me. I'm here because you sent for me.
Who sent for you?
You did, McCoy.
Are you crazy? I did nothing of the kind.
I got your note this morning. Here it is.
What?
Come to Jarbeau House tonight, but not before 12. Everything okay. Very important. And it's signed Barney.
Listen, I never wrote that note.
Well, if you didn't, it means trouble for us. Somebody else knows about this business besides us 3.
You mean we're caught?
We ain't caught yet, but we will be if we don't watch our step. Even now...
I was afraid of this. I knew I should have kept out of it.
Ah, shut up, you rat. You're not in jail yet.
But I'm going to be. I can feel it coming.
Don't shut up, Mike. I'll brain you.
You did it, McCoy. You fired the shot that killed the old man. I just...
Shut up, you stupid...
Come on, kids. That's enough of that. Let's go.
Right with you, Nick.
Tom, you gotta get out.
I'll take it easy, Sarah. Wait a minute, will you?
I can't wait any longer.
Get your hands up, both of you. And no funny business.
Max, what are you...
No, McCoy, not Max. Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
You ain't got nothing on us. Oh, Nick's got enough on you three to send you to the chair.
Yes, McCoy, we know the whole plot from beginning to end.
Tell him what we found out, Nick.
What do you mean?
It means I know that Sarah married Jarbeau, and that shortly afterwards she died. You, Eddie, her sister, married McCoy. When Sarah died, you found her marriage certificate and decided to use your resemblance to her to get the old man's money. McCoy was in prison then, but you arranged with the guard Mike here to help McCoy escape when the time was ripe. Then to pay Mike for his trouble, you cut him in the deal. Then you, Eddie, got that temporary job here as a housekeeper, which was an unexpected break. While you were here, you had the fake will made. Then when all was ready, McCoy escaped as planned. Mike came with him, and between the three of you, you chloroformed old Jarbeau, and then shot him in such a way that it looked like suicide.
How do you know it wasn't suicide?
The suicide note you left for the old man. Whoever Eddie got to forge that will for her did such an expert job that the witnesses recognized their own forged signatures as genuine. But whoever wrote that suicide note was so clumsy that he wrote it with a blunt-pointed fountain pen instead of the sharp-pointed steel pen that was the only pen Jarbeau ever used.
That ain't proof. That's guessing.
We've got plenty of proof, McCoy. And if that isn't enough, to top it all off, the conversation in this room between you three crooks has been recorded in full for the past 20 minutes. And if that isn't practically a confession and good legal evidence in any court, my name isn't Nick Carter.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called State's Prison Evidence, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Midnight Murder. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time each week by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what about our story for next week?
Well, next week's story started off as a simple question of who stole the firm's funds.
But it ended up by being the very perplexing question of who killed two men and caused the death of a third.
And not the least puzzling part of the case was to find out who fired the fatal bullet which started off the murders.
Isn't that usually the most puzzling part of a murder story?
Well, yes, it is. But in this case, the man who was killed was standing by my side in the corridor of a large office building. And there was no one around at the time who could have fired the gun that killed him.
I'm afraid I'm getting more mixed up all the time.
That's exactly how we felt about it. But Nick cleared it all up in spite of everything.
And we'll tell you all about it next week. So long.
So long, folks.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. See you next week. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, and Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lew White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
An Angle on Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mutilated Bullet.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Monday evening at 9:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Mutual.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
An Angle on Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mutilated Bullet.
Then I grabbed her, and I wound my fingers around her throat. And I squeezed her windpipe tight. Tighter and tighter.
What's the matter, Patsy?
Oh, Nick, put the lights on.
All right.
And I said I wanted to hear the recorded confession you made of that mad murderer who killed his wife. I didn't think I'd have to listen to it in the dark.
Well, that's the way we got him to confess in the first place. Oh, I'll take it, Betsy.
Okay, Nick.
Nick Carter's office.
I'd like to talk to Mr. Nicholas Carter.
This is Nick Carter speaking.
Oh, hello, Nick. This is John Hamill of the Bankers Associates.
Oh, hello, John. How have you been?
Nick, I'm in trouble. I can't discuss it over the phone. How soon can you meet me?
Where?
On West Street, around the corner from the Greystone building where my offices are. Please get there as fast as you can.
All right, John. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, Scubby, you understand exactly what you're to do?
Yeah, Nick.
Okay. I'll see you later. I've got a date on this corner.
Okay, Nick. I'll be seeing you.
Hey, look at that car coming up the street, would you?
Hey, Nick, watch out! That car is headed right at you! Jump, Nick! Oh, did he hit you, Nick? Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Oh, gee, that was close. It almost seemed like whoever was driving that car did that on purpose.
Wouldn't be at all surprised, Scubby. I think somebody is interested in preventing me from keeping my appointment.
Hey, look, maybe I better stay with you, Nick.
No, I've got something else for you to do, Scubby. I got the number in that car. Hop down to the license bureau and find out who it belongs to. Then wait for me at the office.
Oh, Nick.
Sorry I'm so late.
Oh, hello, John. I've been on this corner waiting for you for 20 minutes. Where have you been?
Trying to get here without anyone seeing me.
Well, why all the mystery? What's up?
Wait a minute, Nick. Here, get back in this doorway, quick. Don't let him see us.
Well, who was that? Somebody trailing you?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Well, then why'd you want to dodge him? You haven't done anything wrong, have you?
No, Nick. Absolutely nothing. Now, listen. I don't want the police in on this just yet, if I can help it. A banking firm like mine can't stand any unnecessary notoriety.
Well, yes, I know, John, but what's this all about?
Well, let me explain. I wanted to tell you out here where I can be sure no one will hear us. You see, Nick, several days ago I discovered there's a serious shortage on our books. Somebody has been taking money from the accounts, and I'm almost sure I know who it is. I've called a meeting of my 4 partners. They're upstairs in my office waiting for me right now to have a showdown before the stockholders find out. That's why I asked you to come over here, Nick. You may have to make an arrest tonight.
Well, you don't want a detective, John. You want a cop.
No, you're wrong, Nick. I want you. Please come along.
Well, perhaps you better wait down the lobby while I go up and see if everything's all right. That is safe for you to come on.
No, Nick. There's no need for that.
All right,
I
John.
want to be in on the showdown. Come on.
Anything you say. And if you really feel that something dangerous is in the wind, I think I should go up there first and look around. Then if everything's okay, let you know.
No. I want to go up now and get it over with.
Well, if you insist.
I do, Nick. Oh, I know it's pretty late, but I waited purposely till the offices were closed to avoid any publicity. This whole business requires the greatest secrecy.
24th floor.
Oh, this is our floor, Nick.
After you, John.
Oh, thank you.
Kind of dark in this hallway, isn't it?
Yes, the lighting isn't any too good here, but
John. John, are you hurt bad?
Nick.
What is it? What's happened? Why is it John?
Quiet, please, quiet. Gentlemen, John Hamill is dead.
John Hamill's dead, but that's terrible. How did it happen?
That's what I want to know. You seem to know him. Who are you?
Well, I could ask you the same question. Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter.
Nick Carter, the detective?
Yes.
Oh, well, my name's Tom Burdick. I'm one of Hamill's partners, and these are the others.
Mr. Carter, I'm Emil Garrick, and this is Arthur Nelson and Alan Cornish.
How do you do, Mr. Carter?
You're Cornish, huh?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
What do you know about this?
Nothing. I was in my office all the time.
Oh, that's not true, Cornish. I saw you go out in the hall just a few seconds before Hamill was shot.
That right, Cornish?
Yes, I did go out for a moment. But when the shot was fired, I was back in my office. But why question me? Why don't you ask Burdick where he was, or Nelson or Garrick?
Well, I can easily explain where Mr. Nelson and I were. We were both together in my office preparing some papers for tonight's meeting.
That's right, Mr. Carter. I was with Mr. Garrick.
Which of you men belong to which office?
Well, you can see the layout yourself, Mr. Carter. They all open off this L-shaped corridor. First comes Nelson's office, then Burdick's. They're on the long leg of the L. Then on the corner at the end is Cornish's office, directly in line with the corridor to the elevator.
And Garrick's office is around the corner on the short leg of the L.
That's right.
That's out of sight of the elevator completely, isn't it?
Sure, you can't even see the corridor from my office.
So I see. Then, Cornish, your office is the only one which faces the corridor. I'd like to have a look at it.
All right. This way. This is my office, Mr. Carter.
Peculiar order here. Let's see. Well, what have we here in this umbrella stand? A gun.
What?
And it's been fired very recently. I should say, gentlemen, this was the murder weapon.
That's Mr. Cornish's umbrella stand.
What do you know about this, Cornish?
I don't know anything about it.
But that gun belongs to Mr. Cornish.
That's right, Mr. Carter. I've seen it in his desk many times. I recognize that fancy handle.
Say, what are you fellows trying to do? Well, sure, it's my gun, but I haven't seen it for 3 days. Someone stole it out of my desk, Mr. Carter.
Why didn't you report it to the police?
Because I didn't carry a permit for it. I was afraid of getting in trouble.
Cornish, I regret that appearances are against you. I'm afraid I'll have to turn you over to the police.
You won't turn me over to the police?
Well, what happened to the light? Cornish turned him out.
Turn those lights on, somebody.
Here you are, Mr. Carter. There he goes, Carter. It's Cornish. He's escaping down the hall.
Stop, Cornish. Stop or I'll shoot. You see, Patsy, I was right with Hamill when he was murdered. What I can't figure out was how he was shot when there was no one else in the hall with us.
Don't ask me, Nick.
And here's something else. I heard only one shot fired, but Cornish's gun had 3 empty shells. And to top it all off, here's the bullet that killed Hamill. The coroner gave it to me. Notice how it's all banged up?
Yes, how did that happen?
I wish I knew. Patsy, if I knew the answer to that, I think I know the answer to this whole case. Until we find Cornish. Oh, I'll get it.
Hello, Carter?
Yes, this is Nick Carter.
Oh, this is Alan Cornish. I suppose I'm a fool for calling you up, Carter, but I need help. I'm desperate and I can't go to the police. You've got to help me prove I didn't kill Hamill.
Why'd you run away, Cornish?
Because I was scared. Lucky for me, you didn't hit me.
Don't worry, Cornish. If I'd really wanted to hit you, I would have. Where are you now?
I'll tell you, but you've got to promise to come alone. If you don't,
The only thing I'll promise you is that I won't do anything till after I've talked to you. Now, what's the address?
1813 Oak Street. Come right over. I'll be waiting for you.
Okay, sit tight. I'll be there.
You mean we'll be there? I'm sick of sitting around here. I'm going with you. "1813 Oak Street. This is it, Betsy." Gosh, what a creepy-looking place.
Certainly not very attractive. Well, come on, let's go in.
Maybe he's not here.
Said he'd be here. Wonder if... Well, the door's open.
Should we go in?
We can't keep our date with Cornish if we don't.
Gosh, it's dark in here. Nick, do you suppose it could be a trap?
You never can be quite sure, Patsy. Here's the door. Stand behind me.
Can you see anything in there, Nick?
Wait till I get my flashlight. No. Looks deserted. Oh, come on. Let's try another room.
Gee, this place gives me the jitters. It's practically deserted.
Maybe he's in here. Stand back, Patsy. No, nothing in there.
Maybe he got scared after he called you and slipped away.
We'll soon find out. There's another door. Over there.
Look, Nick. Is that...
Yes. He's hanged himself.
Well, Nick, I don't know why we came back to the office again tonight. Cornish is dead. I guess that closes the case.
Patsy, I'm not satisfied. When I talked to him on the phone, he certainly didn't sound like a man who was going to kill himself. When a man wants to prove himself innocent, he doesn't commit suicide. No, Patsy, there's something about that hanging that's bothering me, and I can't lay my finger on it.
You probably figured that was the best way out. To kick over the chair and end it all.
Patsy, remind me to give you a raise.
And what did I do?
I've got it. Look, Patsy, Cornish was a short man.
Well, so what?
Patsy, Cornish couldn't have hanged himself.
Well, why not?
Don't you remember, Patsy? The only furniture in that room was a bed. And Cornish was so short he never could reach that noose from the bed where it was.
Of course, Nick. The bed was on the other side of the room.
Patsy Cornish was murdered, which eliminates him as a suspect. Probably he was killed by the same man who killed Hamill.
Oh, but who, Nick? Who?
Wish I knew.
Hiya, Nick. Hiya, Patsy.
Well, if it isn't the missing link.
Scubby, did you find out anything about that car that nearly ran me down this afternoon?
Oh, you bet, Nick.
Good.
But what a time I've been having. Wait till you hear what I have to tell you.
Well?
I had to get the license commissioner out of bed to get it, but, oh, boy, it was worth it. Hey, do you know who that car belongs to? Tom Burdick, Hamill's partner.
Good boy, Scubby. Did you get his address, too?
Yeah, some deserted neck of the woods out in Long Island. I've got the address here somewhere.
Fine. Come on, Scubby. You and I are going to pay him a visit. You know, Scubby, the more I think of it, the more it looks as if Tom Burdick might be mixed up in this somewhere.
Oh, I hope so, Nick. Otherwise, we're using up a lot of gas in this jalapia mine for nothing. Hey, have you noticed anything funny, Nick?
You mean that car that's been trailing us for the last few minutes?
That's it. What do you make of it, Nick?
I don't know, Scubby. But I think we'll be finding out quickly enough. They're overtaking us. Better step on it.
Okay, Nick. Here we go. How are we doing?
Not so good, Scubby. They're still gaining on us. Can you give her any more gas?
I'll try. There. They still coming up?
Yes, Scubby. And fast. Duck, Scubby. They're shooting at us.
You're telling me?
Watch it. Here they come.
Well, I've done all I can, Nick. This old bus won't go any faster.
Well, let's try an old trick, Scubby. When they get close to us, slam on your brakes and pull over to the side of the road.
Yeah?
They won't be expecting that. It may throw them completely off balance and spoil their aim.
Okay, Nick. You say when.
Now, pull over.
Okay. Oh, boy. That was a close one. Are you all right, Nick?
Yeah. Well, we won't see them anymore for a while. Get going, Scubby. We got to make up for lost time.
Well, Nick, I've got to hand it to you. You have the darndest way of getting into a cellar.
Well, we had to get into Burdick's house somehow. This cellar with its trick entrance from the garage looked like the safest way. Especially with those two vicious-looking dogs posted at both the front and back doors to the house.
Well, they sure were big ones, too. I'd hate to meet one of them. Hey, where do you think this is going to lead us to, Nick?
We should find a stairway going upstairs, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Yeah?
Yeah. Here's one. All right, let's go up. But careful.
All right, Nick, you lead the way. I'm with you.
Here's the door.
I hope it's open. No, darn it, it's locked.
I'll soon fix that. There. All right, Scubby, come on.
Oh, wait.
Someone's coming into the room, Scubby. Get back. We can hear through the crack of the door. I'll leave it open a little.
Well, Mrs. Burdick, I'm certainly glad you called me up. I'm only too happy to be here at a time like this. After all, we're practically neighbors, aren't we?
Oh, I just had to talk to someone, Mr. Garrick. I'm so worried about Tom and those horrible things that have been happening at the office. What do you make of all this?
Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, Mrs. Burdick. Tom can take care of himself, if he has to.
What do you mean, Mr. Garrick?
Oh, nothing. But he has been acting rather strangely lately.
Well, that's just it. I'm so worried. I haven't seen or heard from him all day. He's never been so late coming home from the office. Why, it's after 11.
Oh, there's really nothing to worry about, Mrs. Burdick, even in a case like this. Of course, it looks very peculiar for Tom to be missing this way, especially at this particular time.
Mr. Garrick, you don't think Tom had anything to do with all this sort of...
Well, Mrs. Burdick, I like Tom very much. I would hate to think that Tom had anything to do with this murder. Of course, things are...
Well, Scubby, we don't seem to be learning much this way. Might as well go in and let him know we're here.
Sure, Nick.
Good evening, Mr. Garrick.
Why, Mr. Carter, what are you doing here?
I just came along with one of my assistants, Scubby Wilson, to talk to Mr. Burdick. We came in this way because we didn't want to disturb the dogs.
Oh, really? Who are you?
Oh, Mrs. Burdick, this is Mr. Nick Carter. He's in charge of investigating Hamill's death.
Mr. Carter, the detective? Nothing's happened to Tom, has it?
I don't believe so, Mrs. Burdick. I just want to ask him a few questions when he arrives.
Well, maybe that's why Tom hasn't come home. Maybe he's afraid of...
Maybe that's he now.
Wait, I'll go look out the window to see if that's his car.
Carter, I must warn you to be careful. Burdick's a dangerous man.
Tom! Tom! Nick Carter's here.
Please, Mrs. Burdick,
Nick
come away from that
Carter's
window.
here to see you.
You won't do him any good that way, Mrs.
Tom!
Burdick.
Tom,
Stop it, you hear me? Please.
Hey, that's his car, Mr. Carter. Look, he's getting away.
Come on, Scubby, let's get after him.
Okay, I'll go with you, Carter.
Hurry up. I want to know why he runs away when he hears my name.
I hope this car of yours stays on the road, Carter.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Garrick.
Carter, I didn't want to say too much in front of Mrs. Burdick, but we've all been afraid of Burdick.
All right. Scubby, just keep your foot on that throttle and keep after him.
Oh, boy, we sure made that one on two wheels. Nick, I'm pushing this crate as fast as she'll go, but we don't seem to be getting any closer. That car of Burdick's can sure step.
As long as we hang on and don't lose him, I'll be satisfied.
Hey, watch it. We're coming to a railroad crossing.
So I see. Well, maybe we can head him off now. If Burdick tries to beat that limiter to the crossing, he's crazy.
Look, Carter, I think he's going to try to make it.
He can't do it. He'll be killed.
Oh, Nick, that nurse that just came out of the operating room is signaling you.
Oh, yes. She wants me to go into Burdick. You wait for me here, Scubby.
Okay, Nick.
Burdick? Burdick, can you hear me?
Yes, Carter. I can hear you. Carter, I'm a dying man.
Yes, I know.
I swear to you, I didn't kill Hamill or Cornish.
Then why did you try to run me down with your car this afternoon?
Carter, I didn't do that. All I know is that for several hours this afternoon, my car was mysteriously missing. I didn't find it again until I started home this evening.
Burdick, why did you run away from your home tonight when your wife told you we were there? And how about the securities we found on you after the wreck?
It wasn't you. It was securities. I took them so that... Oh.
Yes, Burdick? Why did you take them?
I took them so I could keep him from stealing them.
Who? Burdick, who? Burdick, who's he?
Carter. Front office. Bottom drawer of desk. Something will lead you to murder.
Yes, Burdick? Who's the murderer?
He's... Oh.
Burdick. Burdick. Oh, poor chap. If you'd spoken sooner, you might have lived longer.
Nick. Oh, Nick, I got here as quick as I could. Have you found anything yet?
I think so. Scubby Burdick wasn't lying to me. I found this in the bottom drawer of the desk in the front office here.
A book. Well, is that what Burdick meant?
Just look at that title.
Studies of various angles of bullets in flight. Well, so what, Nick?
Scubby, that's the way Hamill was killed. It all adds up perfectly. Now I know why I heard only one shot when I found 3 empty shells in the murder weapon. 3 shots were fired, but 2 of them were fired at a different time from the third.
Well, do you know where the other 2 bullets are, Nick?
I do. Follow me out in the hall and I'll show you.
Yeah?
You see, Scubby, as soon as I found that book in the flight of bullets, I did a bit of looking around, and I finally found them.
Well, where are they? In the office here?
No, Scubby, in the corridor. Right over there in that dark corner, embedded in the wall beside the elevator shaft, about a half a dozen feet from where Hamill was killed.
Well, what are they doing over there?
Scubby, this was a very ingenious crime. And if you watch carefully, I'll show you just how ingenious it really was. Now, you notice that Cornish's office is the only one facing the corridor leading from the elevator.
Yeah. So what?
Well, in order to shoot someone coming down the hall, the murderer, if he were in any office but Cornish's, would have to step from his office out into this corridor and be seen, right?
Yeah, right.
But our murderer was very clever. I got the answer when I located the book, and when I found these embedded in the wall beside the elevator shaft.
The 2 missing bullets.
Right.
Well, hey, they're all banged up.
Precisely, just like the murder bullet. And that's what gave me the answer. You see, Scubby,
Yeah?
the murderer never left his office. He stood inside the front office, the one around the corner, on the lower leg of the L-shaped corridor, and aimed at that steel pillar built into the wall over there. When the bullet hit the steel face of the pillar, it was deflected into Hamill's lungs. Look here. You see these marks on the face of the pillar here?
Where? Oh, yeah.
Those are the bullet marks.
Oh, well, gosh, Nick, that's fantastic. Hey, are you sure you're right?
Positive. Don't you see, Scubby? That explains the other 2 shots that were fired. They weren't fired at Hamill, and they weren't fired at the time the murder was committed. They were practice shots used by the murderer to be sure he had the correct angle from which to shoot Hamill.
Gosh, Nick, I've certainly got to hand it to you.
Yes, but we still have to get the murderer.
But how? And who is it, Nick?
I rather think that if we step back in the office and wait, we'll find out soon enough, Scubby.
Well, what do you mean, Nick?
I mean that whoever it is will be in this office within the next few minutes, because after my discoveries, I made a couple of phone calls, and I invited the 2 remaining partners to meet me here.
Shh. Here comes someone now.
Oh.
Oh, how do you do, gentlemen?
Oh, hello, Garrick.
I got your phone call, Carter, and I got here as fast as I could.
Garrick, have you seen this book before?
Studies of various angles of bullets in flight. Why, yes, now that I think of it, I think I have.
Does it belong to you?
No, it doesn't. But I remember that one day when I was with Mr. Nelson, he stopped in front of a bookshop and looked at it. Rather closely now that I think of it. Yes, I'm sure it was Nelson.
Very interesting. Now tell me, Mr. Garrick, when the murder was committed, are you positive that you and Mr. Nelson were in this office together?
That's right, Mr. Carter.
And you show me exactly where each of you stood at the time the shot was fired.
Well, now let me see. I was here, facing the window, and Nelson was, standing right about here by the door.
Mm-hmm. I see. And did you notice in which direction he was facing at the time?
Yes, I remember. This way, facing the corridor.
In other words, the way he was standing, you could see him only in profile.
That's right.
Well, there's no question but that's how it was done, Scubby. The murderer planted himself in this office so that he could establish a strong alibi. He then took the gun from his pocket, unseen by the other person in the room, who could see him only in profile, and then fired it at that steel pillar. Then as he ran into the corridor with the rest, after Hamill was dead, he dropped the gun into the umbrella stand in front of Cornish's office.
Well, Carter, do you mean that Nelson is the one
How
who...
do you do, gentlemen? Did I hear my name mentioned?
Yes, Nelson, you did. Why did you kill Hamill and Cornish?
Please, Garrick, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, Nelson, does this book look familiar to you?
This book? No, I can't say that it does.
You sure you've never seen this book before?
Now that you mention it, I may have glanced at it in a bookshop at one time or another, but then I look over a lot of books. I like to browse.
I see. Nelson, see how you approve of this story of Hamill's murder.
Yes?
The killer knew of Cornish's criminal record, and he figured he could embezzle some of the firm's money and pin it on an innocent man. Then when he found out that Hamill was becoming suspicious and was having the accounts checked, he became panicky and afraid that it might not work out the way he had planned. So he decided to kill Hamill. Then when he happened to overhear Hamill's conversation with me over the telephone, he hurriedly borrowed Burdick's car without Burdick's knowledge and tried to get rid of me.
That's an interesting way out, Mr. Carter. Have you also a theory as to who the killer is?
I have. By the process of elimination, it has to be either you or Mr. Garrick or an unknown.
And I've already proved that I didn't do it.
It must have been an unknown then, Mr. Carter. I certainly didn't kill Hamill. I had nothing to do with the murder. When the shot was fired, I was right here in this room with Mr. Garrick. He can testify to that.
He has already, Mr. Nelson.
In fact, Mr. Carter, I was standing right here facing the window when the shot was fired.
Oh, no. That's where I was, Mr. Carter. Standing there at the window.
Now, please, Garrick.
Please,
now,
gentlemen, please.
I...
You don't have to argue about it. I know who was at the window, and I know who fired the fatal shot. Scubby, take a look at the flyleaf of this book.
Well, what are they, Nick? They look like the scribbles that some guys draw when they have nothing else to do. Oh, doodles, they call them.
Exactly. While I was looking through the various offices, I found some papers with these same doodling marks on them in one of the desks. And these marks were made by the murderer. Garrick, I arrest you for the murder...
Watch out, Nick! He's got a gun!
Well, Scubby, pick up the pieces.
Oh, boy.
There's the murderer, Garrick. He's also the man who tried to murder you and me last night on the road to Burdick's home.
Well, I'll be...
You see, Scubby, Burdick has his suspicions about Garrick. That's why we found those securities on him. He took them so that they wouldn't fall into Garrick's hands. He'd suddenly found out that Garrick was an unscrupulous crook. And that was the reason he ran when Mrs. Burdick called him. He saw Garrick at the window and was afraid of him.
Well, Nick, I must say he had me fooled when he said that Nelson was standing at the door of the office here when he was really there himself.
Yes, in telling us who was in this office, our clever murderer just reversed the positions in which he and Mr. Nelson were standing when the murder was committed. But once I saw the marks on that flyleaf, I knew who stood where. And that's why I had Nelson come up here, to force Garrick's hand.
Well, Nick, one way's as good as another as long as you get results. And you always seem to do that.
So you finally decided to come back, did you?
Yes, Patsy, it's all over. Well, I think you can go home now.
Why, Mr. Carter, are you sure you can spare me?
Why not?
You've been so busy on this case all night, Mr. Carter, you may not have noticed that it is now a new day. And a good secretary is always on the job the first thing in the morning. Shall I take a letter, Mr. Carter?
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called An Angle on Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Mutilated Bullet. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what's next week's story all about?
Well, when this case was first brought to me, it seemed so routine and uninteresting that I practically turned it down.
But it was far from routine once you got into it, wasn't it, Nick?
Yes, indeed. So far from it that I almost got myself bumped off investigating it.
It's really the story of a man who thought he was so much cleverer than Nick that he could outwit him every time.
I don't suppose he got away with it.
No, he found he wasn't really so clever after all. Like practically every criminal I ever met, he gave himself away by being too clever.
Well, sounds like an interesting tale, Nick.
Not only interesting, but downright exciting. But more of that next week. So long, folks.
So long.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you've just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, and Scubby by John Kane. The story was written for Nick Carter by George Gordon. Original music was played by Lew White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Body on the Slab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Husband.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Beginning Wednesday, November 3rd, The Return of Nick Carter, which is produced in the studios of WOR, will be broadcast over most of these stations on Wednesday evenings at 8:30 Eastern Wartime. Remember the new time, Wednesdays at 8:30 Eastern Wartime, beginning Wednesday, November 3rd. This is Mutual.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.